First, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on with MBT and the things that I've been doing. If you stay up with what I put up on YouTube, you'll know that last October, I gave a talk at Los Angeles. It's on YouTube called MBTLA. And I talked about virtual reality and tried to explain why virtual reality was good physics and made good sense. And then I offered a set of experiments to be done that would verify the virtual reality and point very strongly toward that virtual reality being produced by consciousness. Those experiments have made some progress. They haven't been done yet, but a big step we took that probably just completed it maybe a month ago, so it takes a long time for these things, but about a month ago, we converted that talk of mine into a proper physics journal paper, submitted it, got peer review, and the peer review accepted it, and it's now, you know, in the world of physicists, it's a legitimate set of experiments that can be done in their own language. So that took a while to go through that process. Even the format for that, you know, takes a while to do. So that's a big step. Now we have it up in front of the physics community. Of course, those experiments, along with 10,000 other experiments, are all vying for the attention of the grant money and the money and the time for the physicists to actually do the experiment. So that doesn't mean that they'll be done immediately, but at least we have a place to point. When we talk about these experiments, we can point them to a paper that they can read. That's been legitimized by peer review. So that was a big step. We started this year by going around the world. We had a trip speaking in New Zealand to Australia. We then went to India and Germany, New York. So we headed west and kept going until we got back home. And that was a very nice trip. Each place I spent 2 days talking for different groups. I just a month or two ago went to a remote viewing. I guess we called it a seminar, sort of a class, an experiential remote viewing, where I gave a talk. I tried to explain to the remote viewers how remote viewing works, why it works that way. Marginal success, I guess. I guess about half the people followed that, and the other half already had other ideas that they've been committed to. So it didn't work, but that was fun. We had a good time there. So that's sort of what I've been doing with how I spent my summer vacation. Today we're going to just talk. Think of this as just a conversation, okay, between us. We got plenty of time to get to everybody's question. We're going to be here all day, and in that amount of time, there should be no questions left unanswered. At least we hope so. Probably won't work that way, because every time I answer a question, it spawns a dozen more questions. So the last question to be answered will leave some questions unanswered, but we'll try to get to most of them. I would encourage you to ask anything you wish. Don't feel like you need to be polite, particularly. As long as your question is sincere and it's really a question that you'd like to understand, then please ask it. So if you think it's one of those hard questions that might be embarrassing for me to have to answer, well, how do you know what you're talking about is true? That kind of thing, well, just ask it. That's okay. So there's nothing off the table, as long as it has to do, at least vaguely, with my big toe and what we're talking about here. Then feel free to ask whatever you want to ask. Nothing's off the table. There's no area that it would be not good to go in. So if it's a real question, ask it. Don't be bashful. Okay, so now I guess we will get started. Surely somebody must have a question.
Tom, I'm going to start with a question that was given to me by Juliana. English isn't her first language, so I'm going to read the question for her.
Okay.
Juliana is a left-brain material engineer, retired with teaching research in research simulations, databases, software development. She says, your model checked all the boxes for me. I like to go deeply into every interesting rabbit hole. I want to know. She's had a lot of nudges from the system, and this has changed her life positively. So basically, her question is, because this new approach for her has been so different, she finds it difficult to help explain to her family. She finds it very lonely. And she asks how to cope with the loneliness that this knowledge brings, the non-willingness of the others, especially family members, to listen.
Okay. I hear that question often. It can be a lonely trip if the people that you care most about don't take it with you. Growing up changes you, makes you different. And when you're different, your relationships tend to get a little different. They get better, but you're connected to people kind of in a more fundamental way. The love and the caring is just more fundamental. And you start to lose that, being judgmental. You start to lose that needing to tell others how to live their life, and what's right and what's wrong and what they should do. And your ego gets less, so you're no longer interested in all the little squabbles and other pettiness that goes around, and it makes you different. So when you're different like that, you don't seem to fit in anymore. So how do you deal with that? Well, the short answer is you have to get over it. You just have to get over it, because that's not going to change. Those people aren't going to change. You can't help. Well, you can help. You can't make anybody grow up. And as much as you try to tell people something or explain something to them that they're not ready for, it usually does more harm than good. It pushes them back into their old viewpoints even more securely. Okay, so you just have to let that go. The reason that you feel so lonely is still that part of you that is being driven by ego. It's the ego needs that reinforcement, needs that connection, needs those people to understand you. It can be a lonely path. It's always good, if you can, to bring your spouse along, to things like this. Or if you're going to, the Monroe Institute, or going to other places, or the books that you read, read the books together. If you're reading My Big Toe, read it out loud to each other. Have the conversations. It's good to involve your significant others in your family as much as you can, as long as you're on this path. But if they go, nah, not interested, well, then you still need to grow up. But just because they don't come with you doesn't mean that you love them any less. Of course you love them all just the same. Come on in. Yeah. You love them all just the same, you see? And they love you just the same too. You're just not acting like you used to act to them, so they're a little not quite sure what to do or say. But as long as you're not judgmental, as long as you continue to give them the warmth and the caring, then it'll be all right. They'll accept you as being a little on the strange side, because you're still going to interact with them and be loving and caring with them, and they're going to be loving and caring with you. And when they all get together to complain about something, you can just sit there and smile and not say anything, and they won't mind. So you just have to not take that personally, that it's not the way it used to be. And you have to look at it from a bigger perspective, is it's really good it's not the way it used to be, because now you're grown up. Now you have a larger perspective. You're not drawn into the normal soap opera kind of lives that most people live. You're outside of that. You're happier. You're more positive. And with that extra happiness and being positive, you're actually more useful to them too. And you're an example for them. Though you can't intellectually explain it to them, you can show it to them just by your behavior. And that'll help them. You'll be your maximum help to them just by interacting with them and staying positive. So you have to let other people be who they are. And that's the key to this being lonely, is that other people are who they are where they are on the path, the things they're ready for, things they're not ready for, and you just have to let that be. You have to let them make their own mistakes. If they spend hours in petty arguments, that's just where they are. Don't be upset with them. Don't feel bad for them. Don't feel like you need to help fix that, oh, they're hurting themselves, they're wasting their time, they're making themselves unhappy. All that's true, but that's their choice. They have free will. You need to just go up and give them a hug and give them a kiss and wish them a happy day just the same. And not let that negativity bring you down, you see. You stay in your place, because when you stay in a happy, positive place, you actually help them become happier and positive too. You'll help bring them up. So you have to let people be who they are and still enjoy them and still love them and still care about them and not be put off by them because they are negative. So that's the key. Sometimes it's a hard thing to do, but that's just another step in growing up. Another step in growing up is to let people be as they are and still love them and care for them just the same. They don't have to be like you. And that's a tough thing for most parents. As your children get older, it's the same thing. You just have to let them be. You have to let them make choices. And even if the choice is a bad choice, that's how they learn. If you make choices for them, they're not going to learn. So that's another thing of letting go. Let them become who they are. Now, obviously, that's age dependent. You don't let your 3-year-old, go play in the street because they want to. But your 18-year-old or your 14-year-old or whatever, you have to start giving them choices to make and let them suffer the benefits or the consequences of those choices, because that's how they grow up. And if they're young, the consequences are terrible, then you may step in and offer suggestions of other choices. But very seldom should you come in demanding what they do and making their choices for them. That's only at the very last, the very last thing that you should do is that. Any way you can avoid that, it's better. Sometimes you can't avoid that. So there's no easy answer for feeling lonely when you're on this path if others aren't with you, particularly others you care about. But if you just care for them, you'll actually help them. Don't join them, and don't look down at them. Foolish people, look at them wasting their time, putting other people down, arguing about nothing, constantly in an uproar and soap opera lives. And don't put that down. Don't be negative toward it. Just let it be the way they are and love them anyway.
Tom, another question on behalf of Juliana. Like everyone who is not part of the big illuminated mob, as I call them, the notion of New World Order for me has always been the super rich, arrogant, who want to chip and control us all. Lately, I've been thinking about this. I'm sure that the biggest mobsters, we know some of them, are aware of the big picture. This is not a secret and has been around from the beginning of civilization. The new in your model are the metaphors, the software terminology, and the 21st century physicist approach, bringing metaphysics and physics together, thereby making this comprehensible for a lot of people in our days, especially the young players. This terminology was the main reason that I was personally hooked, even though I'm one of the oldies. So you want to prevent a catastrophe with the love message, and you try to recruit open-minded people for the Love is the Answer movement. Her question is, do you think that the notion of New World Order in its roots is another attempt to preserve the actual civilization when the inescapable, unavoidable new paradigms occur by a centralized, tighter control of humanity?
Well, the term New World Order could mean a lot of different things, but I think what it did mean when it was first voiced by, I believe, a political fragment in the US called the neocons, it meant pretty much what was described in the beginning. People who wanted to, shall we say, impose their viewpoint of the future on everybody else. And I think they had in mind that it would be a new world order with them at the top of the pile. So I don't think it was really a benevolent thing that we're all going to a new world full of love and peace. I don't think that was their thought. I think they were going to a new world full of them being in control and in the driver's seat. That's why they were so excited about the prospects. On the other hand, I think we are, coming close to a new world order happening. Not a political movement, but I think that over the next couple of decades, 20, 30, 40, probably less than 50 years, which is a very short period of time. In the big picture, 50 years or even 100 years is not long. I'm talking about time that the human race has been evolving on this planet up until today, up until current times. There's really not been a possibility of the peace and love contingent spreading very far and very wide. It's always been an isolated movement. People who understood the larger reality. And there's been people who understood the larger reality for the last 2,500 years. The Buddha, about 2,500 years ago, said that this reality was an illusion. Well, that's about as close as he could come to uttering the words virtual reality. He understood the nature of reality just from his own inside investigations, his own exploration of the inner space, if you will. And so have other, actually hundreds of others, lots of others have experienced this and have come to similar conclusions. But these little bubbles of enlightenment have just been scattered here and there, and they were kind of at odds with the prevailing masses. So they've always been isolated. They've always been there, but they've always been isolated. But we are at a place to change that now. We indeed might see a new world order in a couple of decades. We might, because for the first time ever in the history of humanity, we've got all the pieces necessary together. We've got all the parts that we'd never had before. We've got communications. We've got an internet, which makes things that people say and ideas move quickly around the world instead of being isolated in little geographic places. Okay? We've got the physicists getting very close to declaring that it's the best physics to call this a virtual reality, that indeed we are living in a information-based reality frame. And when the scientists say that, some of you have heard me call the scientists the high priests of Western culture. They're the high priests because what high priests do is tell everybody else what to believe. That's the function of the high priests, and that's what the scientists do. They tell everybody else what to believe. They're credible. They're the credible source of the way the world is in our culture. So when the high priests tell us that indeed this is a virtual reality, they probably won't know it, but that will be like pushing a very large rock that's on a high mountain just enough off balance that it starts to roll. That will get the ball rolling. The people who hear that because of the internet, they will immediately think, well, if this is a virtual reality, it's a computed reality, it's a simulation, then where's the computer and who's the programmer, right? That's pretty obvious. If this is an information-based reality, where's that information come from? Well, that then means that we have the high priests saying, our physical universe is a subset of something bigger. And that something bigger is non-physical to us. Because that's what being a virtual reality means. Being in a virtual reality means that the source is non-physical from the viewpoint of inside the virtual reality, right? You play a virtual reality game, your character in the game, you know, your Sims character, from that Sim character's viewpoint, our reality, we create that game, our reality is non-physical from the Sims character's viewpoint. Well, if this is a virtual reality, then the creator of this virtual reality is non-physical to us. So when you have the high priest saying that we live in a subset of something much larger, and that much larger superset is non-physical. Well, that's a pretty big thing for the high priest to say. That's going to start this ball rolling down that hill. We have the internet that spreads that. We have a lot of people who are really, really fed up with the dysfunction that we have in this world. They know there has to be something better. There's a lot of people just ready for something bigger than what they've been putting up with for the last decade or two or three. And this will start something that will be impossible to stop. Now, exactly where it goes, I don't know, but if there's enough people like you folks who have a bigger picture, who understand that, you know, that this virtual reality is a product of consciousness, and we are all part of that consciousness. We're all part of the same system, and that logic then takes you to the idea that love is what it's all about. We're here to grow up. We're here to lower our entropy, to become loving, to become love. Well, think about what that would mean in this planet if everybody got that idea. See, that would maybe bring in a new world order. Not the one the politicians were thinking about, one quite different. But that would change things dramatically. You see, the problem in the world isn't that the bad guys are in charge. The problem is the world is that the people have a low quality of consciousness. Those bad guys in charge are there because they represent us. They're just like us. The dysfunction you see in this world is a perfect representation of the dysfunction that is typical in the human race. When the human race changes that and becomes more caring and more loving and more cooperative, then so will the institutions, so will the leadership. That'll all change by itself as we change. Okay? The power, as who was it said that? I don't know, but the power comes from the people, and that's true in a very fundamental sense. So as we change, the world will change. So we may see a new world order in several decades. That was a happy thought.
The limitation of my question is our universe. So it is inside the realm of our universe. I'm not talking about other universes. Considering the essence of quantum mechanics, that the universe emerges and manifests in the eyes of a consciousness, an observer who has consciousness, and also considering the fact that, sorry, I forgot the second one. Oh, we are the only consciousness observers in this universe. Can we say that consciousness-wise, the world is, the universe is revolving around Earth?
Okay. The reason that quantum physics comes to that conclusion, well, they come to that conclusion because that's what the experiments tell them. But the reason that the experiments tell them that is that this reality is just created by what we call observation. What's actually happening is that we are each receiving a data stream. Okay, that's the way it is in a virtual reality. The characters inside the virtual reality are computed, right? But the consciousness of those characters, so the Sims person is the Sims character is a character in virtual reality. We who are playing that Sims character are that character's consciousness. So we're the consciousness to the avatar in the virtual reality. That consciousness is getting a data stream. Okay, that player that's playing the Sims character is getting a data stream from a computer. And that player is sending data back up to the computer to give the instructions of what it wants that avatar to do. Then the computer computes a change in the avatar to correspond with those instructions and then sends that data back down to the player. That's what we're getting. We're the consciousness. This body is our avatar. But we who make choices, the consciousness, we're the player here in this game. And we're getting a data stream. This reality comes into being by us interpreting the data we get in the data stream. Same with the Sims. We get a data stream to our computer which lights up 1,000,000 pixels, say. Whatever your resolution of your screen is, it lights up a lot of pixels. Those pixels are just an array of lights that have just a couple of parameters. They have a color, they have an intensity, and they have a location. You know, some location somewhere on your monitor, and a color and intensity. That's it. So you have a whole bunch of points with an intensity and a color on the face of your monitor. And that's the data that you're getting from the computer. You look at all those little points of light, and you interpret it to be your Sims player, you know, the house he lives in, the green grass in the yard, you know, the fence, the other players, all of that you interpret from a bunch of little points of light. You turn it into a reality. Well, if there were no players in the Sims game, what would the Sims computer be doing? Nothing. It wouldn't be sending out any data. It only sends out data streams to players. You see? So we're getting a data stream, and our reality is our interpretation. Now I'm saying our and we. I'm talking about us as consciousness, not us as bodies. Our consciousness getting a data stream. When it gets that data, it creates this reality out of it. Just like you do when you get a bunch of little points of light and you create a reality out of it. So that's what it does. So there's nothing in this physical universe that we see that isn't created by us interpreting that to be that from the data we get. Okay? Hopefully I don't see too many confused looks out there. I think everybody's kind of got this. So that's that's what's going on. That's why in physics, they don't see something until there's a consciousness to observe it, because without a consciousness to observe it, nobody's getting it in their data stream. It's that observer is getting something in their data stream that they interpret as that thing. Without an observer to get that in their data stream, it can't exist here, because this whole reality exists only because of the interpretation of consciousness of what comes in their data streams. So that's, and in physics they call that the observer paradox. Why do we need an observer? Because that's the way our reality is rendered. It's rendered to an observer. No observer, no data stream. You see, it's not just rendered for no reason. When all the people are gone out of the Sims game, Sims computer just doesn't keep rendering things. There's no point. It only sends data to individual players. So that's why that works that way. There was a thing called the Fermi paradox. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but Enrico Fermi was a very famous physicist, no longer with us. He was one of the big guns in physics back in the the 50s and 60s. He was part of the Manhattan Project, I believe. And anyway, he and some friends around lunch one day started wondering, if this universe, being as big as it is with all the suns and planets that it has, surely life has evolved someplace else. You got trillions of suns, maybe even millions of trillions of suns. I don't know. You got a lot. So the potential, the probability that there's life elsewhere is pretty high. If you look at the statistics of it, which they did, you know, if you scientifically, very carefully look at the statistics there, it says certainly there are others in this universe besides us, because, you know, you get, maybe it's only 1 in a million that we happen to have all just the right stuff to evolve here on this planet, but then you've got trillions and trillions of places where it could have happened. So yes, of course there is. Then Fermi said, well then if that's the case, because we are not in an old part of the universe, we're in a newer part. We're actually kind of somewhere, you know, if here was the beginning of the universe and here's right where, if a sun were created today, they'd be in this part of the universe. We're kind of 2/3 of the way from the old part to the new part. So there's been billions of years that in this old part, there should have been some life get started. And even if you can't fly at warp speeds like they do in, you know, in the movies, you have to fly at sublight speeds, just colonizing the next thing to you and the next thing and so on, going out under, you know, sublight speeds, even very sublight speeds. The fact that they have like 2 billion years ahead of us in their evolution, I mean, where do you think we're going to be in 2 billion years from now? Well, that's where these early people would be now, you see. Then the question was, well, then where are they? Where are all these people who should have been evolving billions of years longer than we have? And it was a very strong argument as far as the statistics and probability goes. They should be here. Not only should they be here, but they should be surrounded all around us and move past us, you see. The place ought to be full of other people if they really were there. So that's called the Fermi paradox. And scientists and philosophers have tried over the years since that was put up publicly to answer, to come up with a reason why we haven't seen this. And it's been very hard. So in, I don't know how long it's been, but in, let's say 3 decades, it's pretty much been a failure to come up with any good reasons of why the Fermi paradox is somehow wrong. Good scientific reason, a good reason that kind of makes logical sense, sort of reason, rather than things like, well, they are all around us and everywhere, we just can't see them. You know, that's not a scientific reason. It doesn't mean it isn't true, it just means that it's not a logical reason. So there is no logical reason why it should be this way. Well, here's a reason. This is an entropy reduction trainer, right? These are avatars. Consciousness is playing at this game. How many seats does the larger consciousness need to put in this game? Assuming the game is called our physical universe. That's the game. Well, how many individuated units of consciousness are players? How many players does the system need? The larger conscious system produced individuated units of consciousness to give it a richer mix of interaction. But one would think that, you know, there's overhead there too. It has to also compute all of these extra things it's doing. So isn't there going to be some point where you've got enough? And if you have any more, you don't get a return on the overhead that it costs to have that many more? You see, you're going to get to some point where you've got about all the individual units of consciousness that you need for evolution. Any more of them, you don't get that much more novelty. You've got all the novelty you can use. With this number, more just takes up more resources. So there is going to be some sort of limit on the number of seats that are going to be in this particular trainer that we're in called our physical universe. Okay, so that being the case, it's not like every possible seat that could be made will necessarily be filled or will be made. So it could be that it's just us in this physical universe, just the Earth and the 7.5 billion people that are here. that may be all the seats the system needs. Now it has other reality frames like this. You know, it's just our universe. I've been to dozens of other frames like this, other reality frames. Like our universe, there's other universes around in virtual reality trainers as well. So it has other seats besides just this 7.5 billion. But this universe, this game, may just be played around us. And of course the argument then is, oh, that doesn't make any sense because you have all those suns, all those planets, all that stuff. We're just 1 trillionth of 1% of the whole. And why would you have all of that if the only part of it that was active was a little speck? Well, the answer to that is you don't have all of that. If there isn't any avatar to send data to, you're not just making up suns and planets and stuff for the fun of it, you see? So all of it, when you look up at the stars at night, that's just probably 2 bits. A bit for location, or 3 bits for location, and 1 bit for intensity. That's all it is. That's a 4-bit piece of information. And when you stop looking up at the stars at night, there's no bits at all in your data stream. So only for those people that look do they get some information. So when an astrophysicist looks into his telescope and he sees, you know, outside of our not only our solar system, but outside of our galaxy, and looks at all the other galaxies, and they map all these stars, and when they take their eyeball off of that eyepiece, and when they go home, go to bed at night, the system doesn't have to do any of that, doesn't have to create any of it. It's all created on the fly when somebody looks, that's all. So every once in a while, they'll have to create something that is probable, that's out there. So when an astrophysicist looks out there at a particular piece of space, the system says, well, what's likely to be out there? Okay, here's a probability distribution of all the possibilities that might be there. Well, we know they've already looked at this part of space and it's next to that, so it has to be similar. It can't be something too different. It all has to be logically consistent. So here are 100 things that could be out there, maybe 10,000 things could be out there. We'll take a random draw from that distribution, and that's the data we'll put in their data stream that'll define what it is they see. And when they don't look, we don't have to send them any data. So you see, all the rest of this universe could just be potential and never actualized because there's no consciousness that has to get a data stream to see it. If that sounds kind of strange to you, there's a computer game out now called No Man's Sky. Works exactly the same way. In this computer virtual reality, whatever you look at, the computer computes and gives you that. As soon as you look away, it's gone. It's not saved in memory. It was never programmed in the first place. It's made on the fly. Generally, it's just a few random numbers and some objects that when you give them those random numbers, they configure themselves. So when a person is in that game and they look here, they see what's there, they look there, that disappears, not in memory, not stored, never programmed, it programs itself, if you will. It's called procedural programming, and then they get the data that's there. And if they leave that planet and don't come back for 100 years, they come back to that planet will, and they look in that same place, what they'll see is what evolved over 100 years from what they saw last time. Well, we can do that in our virtual reality games, which are just little tiny things compared to this big virtual reality game that we're in here. So that's the same way it's done. It only computes what some consciousness requires as far as data, making a measurement. So yes, this may be all there is to this whole universe. It's just us on this planet. And no, it's not a waste at all of resources making lots of other suns and things. That's just a little data goes in some astrophysicist's, consciousness when he looks through the telescope, and then it disappears. It's all generated on the fly. So that could be the answer to the Fermi paradox. It's a logical answer. Now, I don't know that that's true. I'm just saying that's a logical possibility, not that that is the answer. Very seldom do we say, that is the answer. Mostly we say, that makes sense. So it is quite possible that those, 3,000 years ago that thought that we were the center of everything, they may have been right. We may have been, even though we've learned since then to think that that's a ridiculous idea. It may actually be that way. And that also ties into physics and philosophy, a thing called the anthropic principle. The anthropic principle is that physicists have realized that this reality is only viable, it doesn't self-destruct, it doesn't collapse, it just keeps on keeping on because there are certain physical constants that are precise. These constants, have numbers out to the, let's say the 10th decimal place. And if you change that digit in the 10th decimal place, the whole universe would collapse. It wouldn't keep on going. It just, it wouldn't be a stable simulation anymore. It would fall apart. And that's the truth in, half a dozen numbers are like that. So the physicists looked at that and said, that's an awful strange accident. We have all these numbers that have to be absolutely precise to that level of precision. Otherwise, the whole universe crashes. How does that evolve with that level of precision? And that's called the anthropic principle because it's anthropic because they said it looks like this universe was made just for us. You see, because it was tuned just so things like us could evolve here. Had it been tuned just slightly some other way, our evolution never could have taken place. Carbon-based life forms like this wouldn't exist. So it looks like it was tuned just for us. Well, if this is a virtual reality meant to create avatars that consciousness could then play so they could make choices so they could grow up faster, then indeed it was made just for us. And
How about a point of clarification here?
well, wait a minute. You do not have a nobody can hear what you're saying. So we will.
I just want a definition of the word us that you're using. Are you
Okay.
talking about humans or are you talking about life?
Well, in general, it's when I say us, I'm talking about we who are conscious. We who are conscious takes up a lot of things. That would be humans, dogs, cats, horses, bumblebees, all sorts of things are conscious. So us would be everything that's conscious. But mostly, the bumblebees and the horses don't spend a lot of time on cosmology. So when we're talking about structure, building intellectual structures of the universe, it's pretty much us, the humans. But as far as being, and just being a part of it all, being connected, yeah, everything that's conscious is all connected. And it's all basically doing the same thing. It's all evolving. Okay. So the anthropic principle is a big mystery also. And that would be a good reason is it did evolve. In my mind, I see this, because this reality was not programmed, this reality is an evolved reality, not a programmed reality. In my mind, I see the larger conscious system coming up with a prototype virtual reality by specifying a set of initial conditions and a rule set. And that's it. You get a set of initial conditions and a rule set. You say, all right, the rule set says how everything can interact. The initial conditions are what you start with. You push the run button and the simulation starts and it goes and, a million years later it bombs. Well, let's adjust the numbers a little bit. All right, run 2, and so on. So the simulation itself evolved with probably thousands, if not millions, of trial and errors trying to get everything just right. And eventually they got all those numbers just precise so that the thing would be stable long enough to produce avatars that would be of value to choice-making individuated units of consciousness. So that's how we would end up with, those kinds of precision numbers that we depend on here. It's just that would be an evolved rule set and an evolved set of initial conditions. Of course, what's the initial condition? It's a small ball of plasma, high temperatures, high pressure, right? As in the beginning of the Big Bang. And then you let it expand, and then the rule set explains how it'll expand. You know, gravity and nuclear forces and all that's in the rule set. So our physics and chemistry and biology is what we know of it is parts of the rule set, and the initial conditions are just what it takes to end up with this after a few billion years. So that's two big mysteries in science then completely solved with rational explanations once you get the idea that this is a virtual reality. So yeah, those guys a long time ago, Copernicus and the rest of those that thought we were in the center of the universe, we weren't in the center. Geographically, we're not in the center, but we may be the reason that the universe exists. And there may not be any other life forms other than on this planet. Or there may be. There may be dozens or millions. We don't know. But if there are, why aren't they here? It's a good, strong question. Of course, there'd be a lot of people who'd say they are here. Anyway, interesting things. You next? Yes.
Hey Tom, my name's Kevin, big fan. I've got a ton of questions here, so we'll see if we eventually get to them all. The collective conscious, how much does the collective consciousness affect us? You once said it's like, you once said something like, not quoting you, the groups that we become members of have an effect on our consciousness because we're members of that particular group consciousness. Mm-hmm. Can you explain how this works?
Sure. This is really how culture works. See, this is the fundamentals of culture, kind of the dynamics, what makes a culture. This is how a mob works, which is just a little mini culture in itself. Okay? We have cultures that are national, we have cultures that are corporate. You know, if you work at IBM, then there's a culture there. You know, you wear a white shirt, you wear a necktie or whatever. There's a culture of the way you think, the way you address problems, the way you interact with each other, that's just local to that corporation. So cultures have to do with groups that have things in similar, the collective group. And as you, that was a pretty close quote. It wasn't exactly a quote, it was pretty close. And that is that if you join a group, if you in your mind see yourself as a part of a group, then you become part of that collective consciousness that defines that group. So it's your choice. If you see yourself as, I don't have anything to do with that group, then you're not a part of that collective consciousness. You're outside of it. If indeed you really do not have anything to do with that group. So it's your choice. But when you do join a group like that, that kind of logs you in to that group and the attitudes and ideas within the group. You're a piece of that. And as that group creates what would Carl Jung called it, an archetype, right? Carl Jung talked about archetypes. There's human archetypes, there's natural archetypes. An archetype is just a collective consciousness. And within any group that you're a member, it's like being in Facebook and you join something and now you start getting messages from that group. Okay, you join a group on Facebook, and now every time somebody says something on that forum that you're a part of, you get the news feed or whatever that runs all that stuff by you. Well, it's the same way. You join a group, it could be a religion, could be a nationality, that's a group. Any collection of people that have something in common, if you join that because you have something in common with them, then you start getting the news feed from that group. And that feed starts to bias and color your perceptions because that becomes part of your data feed. That becomes part of that data stream you get now has this little stream in it from your group. So you tend to pick up the characteristics of your group. And your group, of course, takes on some of your characteristics, but you're just one out of a lot, so you don't influence that group very much, but the group will influence you more. In corporations, they call that corporate culture. Within nations, it's just national culture. So you do tend to resemble the groups that you belong to. And the longer you belong to it, the more you resemble it, and the more completely you belong to it, the more you will resemble it. So you can sort of belong to a group just on the outside. Yeah, I'm sort of part of that group, but I don't really, you know, it's not really a big thing in my life. Then you're only going to be changed maybe a little bit by that group. But if that group is part of your life, you work in it, you breathe it, you know, you embrace it, then you will begin to take on those characteristics. So that's how it works. It's just collective consciousness, and yet even small groups, families. Families are a group. Families take on certain characteristics in the same way. Neighborhoods, cities, you know, so if you live in a city and you really don't, it's just some place you live, well, you're not really so much of a member. You're maybe a out on the edges member. But if this is my city, you know, and you have a civic spirit and you go out and pick up trash off the roads, or you do this and you do that because you're proud of your city, then you are a member of that culture, and that culture will change the way you see things. Your reality will be, you know, maybe warped isn't a good word. Warped kind of sounds negative. I don't mean it in a negative way, but you will be modified in the way you perceive things based on that association.
Is it a good idea to try and reduce the amount of groups your consciousness is involved in?
I don't know. You know, belonging to a group isn't a bad thing, but you need to be aware of that group in its larger manifestation. You see, there may be some things about that group that you don't want to belong to. So you need to be aware that when you are a member of that group, you're starting to get their data feed. You know, you've got their news feed coming through all the time, and you're partial to that. You tend to believe and embrace whatever comes down that feed. And the stuff that comes from some other group that you're not a member of, you can be a lot more skeptical about that feed. But you're not too skeptical about the one that comes from your own group, you see. So you'll swallow hook, line, and sinker stuff that's coming from your own group, where you'll be very skeptical about things coming from some other group. So if you're aware of it, and you're aware of the input you're getting and how that might color your views, then you're fine. You don't have to get out of all the groups. You can belong to groups. There's a lot of groups that are really do good things. You know, a lot of groups have, you know, there's a lot of groups that what they do is collect money to help burn victims or something. You know, that's a nice group to be a part of. So there's a lot of things you might want to join in that sense, but you still have to be aware, how does that color my perspective? Still maintain your skepticism, even though you're inclined to swallow whatever comes down that line. You need to take a little extra effort to look at it and be a little more skeptical with it. And maybe the things that are outside of your group, you have to maybe be a little more open-minded about. So as long as you understand that, it's not a problem. Groups are good. It's interaction with people. Getting lost in one and letting one do your thinking for you is not good. Then you end up with a bunch of people who walk with stiff knees, you know, like zombies. You know, they march around and they have this group identity so ingrained that they've lost their own free will, in a sense. They're just minions of the group. Now that's a bad thing. That's, you're giving up your free will. Yes?
Back to the data stream and about consciousness. I'm not going to attempt to go back and quote what you said, but generally speaking, is it possible that there is someone, some group, organization, whatever, that is also manipulating our data stream? And you probably are familiar with the D-Wave. It's one of them is built here in Burnaby. It's a quantum computer that a few organizations own now. But I have had some experiences over the last 6 months that were, for me, really, really dramatic in showing me that there's something that's glitching. Based on, we are the data stream, we're taking in the data stream and the perception of our consciousness. I have a visual memory, and it's usually how I remember things is strictly visually. I've had 2 instances where my visual memory, I would see it again, and it was completely altered from the first time I saw it. I can explain 2 instances. One was really striking, was a picture of my cousin that I had taken in January. And I was really guided to take, I don't usually take pictures of my cousin, so this was really unusual for me to do this. And she had something, she had a pink headband on, which I thought was really cheesy. I downloaded the picture, I saw the picture again. I just recently went back to the picture. It was, the pink headband that she wore, the bangs that she had, were no longer there in the picture that I had taken. And so I went back to her and I said, did you own a pink headband? Because it matched her pink top. It was really, really cheesy, like I said, that's why I took it. And that was gone. And she said, no, I have 3 headbands and they're basically black and brown. She did not actually, this Heather, did not own a pink headband. Now, I know people are calling that the Mandela effect. But this seems to be, to me, a glitch that is being very reoccurring, particularly within the last 6 months. Any comment on that?
Sure. I'd say it's probably not a glitch, but it's. Yeah, it seems like a glitch. For instance, another story. Pamela here was on an airplane, and we listened to audiobooks. And when we got to the stop, we were in the front of the plane, so it was real quick that we had to jump up and get out of the seats because we were near the. No, we weren't in first class, but we were still up in the front of the plane for the people who are in the cheap class. And when she got off the plane and got back to her room, a headset that we were using, plus a battery she was using, was just gone. It wasn't there. She took everything out of the bags, everything that we had, she pulled everything out, it just wasn't there. So then she pulled everything out again because it had to be in there someplace, and then 3 times she went through the bag, nothing. 3 or 4 days later, looking for something else, she went to that pouch within a pack she was carrying, and there it was, exactly where it was supposed to be, in exactly the pocket that she would have put it in because that's where it's kept. And so was the battery. Both of it was just there. She knows she couldn't have missed it because she was very thorough. Okay? It's not so much a glitch. It's, well, it can be several things that happen that way. Some of it could be the larger consciousness system. Well, all of it is the larger consciousness system, but some of it could be that it gets caught not paying attention to detail. When you go back and look at something, this is a virtual reality. Okay, when you take a picture, and the picture has a pink thing on the head, right, you put that picture away. When you put that picture away, nobody's looking at it. It's not rendered. The system doesn't render it at all. It's not like that picture is a physical thing that exists in physical space. That's history, unrendered. Now, when you open that drawer and pull that picture out, okay, the system has to know what to render now for you for that picture. Okay, it's supposed to have a really good memory, and it's supposed to render it just the way it was. But if it's a little sloppy, or if it doesn't, remember all those details, because it didn't save that data, then it will look at a probability distribution of what might have been likely and pick one, and that may not have been pink, or it may have been some other color, Now it's got to fix it with your niece. So then in your niece's memory, closet and whatever, that part of the reality that's also stored, it just eliminates all the pink headbands there, because then there would be a conflict. You see, so it could be the system just not keeping up with some of the details and getting caught and having to fix it. Now, another thing that's probably more likely than that is that I said earlier that we're heading maybe toward a new world order. That has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with our awareness of a larger, bigger picture and an understanding of why we're here. Because that's coming near future, several decades perhaps, the system is trying to wake as many people up as possible. It's trying to produce things that make people say, wow, this reality is not just as straight and cut and dried and physical as I thought it was. All this strange, weird stuff that goes on here. How could that happen in a materialistic world? It can't happen in a materialistic world. Oh, this must not be a materialistic world. Well, that's a revelation. Not that people go through that intellectually, but they go through that at a deeper level, realizing that this reality is a lot different than what we've been led to believe. Strange things happen here. And I think that because this is so prevalent now when it wasn't before, I think we're getting, they're softening us up and trying to get us prepared for this change. So just giving us something to think about.
So you don't think that these guys, these scientists messing with the D wave, I think there's about 4 of them out there.
No. No, the reason I say that's not what's going on is because the data stream that you get, that you interpret as this reality, which either does or does not have pink headbands in it, that data stream has nothing to do with anything physical. Doesn't have anything to do with electromagnetics. It doesn't have anything to do with any physical thing whatsoever. It's data being sent to consciousness. It's outside the physical system. So something that's in the physical system, no matter what it is, isn't going to affect that. It doesn't make any difference. That's what we imagine this physical system to be. Okay, the larger consciousness system isn't a quantum mechanical system. Quantum mechanical things are what we talk about in this reality, not in the larger conscious system. It's an information system. It's non-physical. There's no space in that system. It's, that data can't be modified that way. Now, it can be modified in some ways, but only with other consciousness. You can send thoughts and ideas to another person, and they will receive them, unless they have you turned off. They will receive them. Other people can send things to you. There are 3 sources of the information you get. You get a data stream, and there's 3 separate sources where that data could come from. It comes from the larger conscious system. It comes from some other individuated unit of consciousness, or it comes from yourself. You also are a data creator. And that's the 3 sources. So it comes from one of those 3 sources. So no, I think it's a very, very low probability that anything that's going on here affects the data we receive in our consciousness. There's probably half a dozen different glitches, as you call them, that you can see from time to time based on the fact that the larger conscious system does not save every single detail. It saves what it thinks is most important. And when it gets caught and it needs to reproduce a detail, it sometimes doesn't get it right. But I think that's probably not what's going on. I think we're getting a little bit of shake-up here in our worldview to help open us up to things being different than everybody thought they were. That will be important to help us get through this coming change.
Yeah, you were speaking about collective consciousness and group ideas, and I wonder if you could address morphic fields and morphogenic fields. Are you familiar
Sure,
with that?
sure.
That's one piece. And then the other piece is...
That's our friend Rupert Sheldrake.
yeah, exactly. And also we were talking about the role of the observer in experiments and how that's affecting experiments. In traditional meditation practice, you know, the goal is to become the observer, to take the perspective of the observer so that we can watch the rest of the mind and the program thoughts go round and round and hopefully eventually get to a place of stillness. And in your model, in your language, it seems to me like that process is about having the player, the avatar, go to sleep in a sense and awakening into greater consciousness. I wonder if you could just
Sure.
elaborate on how you
Okay.
see that.
Well, let me do the first one first, and then
Sure.
if I forget about the second one, you can remind me. Rupert Sheldrake did some very interesting experiments, and one of them is well, there's several of them you can find on YouTube, but one of them is that they have a dog and its owner who are close, and when the owner goes out away from the house, the dog seems to know when the owner is coming home. The dog starts getting attentive, his tail wags, he runs to the door, he runs to the window and looks outside. Otherwise, he just goes to sleep. So Rupert did some experiments with that. And indeed, he had, you know, a person leave the house, and on random numbers, I believe, they decided to come back. He may be gone for 40 minutes or something, and suddenly the random number comes up and says, all right, go back now. And they have another camera watching the dog and how the dog behaves, and they do this multiple times to see whether it's not just circumstance. And so he does some research on this. And the research was good research. And what he found out is, yes, the dog did know when his owners was coming home. And that then brings up a thing that in science is called action at a distance. Okay? Action at a distance means that there's something far away at a distance that you affect without any known means of connecting, you know, the dog to the human. How did that information that the human was coming home get to the dog? Well, what science has done when they have faced action at a distance, and they face it all the time, an electric field. I have a charge here, +1 charge. I have another +1 charge. Well, 2 plus charges repel each other. This charge will feel a force. That's action at a distance. See, there's distance between these two. What is it that makes this charge want to move? Where's that force come from? From a charge that's someplace else. And yes, you can make the distance further and further away. Force gets weaker, but it's still there. So action at a distance doesn't matter how little or much the distance is. Things happen at a distance. So you've probably heard the word field. What happened is that physicists, when they first got to the action at a distance thing, really didn't know what to do with that. That was mysterious. Why, when I move this charge, does that one move? When there's nothing connecting them. And then you put them out in space where there's no air, there's nothing else. You know, it's empty space. You put them in a vacuum, works just the same. So what is it that's in this vacuum where there is nothing that does that? Well, the first idea was there must be something. There must be something that connects them. So they came up with a concept called ether. They had ether that filled up all space, and these signals of information were being transferred through the ether. And then they did some experiments where they discovered that, it's called a Michelson-Morley experiment, I believe. They discovered that there was no such thing as ether. Didn't work that way. Well, now they were stuck, action at a distance. There is no such thing as a field. A field is just a trick that scientists use to get them by the action at a distance problem. Okay, there is no fields. There are no fields. Okay, so take the charge thing. It's easy. It's just not as complicated as masters and dogs. So we have these charges. What we're doing is that we have math that tells us what this force is going to be based on this charge over here, or an array of charges over here. We can calculate it. Okay? But we're calculating a prediction. We're predicting that this force will push this particle that way. Okay? And we do that with equations that we call field equations. Mostly in electromagnetics, they're sine waves. You know, they're waves that wiggle and have various properties, but it's a prediction of what happens here. It's not a cause. It's not that the field causes that charge to move. The field's just a mathematical way to predict what that charge will do. The mathematics represent parts of the rule set. That's why the prediction is correct. Okay? What's actually happening is this is a virtual reality. There's information. When you do this here, that changes the information there. They're related according to the rule set, you see. So there is no, fields really don't exist. There's a big difference between predicting and causing. See? Now here it gets kind of confusing. Well, maybe the field causes it. The field doesn't cause it, it's just mathematics. Mathematical equations don't cause charges to move. See? So I can predict the sun will come up tomorrow in the east, but I don't cause the sun to come up tomorrow in the east. There's a real big difference. So the morphic field is just another field, and the reason that a field was projected as the cause, because that's what scientists have been doing. They use fields. We've got a dog that somehow, or a person who's somehow sending information to the dog that he's coming home. Well, action at a distance, must be a field. What kind of field? Well, it's not electromagnetic because, you know, the scientists didn't do this. Rupert didn't do this, but they could have put the dog in a cage called a Faraday cage that gets rid of all the electromagnetic fields. It would have worked exactly the same way. It's not electromagnetic. So if it's not electromagnetic, what is it? So Rupert made up his own word. It's a morphic field, has to do with all biological things communicating with each other over a net. Well, biological things don't communicate with each other over fields, and fields don't cause anything to happen. They just compute, you know, what will happen. So it was a reasonable thing to do based on the beliefs in science at the time, well, the beliefs that are still in science at the time. But it's the fact that this is a digital reality. All consciousness is netted. All of us are netted, and this gets back to this lady's question, and that is, the dog is netted too. You see, the dog's on the same net. All consciousness is netted. So when that man comes home, that dog gets it because he's on the net. So it's just the nature of a digital information, you know, system that we've got. We're all connected to it.
But isn't there a greater likelihood, like isn't the reason why the dog is getting the message that the owner is coming home because there is a relationship there,
Sure.
because they're part of that same group?
That's the group thing we were talking
Right.
about. Yes, the dog, and you know, that's a culture of two, if you like. You know, it's not a very big culture, but those two are connected. They're connected in a way that they share information. And the same thing will happen with people who know that their child is hurt, or their child is home from school early, or whatever else. There's connections between people. And if those people have a very strong relationship, then you have a much stronger connection. They each see each other as important in each other's lives. You'll get that connection. So it wouldn't happen for every owner and every dog. You see, it happened for that owner and that dog, which proves the principle that it exists. But you could find a dog and an owner for which that didn't work. When the owner comes home, the dog couldn't care less because they just don't have that kind of relationship. You see? So it's not a field, it's consciousness connecting. So it's not that the research is wrong, the research is good. It's that the description of how it works was very typical and very much in line with science at the time. But there are no fields. There are no electric fields, magnetic fields, any kind of fields. Gravitational fields, all these fields don't really exist. Field equations simply are predicting, because the field equation understands how the rule set works. You know, the force gets smaller with proportion to the inverse square of the distance between them. So if you move it twice as far away, the force gets 1/4 as much, because twice as far squared, you know, becomes 1/4 as much. So that's part of the rule set. So we can compute things. But that doesn't mean we cause them. So I'm probably one of 10 physicists on the planet that will say fields don't exist. But the physicists actually, before the field equations, and that wasn't that long ago, we're back in the 1800s when a lot of that work was done. The physicists at the time said, nah, that's not right. You know, equations don't cause things to happen. But there was no other explanation. There was no other, it obviously happens, action at a distance. So there was no other explanation, and the physicists dearly wanted there to be a physical cause. So once they had an equation that could predict it, the leap to the belief that those equations are the cause of it happening, well, that's illogical, but it feels good. You see, that turns it into a physical reason. Action at a distance is obviously non-physical. And that was not acceptable to most scientists. So they were eager to find something physical. They couldn't really find anything physical, so they made up fields. Pretended that the fields were physical, even though the field has no weight, takes up no volume. You know, it doesn't have any of the attributes of a physical thing. Doesn't take up space. You know, so anyhow, that's why we end up with morphic fields. But it's not a criticism really to Rupert. He did what any scientist would have done when he had action at a distance. He explained it with a field. Was good science. Still is probably accepted as good science. It just doesn't happen to be true.
Really quickly, the other part was about the role of the observer in meditation, and is that the avatar going to sleep?
When we say, or you had a thing that you said that you went to be the observer. That is it's not really a trick, but that's another metaphor that we tell people in order to try to get them out of their ego. If you are just the observer, you're not supposed to be judging or analyzing or doing any of the things that the ego wants to do all the time. You're just supposed to be observing, you see. So telling people to be the observer is telling people to leave your ego behind. Don't have that ego up there judging what this is, how it works, what's it supposed to be. No, that isn't right. You know, let that alone. Stop analyzing it. Just accept. Be open. Get what you get and work with that. That's the dispassionate observer. And the reason that we do that is to help people get over it. It's another way of describing how you would be if your ego wasn't in charge. So that's why that's a part of meditation. It just wants people to let that ego, go away, because that ego ruins it all. As soon as you start doing analysis, your meditation state is useless. That's not what a meditation state is about. It's about getting rid of that. Okay. Yes.
Hi, Tom. My name is Juanma. I have a question, well, actually two parts of the question about remote healing. So the first part is I may be confused about what being detached means when it comes to remote healing. You've mentioned before that it's best for you to be detached so it works better. Mm-hmm. But how does that work when you actually need to be empathetic and have that emotional connection? Okay. And because it needs to come from the being level, right? So I may be confused in how that works.
Yes, it's a very confusing thing. Most people get that confusion. Most people get that confusion because most of us tend to work live our lives out of our intellects. It's kind of typical. Our whole culture is kind of left brain shifted in that direction. So we tend to work out of our head. When we work out of our head, the being level becomes a mysterious place. You know, it's like our intellect is, okay, I got the intellect, that's what I'm thinking, that's, you know, where I'm processing, but what is this being level? You know, it's a kind of a mystery. Well, the being level is who you are at the very core of yourself. It's what you are in actuality. Your intellect is what you think you are. It's your image, it's the way you see yourself. It generally is not the same at the being level. A difference would be you can change behavior, let's say, and act loving and act kind and do things for people, but if it all comes out of the intellect, you know, you don't get any points toward evolution of the quality of your consciousness. You have to be kind, be loving, which is different than acting. Okay, so the being comes out of the being level. That acting comes out of the intellectual level. So that's kind of a rough difference. When it comes to healing or anything else, remote viewing, you know, any of those skills, if you work that out of your intellect, you don't get very far. It just doesn't work. That's not the core of you. Again, that's what you think you are. It's what you'd like to do. Oh, I'd like to go out of body, or I'd like to heal somebody. But liking to do it and wanting to do it is in about the same category as throwing your penny into the wishing well and making, wishing well and making a wish. There's not a lot of power in wish making. That's the intellectual process. The power comes at the being level. That's why we tend to start with practicing meditation, because meditation is about letting go of the intellect and existing at the being level, which is often why people do their healing when they're in a meditation state, because that first gets them out of the intellectual space into a being level space. A lot of people have trouble meditating because they can't let their intellect go. The intellect comes with them everywhere. Now, I make this distinction, and this is probably why it's confusing. I make this distinction between intellect and being space. That's really not actually the way it is. It's just the way it is for most people, because most people are driven by fear and ego, okay? And that dominates their intellectual space. Most of us make our choices based on fear and ego. It's where our choices come from, how we react to things, whatever. It comes right out of our intellectual space. Oh, Susie made me angry. Okay, that's us blaming Susie for our own choice to be angry. Okay. So because most people are full of ego and fear, most intellectual things reflect that. So I talk about the intellectual space as being dysfunctional a lot, particularly when it comes to things like healing. Okay. The intellect is not dysfunctional. The intellect is a marvelous tool. It's a terrific tool. The only reason it turns out to be so dysfunctional is not because the intellect's dysfunctional, it's because the intellect's tied up with all that fear and ego. That's what makes it dysfunctional. When you get rid of the fear, it's not like you get rid of your intellect. Your intellect becomes integrated with your being level. Now all your thinking, all your processing is going on at the being level, you see? So it's not like, well, here's where I think and here's where I feel. It doesn't have to be that way. You can think at the being level as well. And once the fear and the ego's gone, you're whole. Everything happens, you just exist at the being level at that point. Okay? So it's a little confusing, but I do that because almost everybody operates through their fear and ego, and their intellect is just permeated with that. So then the intellect becomes part of the problem. So now we blame the intellect, but it's not really the intellect, it's not really the problem. So that's why it's confusing. The intellect is a good part, but when you're meditating, you can use your intellect, but not as it's informed by fear and ego, not by comparing, not by wishing, but by being. So when you feel that empathy, if that empathy comes out of your head because you think that would be a good thing to do, well, I'm healing this person, well, I gotta connect with them, and that's because you think that is the appropriate thing. Now that's coming out of this intellectual space. It's coming out of an ego space. You're trying to do something. You're trying to have an effect. The being level, the empathy, just is the way you feel. It's the way you are. It's not something you're trying to do. So it's a different place that you're coming from. If you're emotionally left brain and live out of your head, it's a very, very difficult concept to get. And there's just no way to make it easy. Because if you live out of your being level, you probably are a very right brain person. Right brain people are very intuitive. Right brain people aren't very good at logical process. We call them airheads and other things like that because they're right brain and they just intuit stuff. They don't need to know why. They don't need to know, how they got there. They just know that that's the way it is. The problem with that is, in our culture, is that it's devalued. They're not valued for for that right brain intuitive nature. It's not valued very much. We don't believe it unless we can see the logical trail that takes us there. And if you ask a right brain person, well, how did you get to that? How do you know that's true? They can't tell you. They can say, I just know it. That's all. You see, they don't know how they got there, so they can't help anybody else get there either because it's just not something they can explain. You see, but the right brain people, they know about being level because that's where they live. They don't live out of their heads. They live out of this intuitive core of themselves, and that's why right brain people make up, they're the mediums and the intuitives, and the people that are natural to healing and other things tend to be right brain because they don't have an intellect to struggle with. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have ego and fear. They still have plenty of ego and fear. They just don't let that dominate their thoughts. Instead, they let it dominate their feelings. So they deal with the same ego and fear, but at a feeling level. But they can separate that out more easily there than you can at your head. In your head, you have a feeling and you justify it. Why that is a logical thing to feel. So, and right brain people don't justify it. It's just the way I feel. Well, why do you feel that way? I don't know. It's just the way I feel. So that's, left brain people justify everything. And that's part of the, it's part of the problem you're having. We have to process everything through our heads or we don't know how else to process it. So it's this point of being authentic, where you're not your image, you're not really processing, you're just you at the being level. And if you talk to the left brain people and say, you need to be authentic, just you at the being level, who you really are, they have no idea who that is. I don't know that anybody's in the being level, I'm here, I'm in my head, that's me. What's this being level thing? Feelings? Do I have feelings? Yeah, sometimes, but only when they're logical. Only when we justify them as being logical. Everybody has feelings, but if you're right brain and have feelings, you don't have to justify it. If you're left brain and have feelings, you have to justify them as being logical. So it's a problem you just have to struggle with. And I can't give you any easy way to get there, other than it'll just grow on you. As you meditate, as you get into states that are really non-intellectual and you're not processing, things will start to happen. When you try to heal and it's just out of the being level, you just want to heal, you want to be of service, you want to make that person feel better, and it's a deep and strong thing, not coming out of the, I wish they'd get better. I want to make them better. I want to make them better. Down here is different. Almost all the power comes out of that being level. If you don't engage that, then it doesn't work. That's what remote viewers have to learn. They have to learn to turn their intellect off and operate from down here. And that takes some training. Actually, you could take some remote viewing courses, and that would help you reach that being level. Because when you take remote viewing courses, what basically you're taking is courses on how to get your intellect out of the way. Because other than that, once you get your intellect out of the way, the remote viewing's easy. It's only hard because your intellect gets in the way.
And the second part of my question is related to remote healing still, or affecting probabilities in general.
Yes.
It's actually about this discipline called Qigong, or Qigong. Or
Sure. All of that has to happen at the being level. All your healing, your remote viewing, all of that is out of body. All of that's happening out of your being level. And the people make it hard. That's a difficult thing to do because people are trying to make that happen out of their intellect. And it's not an intellectual thing. So yes, the Qigong, whatever it is that's using the non-physical powers, the changing the probabilities of what will happen, all of that has to come from the being level to be powerful. Now, okay, out of your intellect, you still get a little component of the being level there. You really do want to heal that person, and your empathy is sincere, and the rest of it, and yes, you do. It's just weaker. You get a weaker effect when you're working through your intellect than you do if you work directly from your being level. Just practice. The more you work at it, the more obvious it gets. In the beginning, it's not obvious at all. You're just kind of lost in the woods. You just have to do it, and then eventually you'll say, oh, that worked really good. Why was that? I never, usually I spend 15 minutes working on it and processing it, and it doesn't work very well. And that one was just 10 seconds, but it worked. Well, then go back. How were you in that 10 seconds? You were probably not thinking about much of anything. It was just completely out of a feeling level, and then it works better.
Okay, just back to morphic fields. So
Okay.
Rupert Sheldrake, when he came up with the idea, he was, of course, a biologist worried about cell division and the development of life, and wondering how it was directed that some cells became parts of your heart and others parts of your brain, and that's how he came up with that idea. And so you're saying that this all surrounding information field is causative in the development of life at that level.
Sure.
Because as you're saying, he never formalized his field, he just gave it a name.
Right.
It was up to the physicist who never really cottoned on to his idea to formalize it. But so you're saying essentially this information field, or essentially consciousness, is causative, totally, from the beginning, from
Yes.
the development of life all the way through specialization of various cells in your body,
Yeah.
etc.
It all evolved. You see,
Yeah. And the other thing is, when are the high priests who rejected Sheldrake going to admit this?
Okay,
That's
two
about it.
good questions. The first is, yes, it's causative in the sense that you start with this initial conditions and rule set, and then it evolves. So it evolved to be this universe which contained this planet, which then got life forms, which then got us, right? It all part of an evolution. So our biology is part of this evolutionary process according to the rule set. So that's, so then that makes it's causative. So these bodies and how they work evolved according to this rule set. So it's the rule set that defines the way things are. Energy transfers, the way cells divide and how they specialize, and everything else is a result of the rule set and evolution. Now, it can evolve different ways. Evolution is a thing that what works is what goes on, and what doesn't work falls by the wayside. So there may have been 3 or 4 things that could have worked, but this is the one that got implemented. So because we're here doesn't mean that that's the exclusive expression of evolution. It's just an expression of the evolution that works. That's why it's here. So that's where the biology comes from. And this is computed just the same way that The Sims are computed, the same way that World of Warcraft is computed. Okay, and it's computed by by the data, the data that we see, things we sense. Okay, we've got these senses, and these senses are information. We're getting a data stream that supplies us with the sense data, if you will, that we interpret as this reality. Okay. So that means that the system doesn't have to render a brain in my head because nobody's looking inside my skull. I just have to act as if I had a brain, you see? Just like who was it, the straw man, right, in the Wizard of Oz. So that's the way the system works. So there's no need to render brains in anybody's head. There's no need to render oxygen in this room. Now, if somebody takes out something that measures the amount of oxygen in the room, then a result on that device needs to be rendered. That's it. That represents oxygen. So in a virtual reality, you only render what you need to. You don't render all the details. It's only then when somebody takes a knife and cuts inside my skull, there has to be some reason why I do the things I do. So now they can start making measurements, and they say, oh, well, when we put an impulse on that part of the brain, my right arm goes up in the air. Well, now they say that's the part of the brain that has to do with motion, of my right arm. So they isolate that. But then once, I heal up and whatever, none of that has to get rendered anymore. So the system only renders what it needs to render to the players. But the underlying science beneath biology and physics and chemistry and all of the hard sciences is rule set. It's basically a function of whatever that rule set was. And it's not that the rule set specifies it has to be that way, it's that the rule set evolved in such a way that it is that way. So that's the first question. And the second one was, oh, good. You're not any better than I am.
The second one, another thing Sheldrake said was, of course, how you mentioned groups before, and he made the observation, and probably researched it, that various groups, like a certain coyotes in Europe, would learn something. One group would learn it, it would manifest in one area, and long before it could be transmitted, it would manifest hundreds of miles away with the same creatures, coyotes say, part of the same group. So that's an example of this idea of being focused on the group and getting the information from that group.
Right, we're all netted.
And it's non-physical.
Right. See?
And, but the other question was just simply, when are the high priests who rejected Rupert's field going to be forced to admit that consciousness is the causative factor?
I think probably not too long from now, fairly soon. And I base that on the experiments that have been done in the last decade. I published these books in 2002, and when I did, myself and 2 or 3 other people thought virtual reality was a sane, good idea. Most everybody else thought it was ridiculous. Since that time, now I'd say 30% of the physicists in every country, all over the world, think that virtual reality is an important topic in physics. And there's probably, out of that 30%, there's probably half of those that are convinced it is the answer. So now, where there was only a few, there are literally thousands of people in science who think virtual reality is a good idea. They're not dominant yet. They're not the majority, but it's a very strong minority. And it's not because this is a fad or because it's like a cool new idea that people got from no man's sky. It's because the experiments are forcing them to those conclusions. They're being drugged, kicking and screaming to that conclusion. They don't want to go there because that immediately steps it outside of materialism, which is the core belief that they have. So they're not going there on purpose. If we had to wait for them to decide it was a good idea, we'd probably wait forever. But the experiments are fixing that for us. The experiments are pushing them. And, you know, newer people coming in don't find virtual reality to be so out there in a concept. So that's happening too. You know, Max Planck famously said that physics made progress one funeral at a time. And there's some truth to that. So the younger crowd coming into physics finds virtual reality something they've been playing for, you know, 10 or 15 years. Those concepts aren't so foreign. It isn't so far out for them to, particularly as the games get more and more realistic, and like No Man's Sky, they get to where they're not programmed at all. They're just computed on the fly. So you don't need a mainframe with huge amount of calculations to run a simulation that's immensely complex. You know, you can run a huge simulation out of a laptop, you know, just because you don't have to program it. Everything's just thrown out there with procedural programming, computed on the fly. It doesn't take much. So the concepts about, wow, that would be too hard to compute this. I mean, just think of all the programming and then things change and how could they change it? Well, none of that's important anymore because we've gone past those kinds of questions. So it's just getting more and more reasonable as time goes by. So we've gone in a decade from everybody thought it was crazy to it's a real strong undercurrent now in science. So that's a lot in a decade. And these things just accelerate. You know, they keep going faster and faster. And if these experiments that I have put out there get done and work, that will give it a good kick and, you know, to make it go a little faster in that direction. So I think they will get to it sooner, you know, rather than later. I think we, you know, probably, you know, most of the people in this room will probably live to see it, you know, that kind of sooner. So that's really good news. Now the physicists aren't going to be thinking it through as to where it leads. Most physicists now who think virtual reality is a great idea, that's as far as it goes. I see, yes, this is based on information. It's the only explanation that explains the experiments. It's information-based. Well, what does that mean? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, it's just based on information. They don't really want to take the next step. But you see, the next step is just logically trivial. If it's based on information, then it's computed. Information doesn't just appear, you know, magically in space, you know. It's computed. That's what based on information means. It's computed reality. If it's computed, it has to be computed somewhere else, not here. Because a virtual reality can't compute itself, it has to be computed elsewhere. And if it's computed elsewhere, it's non-physical to us. You see, all this is what I call, it's just third grade logic. These aren't any big steps of, you know, intuition or knowledge or something. Just trivial third grade logic will take you from virtual reality to consciousness. And to the reason we're here is to grow up and become love. That becomes another logical step in the whole process. So I see the physicists not really wanting to take us to the love planet. They don't care much about that. They're taking us to information. The rest of it will fall out on its own, because though the physicists don't want to go there, everybody else won't let them just sit tight on, well, it's just information. We don't know what that means, but that's all it is. People will grab hold of this and they will go with it very, very quickly. The ball will start rolling and it'll be too late to put that ball back up on top of the hill. Once it gets going, it will go quickly. And then the scientists will be drug along, again, kicking and screaming, but they'll see it and the younger ones won't have any problem with it. So I don't think it's that's far off. But only today can we do that. 100 years ago, couldn't have happened. 50 years ago, couldn't have happened. I mean, it's just impossible. But today is the first time in human history it's been possible. We've got all the things in place. And of all the people to kick off this big move toward a more spiritual, more caring, more loving society, you wouldn't expect it to be the physicists. But there they are. They're going to kick that ball and it'll start to roll and they'll go, oh my God, what have we done? And it'll just keep on rolling, gathering momentum as it goes down. The only downside is that if we are prepared and understand a bigger picture, then the transition will be quick and wonderful. If we aren't ready, if we don't have a bigger picture, then as soon as there's a gap in understanding, there will be power brokers moving into that gap trying to gain power. So as soon as, well, then who's the programmer? We're going to have people saying, well, my God's the best programmer, you know, and then somebody will argue with that, and we'll have all of that going on as people step into that vacuum to fill it up with their own beliefs, like I've got the answer kind of thing. And if we can get past that point, then I think we will go to where we want to go. If we get stuck in that point, then we'll just have to get through it. You know, we'll just have to be stuck there until we grow up a little more.
Or there could be a tendency towards nihilism.
Towards what?
Nihilism?
Possibly. That's the thing. If you stop just part way, you know, you get to the virtual reality, but you don't get to the why. Why is this virtual reality here? Okay, it's a virtual reality, it's just computed. Well, then who cares? You know, what I do is just a virtual reality, okay? You know, World of Warcraft elf on the rampage, right? But it's not that hard to get to the why. There's got to be a reason. Things don't just exist because they do. That's an answer of somebody that doesn't know the answer, because they do. So if people search for that, and if enough of us understand or have a rational explanation anyway that fills in as at least a theory, then I think people will go there pretty quickly. But if there is nothing, then there's a vacuum. Wherever there's a vacuum, there's going to be a fight. But who can come out on top with the most control and the most power out of that vacuum? So it could be a rough transition, or it could be a smooth one. So that's part of what we're doing here. You know, we see a bigger picture, and as we see it, other people will see it. You know, the videos go up on YouTube and hundreds of thousands of people see it. Maybe we'll get to that transition, and those people trying to grab power out of the vacuum will be told to sit down and be quiet, that there's a better way. They won't find a lot of followers to give them power. But it'll be something we'll have to contend with. Absolutely. It won't all be smooth and easy. But it's not going to be that far off. Physicists can't stonewall, but for so much. They still do have an urge to find the truth and move forward with it. They're scientists. Whether they like it or not, we're gonna end up there pretty soon. Yes.
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
My name's Jeff,
Yeah.
and I've followed your work on and off for about 6 years. I think you and your work are incredible and very exciting. I found myself get stuck in the first steps of removing or diminishing fear, ego, and belief, and it's pulled me away from your work at times. And I wonder, I guess my question is going to be, I'm going to give you some explanation for it, but how do I deeply access my being level or feelings? And I think I'm more left-brained, and many men are left-brained, and I feel programmed by my experiences growing up in the society that I'm in, and I feel out of tune with my feelings and the being level. So I'm wondering how I can get there faster in kind of practical ways. I know you've mentioned meditation, but what other practical ways can I do in just daily life that can get me more in tune with that?
Okay. How do you find that being level and grow up and get rid of the fear? It's a good question that a lot of people have. There is no easy answer to it. In the book, I talk about pulling yourself up with the bootstraps. Okay, I liken that to an athlete that has to gain skill, balance, and strength. Well, you don't just do that because you want to do it. It's not like, well, I want to run a a 26-mile marathon tomorrow, so I'll just go out and do it. It doesn't work that way, right? It takes a lot of effort to get there. This is how bootstrapping is, and it's slow, and it's tedious, and you have to keep after it and after it and after it, and if that athlete takes a month off, then he's going to have to work an extra month to make up for that, just to get back to where he was. So it's that sort of thing. The bootstrapping is a slow process, but there are some ways to go about it. One, fear and belief are very difficult to spot. What we want to do is get rid of the fear. That's the main thing. Fear is what causes the ego and the belief. So we get rid of the fear, and the ego and the belief are going to drop away by themselves. So how do we get rid of fear? Hard, because we don't even know what our fears are. We suppress them. We push them down under the rug so we can't see them. We don't have to deal with them. And our ego helps us pretend that they don't exist. Okay, that's the function that ego serves. So they're real tough, and our beliefs are real hard. Because we believe them, we see them as just the way reality is. They're truth because we believe them. So they're real hard to see that they're actually beliefs. But the one thing that's just really easy to see is ego. Ego's like right out there with a big red flag on it. If you ever feel negative about anything, if you're upset, annoyed, anxious, anxiety, I don't know, all the negative feelings we have. If you feel anything that's negative, that's your ego. If you didn't have the ego, you wouldn't feel that negative thing when you're angry. That's ego. So ego is just easy to find. Any negative feeling that you ever have at any time is because of your ego. It is not true that Susie makes you angry. We can blame it on other people, but it's our choice to be angry. We have a choice. We don't have to be angry. We can see things a different way. So look at the negatives anytime you have a negative feeling and say, where did that come from? Why do I feel negative? Why does that make me feel upset? My child's doing this, or my spouse is doing that, or whatever, the country's doing that. It can be on any level. And why does that make me angry? And you will find a fear at the root of that. You don't have to really dig out the fear in detail. Some people do. They like to go get in it and kind of own it. You need to own that fear. It's mine. Yes, I've got it. Next thing is think, how does that fear inform my life? What does that fear do to me? And that may take you 6 months just to answer that question. This is not it's not a fast process, it's a very slow process. So you think about it. How does that fear manifest me? What are the choices I make because of that? The things I do and don't do are all choices because of that fear. Okay. Then you will have this big picture that says, wow, that fear is really manipulating me. And hopefully that will get you to the point where you own it. And once you own it, you can start getting rid of it. You see, if you don't own it, you can't get rid of it. So as long as we have it stuffed down under the rug and our ego is pretending it isn't there and that it's not our fault, that somebody else makes you angry, it's not your choice, then we'll never get rid of it because we don't own it. You have to own it, accept it. When I say accept it, it doesn't mean that it's okay. Accept it, I mean it's real, it's there, and it's driving you. Now you use your intent. Your intent, I don't want to be that way. Not I don't want to act that way. We're not working on acting here. We're working on being. It's no, I don't want to be that way. And if you keep that intent focused, every time that negative emotion comes up, you'll be triggered. That's that fear. I don't want to be that way. And eventually you just won't be that way. Again, that may be years, but eventually you won't be that way. It'll just go away. Your intent changes things. We're powerful that way. Our intent changes things. So that's the way that's one of the ways that you grow up. Now, yes, you can work at acting better because that will help bring it into focus for you, but just acting better isn't going to make you grow up any. It's not Our idea isn't to act better. I mean, that's nice. It's civilizing. All the people around you appreciate you acting better, but that's not going to help you grow up. That's just going to help you bury it and drive yourself nuts, later on. The older you get, the less that acting works. The more the real you comes out. So that's a short-term way of getting by. So you don't want to just act better, but you can act better in the process of learning to be better. So you catch yourself getting angry and you go, I don't want to do that. And you, instead of hollering or getting nasty or saying something rude back to somebody who just said something rude to you, you cut that off. Now that's better behavior. You're going to act better. But don't leave it there. Say, I need to not feel that way. I need to not be that way. That's where you have to go. And just having your intent focused on it will fix it eventually. And it'll fix it faster if your intent is focused on it more strongly. Slower if it's focused on it more weakly. So that's the way. It's just not quick. And the good news is that the first one is the hardest. So don't pick a really big monster fear to work on the first time. Pick something a little more doable. Something that, oh yeah, it's one of your buttons, and yeah, people press it, and yeah, you always, get upset or get angry when that happens. Pick something that's not quite as hard to work with and do that, because that's the hardest one. Once the first one, you get rid of the first fear, that will give you a great deal of encouragement to get rid of the second one, because you will feel so much lighter. Your life will be better. Your relationships will be better. Everything will start to be better in your life, and it's just because you got rid of that fear. So now you're really motivated to get rid of the next one. And you've done it, you know it's possible. The next one will only take half the time or less. And the one after that, even half the time of that. They get easier for you to get rid of. The more fear you offload, the easier it is to offload more fear. So it's a process, again, like getting that ball rolling. The first one's the tough one. So just hang tough in it. It takes an athlete a long time before he can run 26 consecutive miles at 5 minutes or less each mile. That's not an easy thing to do, but humans can do it. But it's a lot of training goes into it, and this is the same way. It's just a lot of effort. So there's no quick way. And it's a struggle, but it's a struggle worth doing. It's really worth the time and effort. Yeah. Okay. Who else has a mic? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. My question is about love, and I guess what you mean by other. When you say love is about other, I would say personally, you always hear people say love what you do and you'll be happy, or you should do what you love. And personally, I would say I love to play music. So, is that just me using the word wrong? Is that not how you would describe love? Because it just gives me a satisfaction. I feel like I'm creating, and I just feel connected while I play. But it seems like it's about me. So
yeah, I see your point. Yeah.
Is that
when I
clear
talk
enough?
about love being about other, I'm really talking about relationships. Relationships with other people. Love is about other, as opposed to about self. But there are things that you do, like play music. And if that's something that really resonates with you deeply, then it's a good thing to do. It probably makes you feel happier, more satisfied. There's a lot of positives that come with that. And positives are on the road to growing up. So that's why it's good to, do what you love. And I guess when you do what you love what you do. Those two would go together. So it's a good thing to do that if you can. A lot of us have never had the ability to actually have a job like that. We do what we have to rather than what we love, because we have responsibilities, and those responsibilities require resources, and that resource requires work, and that work is something we really don't love, but we do it anyway. That's kind of where most people are. Some people are lucky enough to do what they love. Most of those people are probably poor, struggling, right? Trying to get by. But they do it anyway because they love it. And if you can struggle and can get by, then that's a good thing to do. So relationship, though, and you think about your relationship with other people, as you interact with other people, it's about what can I give? How can I help? Not about what can they do for me? How can I use them? You know, it's what can you give, not what can you get. That's what love is about. So that being about others, really about relationship, not about the things that you do. Now there's this fine line between doing things for self. Love and doing things for others doesn't mean you abandon yourself. Obviously, you need to take care of business, right? It's not like you sell everything you own and go out, you know, and all you do now is help people across the street and carry people's bags and that kind of thing. Well, that's not the point. You also have a life that you have to express and interactions, things you have to do. You feel a need to give back to the society, whether that's produce music to give back or whether that means you carry rocks from one place to the other because that's a productive thing to do. Doesn't matter so much. What does matter is the intent, the feelings you have about what it is you do. So let's say you do just carry rocks back and forth. You dig holes because holes need to be dug. If you dig holes with an attitude of you're being constructive, you're being part of a process of, say, building or constructing something. Maybe you're getting the foundation ready for pouring concrete or something. That's an important thing to do. Do it well. Do it as precisely and as carefully and as well as you can do it. Do it as, you know, a good job as quickly as you can do it. That takes, even digging a hole, that takes a little bit of skill and takes practice and takes a lot of effort. So if you approach whatever it is you do with positive attitude, then that's good. But we need to do things. We need to work. If we just sat around and, you know, stared at our navel all day or watched soap operas or something, you know, it would not be productive. We feel like we need to do something. And most of us feel we need to give back. We need to do something productive. And that's important too. So then that's about us. It's about us when we decide what to eat and what not to eat. You know, healthy foods, not foods that make us ill. Well, that's about us too. So it's not that anything about us is bad. It's only things about other people that are good. We need to deal with ourselves as well. But we deal with ourselves in a way that is not only about us. See, even if you work in making music or digging ditches, it's not just about you. It's about digging a really good ditch or making really good music, something that people will enjoy, or a ditch that will hold up and, you know, help a building stand up. So if you see yourself as part of something bigger, then that's okay. You can do whatever you do, you know, and do it with grace and do it well. And you may want to move up from digging the ditches to supervising others dig ditches because you've dug ditches for a long time and you really know a lot about it. Well, that's good. It's not like, oh, I'll just stay in the ditch because that's fine. You know, you can have ambition. You can grow. You can want that music not only to be music you enjoy, but you want other people to enjoy it. And if you get a record and if you get somebody to back you or give you a place where a lot of people get to hear what you do, that's good. Work for it. It's not that there's anything wrong with that. That's a good thing too. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but it's not just as cut and dry as doing things for others is good and everything else is bad. That's too simple-minded.
Yeah, so basically we all have a need to create and be part
Yeah, we
of
have a
something.
need. We have a need inside of us to create and to give, to be part of something bigger. That's just kind of innate in people.
And it doesn't really matter what that is, if it's playing music or digging a
It doesn't
ditch.
make any difference what
You
that
have an
is.
attitude that-
All of it can be useful. Whatever you do in life is a part of something bigger. And if you see that and can find, you know, satisfaction and grace in that, then it really doesn't matter what you do. I mean, where would we all be if the garbage wasn't collected? You know, where would you be with your instrument if there wasn't anybody making strings or frets or, you know, I mean, there's somebody in a factory someplace, you know, making stuff, and they may or may not enjoy their work, but they're part of something bigger that enables other people to do other things, and that's important. Yeah, we have this innate need to become more than what we are, to somehow grow ourselves. That's good. That's just being human makes you feel that way. I suspect being a raccoon, you probably feel that way too. I think all consciousness has a sense of contributing.
Yeah, that answered my question. Just one last part. What's your favorite song, Tom?
Favorite song? Now, I don't know that I have a favorite song. I like a lot of songs, but yeah, I grew up well, I was born in '44. You know, I'm 72 years old. I grew up pretty much in the 60s and 70s. So the 60s and 70s music tends to be my thing. And, you know, if it's, I don't know, pick a song, you know, maybe the Baker Street Blues or something, wailing saxophone. I tend to the jazz side of music and the rock, and I don't mind at all if there's some screaming involved. So,
Baker Street Blues.
huh?
Baker Street Blues?
Baker Street Blues.
Baker Street Blues, okay.
Yeah, Baker Street. Yeah, that's just one, but it tends to be emotional music with mostly instrument, not so much voice, would be my favorite. Yes.
My question is a little bit more superficial. Sorry about that. It's about artificial intelligence. So, computer game. In a computer game, the consciousness is the one playing the game, right?
Right.
But we have artificial intelligence programs that are intelligent, that they have the ability to learn. They are autonomous. They can make choices. Of course, they have as big as they want to have, and you can give them choices, right? That's an artificial intelligence system by definition. What is missing in those computer artificial intelligence systems to be a conscious system?
Well, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. They are a conscious system if they make choices. Now, the choices can't be algorithmic. You know,
Yeah.
you can say if then as a choice, but that's not a choice. You know, that's, you know, if this is true, then do that.
Yeah, no.
See, that's not a choice. That's just an algorithm that specifies a logical path. But if the choice is made to where there is no logical solution, one has to gather in whatever information they have, which is less than it takes to make a deductive answer, and then they take their best guess at what ought to come next, and they make that choice, then that is a conscious choice. So that computer, if you have a computer doing that, then that's a computer that has some consciousness. Now, to put that in perspective, the computer doesn't have consciousness. The computer is just the avatar. It's a physical computer. Okay? The computer is making choices, though, and they can be made from two sources. If the choices are interesting enough that the computer makes for an individuated unit of consciousness to want to make those choices and grow by the quality of the choice, you know, if there's some quality decisions in there that makes, then an IUOC, individuated unit of consciousness, logs onto the game and starts making choices for that avatar. Now the avatar happens to be a computer, not a human or a dog. It's a different, but if the choices are not that interesting, no IUC wants to make these choices because they just don't have much potential for growth or for learning, then the larger conscious system makes the choices itself. You see, now we call that computer, instead of calling it an avatar for some consciousness, we call it an NPC, a non-player character. That's a character that's played by the computer itself. In World of Warcraft, most of the monsters are NPCs, the things that jump out that you have to, you know, the players fight the monsters. So the monsters are NPCs, they're made by the computer. So the LCS can play it if the decisions are not all that interesting. And it makes the decisions, you know, it basically is the consciousness, if you will. The LCS becomes the consciousness, plays a part of it. It's an NPC. Now, if we have a computer that, let's say, makes choices of about the level that an insect might make choices, well then, you know, you have that level of consciousness. You have an insect's level of consciousness being modeled. And if there was something in the LCS that wanted to play that, well, maybe that would, you know, maybe it would be played, but maybe it'd have to be an NPC. But let's say we get choices that are more interesting than that. It makes choices that make a big difference, have consequences and things, and there are bad choices and good choices that can be made. Typically, growing up and becoming love requires moral choices to be made. That's more interesting set of choices. Just choosing whether to, you know, pour the molten steel out or keep it in the bucket for a little longer isn't a very interesting choice. The choices that are moral choices become more interesting. So if we have a computer that ends up making those kinds of choices, and that's not so far-fetched, you know, that a computer would decide whether this was a good thing or not a good thing or whatever, then consciousness will probably come and start playing those. So we don't create consciousness, we provide an environment in which consciousness can play, and then you'll get a player. You see, that's how you can have a virtual reality within a virtual reality. Within a virtual reality, you can nest the virtual realities. So if we're in a virtual reality, so we have a virtual computer. Our computers aren't any more real than we are. We're a virtual computer. We give that virtual computer enough choices that are interesting to consciousness to play. Now that virtual computer becomes an avatar, and it's being played. But it's being played by, you know, the larger conscious system. So let's say we have such a wonderful simulation that lots of avatars are logged on playing within this mainframe computer that in our reality is real. So it's still a virtual computer. And within that, the characters in that build another virtual computer. You see, that's all right. And that virtual computer inside the virtual computer, you know, inside the virtual reality can all work. But you see, it all goes back to the same larger consciousness system. So we're not producing consciousness. We're not producing avatars with consciousness. So those virtual realities, even if 3 or 4 or 5 levels deep, are still being inhabited by IUOCs from the larger consciousness system. Why? And how can it log on to those computers? How does an LCS log on to one of our computers? How does it get to log on to a computer? Well, it's a virtual computer. That computer is just ones and zeros on a hard drive someplace, right? The LCS owns it all because it's all just virtual. So every time somebody looks at that computer, the LCS has to draw a picture of that computer for them to look at, give them that data in their data stream. And then when they put input and they get output, the large conscious system has to understand the logic of that computer and give them appropriate output, because this is a virtual reality. So the larger conscious system owns it all. So logging an IUOC onto somebody's computer is simple, because the IUOC owns all the computers and all the avatars and all the grass and the leaves and the rocks and everything else as well, because it's all virtual. So that's how it works. Yes, they can be nested, and I guess the only limits to nesting is what's practical. And things can become conscious inside of computers, but not that we create the consciousness. That's a big misunderstanding where scientists are trying to create consciousness. They want to program consciousness, and they can't ever quite figure out how to do that. It just never seems to work, you see? And that's why. You don't program consciousness. You just program something that acts like it's conscious, and pretty soon it is. by definition.
And my other question is, again, back to the fields thing. In networking, to communicate from cell phone to cell phone, you have towels, and they teach us that there are packages flying in the air.
Right.
And
Right.
they go with a message which is coded to the cell phone. That sounds like crazy right now that I'm learning from your model. So there is no messages flying around.
Yeah.
And,
Okay, I can explain that one a little bit, and maybe you'll make it.
My question is, the thing necessary there is just the logic for
Exactly.
the things working?
Yes, just the logic. You see, in this virtual reality, we avatars can put things together that are logical and have consequences. And when we do, the system has to follow the logic because that's the logic of the rule set. So when we put up a whole set of satellites and cell towers and cell phones, and no, there are no fields, it's just the rule set. It's all about the rule set. So the rule set says that if I have, you know, even electrons are made up particles. You know, they don't really exist either. But if I have a charge and I move it up and down here, another charge someplace else will reflect that. So now we've got an antenna, right? We're transmitting things. Well, that's just rule sets. No real fields. Just the rule set says if this thing moves, that thing moves. Like an if-then statement.
Yeah.
See, inside the rule set. Now we have all these cell phone towers. We have satellites. I pick up my cell phone. I dial somebody in South Africa. Okay, now we have the logic set up to make that happen. But none of that has to be rendered. Nobody's watching the satellite. The satellite is just there setting up a logical condition. So what happens in the actuality? I dial up the number. The system knows that the logic is there to do it. A pause that makes up for the distance and time that it would take to go up through that system. So it waits 3 seconds or 4 seconds, and then the cell phone on the other end rings. It's a virtual cell phone. It's a virtual ring. And it's a virtual avatar that's picking up that cell phone in South Africa and says hello. And it gets information on a data stream down that says hello to it. And it talks, and it sends a data stream back up, which sends in, it comes back into my ear. It's all computed. It's all part of the simulation. So all of that stuff that the satellites in the air and so on, the system doesn't have to deal with any of that. It just bypasses that. It's the logic. Now it has to take as long as that would take, and every so often there has to be failures because that's probable. So some satellite will stop working for some reason because some component got too hot or whatever, but that's just random draws from the possibilities, you know, from all the possibilities. There's always, the way things are selected is a random draw from the distribution of the possibilities. So there's maybe a random draw just whether or not the phone call gets to go through, because there's a lot of logic it has to get through to get there, and sometimes there's errors. So maybe the first draw out of that probability distribution is, does the call go through? Well, that may be an 80% chance that the call goes through for some reason. So then you got that 80%. If you happen to be lucky and you get into the 80% that does get and not the 20% that doesn't, then your call will go through. You see, it does it just with random draws from probability distributions that model all that stuff. So it doesn't have to compute waves traveling here, being reproduced and going there. It doesn't have to do all that. So it makes it simple. It's just a probabilistic thing. It reduces all of that to probably 5 random draws. And, you know, just like No Man's Sky, you know, reduces the whole world to 5 random draws. Well, it does the same thing. So I pick up my phone and I dial it 5 random draws later, somebody answers and says hello, depending on how those random draws come out. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, but see, when you think about it, it's so simple. Yeah, it's so simple how that gets done. It's just you see, when you have a probabilistic reality like this, you don't have to do the details. You don't have to calculate how all the atoms move. Atoms are just imaginary. All you have to do is calculate the result, because that's all you render. And you can do that probabilistically. You don't have to do it by going through all that trouble. So no, the system doesn't have to compute these electrons going up and down, and then what the field is over there, and those electrons going up and down. They know all that because they've got it all modeled here. And they know what all the probability distributions are because they can model every possibility and know what they are. So you've got very accurate probability distributions. All they have to do is random draw, random draw, random draw, and there's the answer. It's easy. So it reduces the simulation problem to one that's very manageable. It's not a hard thing to do. Yeah, if it had, in order to model this world, if it had to calculate everything from the ground up, oh, let's see, what are the quarks doing? Okay, what's the electrons doing? You know, what are the atoms doing? And what are the molecules doing? I had to build all of that up just because I just moved my hands this way. I mean, look at all the molecules and atoms that were involved in just me doing that. It couldn't, you know, that would be impossible. But it gets by very easily because it's a probabilistic simulation. The rule set is mostly deterministic. That's the way rule sets are. But what that rule set creates can be expressed in probability very accurately if you are the computer and it's your rule set.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. And that wasn't a shallow question. That was a very good question, yes.
Hi.
Who has it?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, yeah, stand up. That would be better.
It's a very interesting question. It's kind of related to her question. So from what I understand is that, so we have the real programmer, I would call them real, like who created, a real programmer and the real player, and they are part of the bigger consciousness. And it can be nested or it can be the first step, we don't know that. So I was kind of wondering what's your speculation or rational speculation about the real programmer and the real players? Or do you think there is any way of verifying that?
Well, yes. Consciousness, the individuated units of consciousness are the real players, and the computer is consciousness. Is there any way to verify that? Well, there are several ways. Well, let me back up. There is no way to say it must be this way. Okay, so we're not going to end up with an absolute, no uncertainty. Everything always has uncertainty. So there is no certainty at all. But we look at evidence, right? Science runs on evidence, not on certainties, because we don't have certainties. So the evidence, though, is very strong. The evidence is strong in quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics defies materialism. Particles going through double slits shouldn't arrange themselves in diffraction patterns, you see. So we have those kinds of things that...
Yeah. I have seen all your videos, so I do understand that the virtual reality part. My question is, like, if you have any speculation about the programmers who programmed this virtual reality.
Okay. The virtual reality is not programmed, it's evolved. So there are no programmers that program it. It's an evolved thing, that consciousness evolved because it needed to evolve more effectively. It wasn't evolving very effectively as it was because the choices that it had were mainly choices in what to say, communication between conscious to consciousness, and there were very few consequences. And where there's very few consequences, there's not a lot of learning going on. So it needed a virtual reality that had a tighter rule set with more meaningful choices. So it let this evolve, right, from the initial conditions in the rule set. So it didn't really program our reality.
So there is original computing machine?
Yeah. Now, consciousness itself is a digital information system. So that's the nature of consciousness. It's information. And that makes sense to us because what is our consciousness? It's our awareness of things, right? And what is that? It's measurement. Measurement of data from our senses. It's all sense data is what we get. So consciousness itself is a digital information system. So when you're a digital information system, you can take part of that and let it function as a computer. You can take another part of that and let it function as an individuated unit of consciousness. So these are all just subsets of the same system. So there is a computer part that computes the data to send to the other part, which is IUOCs. So it's a game that we play in order to make our evolution more effective. Okay, did that answer your question, or am I still missing the point?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand this more clearly. So consciousness is the digital information system, and we don't know if like this consciousness is part of bigger consciousness that we are experiencing.
Yes, we don't know. You see, we talked about nesting kind of going downhill, right? We're making virtual reality, making a virtual reality, making a virtual reality, but you can run that back uphill in the same way. And we don't know for sure. There's no certainty that our larger conscious system isn't a subset of something bigger. It may be, but it doesn't matter because our choices are here, and that's what's important to us. But it is fun for conjecture, and it could be that way, but we won't ever be able to be certain about it because we are subsets of this consciousness system. In order to see beyond this, we'd have to be able to get out of it to see other things, and we can't get out of it because we are it. When you're consciousness, you can't get outside of your consciousness to see what's out there. So it's a problem that will never be solved more than speculation. And in the books, I do some silly speculation about Aum being a cell in an Aumosaurus, and that's just really trying to make it sound like it's silly conjecture, but we're stuck there. So there's no way to know that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I go?
Ah, yes.
So I think I have a couple of questions, but it's one of them starting off kind of just from where Jeff had asked earlier, and it's sort of a little bit of what your answer was, and then a bit of law of attraction type of stuff into it as well. From my understanding of law of attraction, we're supposed to say our wants or what we think of in a positive way for the universe, greater consciousness system, whatever. So I guess my question is, when we're addressing that, that's a fear, and we're owning it, and we're saying, I don't want to be that way, or I need not to be that way, or I need not to feel that way. Is there any difference? Do we need to be saying it the positive way, I want to be this instead, or does it really matter at that point? Like, is there a difference between from what I understand, we're supposed to, what we want, we're supposed to say what we want, because what we don't want, that the I don't want this isn't recognized. Does that make sense?
Yeah. When you modify future probability with your intent, okay, it's more effective if you have an intent of what it is you want the probability to be. The idea of what you don't want the probability to be is a much larger set of things. You know, there's probably a million things you don't want it to be, but there's only one thing you want it to be. So trying to explain what you want it to be by eliminating all the things you don't want it to be is just inefficient. It's ineffective. That's why they tell you to focus on the positive. It's not so much that the negative intent is less powerful. The negative intent is just as powerful as a positive intent. You can make yourself ill as easily as you can make yourself healthy with a negative intent. So it's not that negative intents don't, can't have power in them. They can if they're very specific. But you need a specific intent. If you are healing, you can have a very general intent like feel good. And that will help somebody feel good. Or you can have a very specific intent for those particular cancer cells in that particular area to be something else, to not be there, to be healthy cells. You see, that's a very specific thing. Specifics are more focused than things that are general.
Okay. So when I'm saying I don't, that I don't want to be that, I'm not going to, I don't know if I'm saying this the right way. I'm not going to turn that into a positive where I'm going to get that back. Does that make sense?
You can do either way. As long as they're specific, they will work either direction. Okay. So if you say, if you recognize your fear and you can say, I don't want to be pushed around by that fear, that's good. That will have power. If you say, I want to be more positive, well, that's power. That would be powerful too. Either way will work because they're both specific. It's the specificity that's important, not necessarily how you state the question. Typically, questions that are stated in the negative are broader and less specific, so typically they don't work as well. But there's nothing, there's nothing that makes the negative less powerful. People damage themselves and make themselves ill all the time with their negative attitudes and their negative feelings. That's the thing about fear. Because you're fearful, you make what you fear come true. You manifest the things that you fear. It works that way. You tend to do those things that make what you fear actually happen. So those negative intents can be just as powerful, just as strong.
That makes sense. So then my second one was actually just kind of going back to the people that we're surrounded by. So the collective groups that we're part of, whether it's families or jobs, would be my second one. So mine is actually my question is kind of related to my job, where, I mean, the idea of my job is that we help people as a great big organization. But the politics inside the organization are so bad that morale is always low. So I'm wondering, from me going into that area, like going back around people and all the rest, I've been off with an injury for a while. So me going back to that area, being around that with this new state of being, is that negativity is there a way for me to be in that area without taking on that collective conscious
Yes,
environment?
you can. You just don't identify with that negative part, with that part that's small-minded and that part that, the politics in the office. You don't join it, you don't identify with it, you're outside of it, and you don't contribute to it, then it's not going to stick to you. It won't affect you, other than the fact that it's hard to work around a lot of negative people. If you're constantly surrounded by negativity, it makes going there harder. You get up in the morning, it's like, oh, I really don't want to go to work, because being around negativity is a downer. It
So
just
I'm wondering,
is.
Is
Now,
there
it
a
won't
way to exist in that without
feeling the downer.
becoming that again? Or that maybe you can somehow be that ripple effect that's causing the good change?
You can be that. If you're going around negative people, if you take it on personally, in other words, the negative behavior annoys you, now you're attaching to the negative behavior with your ego. That's what happens to most people. That's why it's a downer. It's a downer for most people because their ego attaches to it. They don't like it. Because they don't like it, they're engaging in it. If it's not that you don't like it, it's just there, you recognize it, and you ignore it. It doesn't upset you. It doesn't bother you. It's not that you like it or dislike it. It's just the way people are. You can let them be the way they are, but you don't participate in it. You're not a part of it. You don't complain about it. You don't instruct them, and that they should be different or anything. You just let it go in one ear and out the other. You don't attach to it in any way. Then you can be in that and be perfectly at ease and happy with it, because you're letting everybody else be the way they are and you don't have any attachment to it. Most of us get attached to it. We don't like it. The negativity annoys us. We see it as dysfunctional. We see these people causing trouble, making the morale low. We see the effects of all of that on business. And if you can just let all that go, it'll never touch you. And you will be a little bright light in that place, and your light will help those others change. Okay. But you have to really not have the ego to get attached to that negativity. It's
So
not an easy thing to do, but it's doable. Yeah. You can just float above it and let it exist around you without letting it affect you.
So that brings me to my next thing, and it's kind of about attachment. So whether it's attachment to how other people feel, or attachment to an idea, a belief system, or a person, it's easy for us to say, just don't let it bother you, or you just need to not be attached to it. Is there a way for those of us that kind of function from the heart level to sort of get there easier as far as letting go of attachment? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean. If you're a right-brained person, you tend to relate in a feeling way to people. You tend to pick up people's feelings. You know how they're feeling, and you end up in sharing. You know, it's like you're a part of that negativity, and you have to be able to turn it off. The way you turn it off is with an intent. You have to have an intent that, you know, not tuned into that channel anymore. And it can't be something that, you know, those people, you know, they're really annoying, so I'm going to turn them off. Now you're connected to it. That's the ego. You're back into it, connected. You can't go that way. It's just those people, you know, I have empathy for them. They spend all their day, you know, grousing and negativity and whatever. They're not very happy people. They're very unhappy, and that's what they're expressing. And they making their fears come true. They fear they're going to be unhappy people, and they are, and they're creating it. But they're not at a point where they're ready to change, and I can't help them. You see? And that way you can turn them off. But if you turn them off in kind of feeling, then you're not turning them off at all. All you're doing is pushing them under the rug. You're trying to ignore them, but you can't really. And what that does is it starts to eat away at you at a deeper level, and pretty soon you're making yourself sick because of all the suppressed angst that you get in that job. Then it's not a healthy job for you. So if you can't let it go, you probably ought to find another job, because it will make you ill if you stay there a long time in that kind of an environment. If you can let it go and you can go on. So it depends. You know, you don't want to make yourself sick because you're in with a lot of people who aren't dealing very well with life. Okay. Yeah. So it depends on you. But sometimes you got to know when to leave. You know, there's times, and that's true of a relationship too. You know, you got to know when it's time to go someplace else.
Hi, Tom. It's great to be here. Yeah. Thanks for coming to Vancouver.
Could you stand up so I can see you?
Do you want me to stand?
Yeah, I want to see who.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Otherwise, I'm just talking to a hat. Yeah.
Okay. I sort of wrote down my questions so I can remain calm. I'm a relative newbie to all this teaching, although Vanessa says I'm not. But this is my question, and I have a reason for asking. But as individuated units of consciousness, do we have a choice as to whether or not we come back to experience another avatar?
Want me to answer them as you go?
After we die?
Yes, the answer to that is yes. We always have a choice.
We have a choice.
Yes.
Okay. Do we remember what life was like in this reality or this?
For the most part, no. All of that is let go.
One of the reasons I ask is because of the situation females are in this particular world, and I think we have had a lot of turmoil because of our sex, and there's a lot of abuse that goes on with females, and rape from childhood. And I'm not really sure if I ever want to come back to a world that treats females the way it does now.
Well, you have that choice, yes. I think that's something that most everybody could say from their own perspective. You have the perspective of, you know, being female, and a difficult time because of it, and other people may have the perspective of being something else, you know, maybe poor and all the roughness that comes out of it, or being black, or being, you know, whatever, you know, the wrong color, the wrong sex, the wrong something, you know, at the wrong time. And that's common pretty much with everybody. So you don't have to come back if you don't want to. We have free will, and free will is never taken away from us. It's always a choice. But once you pass out of this reality, once your avatar dies and you kind of reunite with your individuated unit of consciousness, this reality starts to fade like a dream fades. Immediately it's real clear and vivid, and a few minutes later not so much, and a little bit later even less, and pretty soon it's gone. And when it's gone, you will see things from a different perspective than you see now. It'll be a completely different perspective. And there's a really good probability, just based on past, there's a really good probability that you will decide to come back. But you'll maybe decide to come back in any other kind of thing. Some of your incarnations you've been male, some of them you've been female, some of them you've been rich, some of them you've been poor. You've probably been through all sorts of things, different races. We do that because it gives us better perspective. Diversity breeds a larger perspective. When we don't have diversity, we tend to get real narrow in our viewpoints. So you will probably choose to come back, even though now you think, oh, that's a bad idea, this is an awful place. But then it probably won't be so once all those memories kind of drift away. You'll look at it and you'll find something that suits you and say, well, this might be good. This might be a good balance to what I had before. And if you still say no, then it's no. Or you want to go to some other reality frame other than this one, that's another possibility. You can do that. So you have other choices. You're not stuck here, although most people tend to be repeaters. It's not necessary. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that you talk about is the nature of truth, and you say often that it's better to ask, is something useful, as opposed to, is it true? Mm-hmm. And I can understand that, and it makes sense to me. However, right now we have a president who loves that idea. So he tends to do things and say things that have no correlation with reality, mm-hmm. but they're very useful. Can you make a distinction between maybe truth and some correlation to reality?
Sure. I note, though, that you said we have a president. So does that mean you in Canada have the same problems that we have? Or are you talking about?
No, I meant
yeah.
the U.S.
Okay. So.
We have the same problem.
Yeah, yeah. That's a pretty universal problem, right? In a lot of parts of life. Sure. You know, when I say that, you know, you're quoting me, or not really, you're saying that when I say the idea that the truth isn't so much as important as what you learn, what you get out of it, what the point is. Well, what I'm saying there is that most people have a tendency when they're, let's say, communicating with another non-physical being, or when they're going out of body, and they'll have an experience, and the first thing they say is that real? Did I just make that up, or is that real? And at that point, that's a poor question to ask, because unless you've repeated this a lot of times, you don't have enough experience to be able to answer that question. Is it real? So you go, you want to talk to, you know, your dead Uncle Fred or your parent or somebody who passed away. So you go and you actually get something back. What, is that real or am I just making it up? Don't go there. Just keep the conversation going. And eventually you'll have some sense of whether that person you're talking to really does represent Uncle Fred or not. So that's a big mistake people make, is they do the, is it real? And I tell them, it doesn't matter. Is it useful? Another problem where that comes up is when they want to immediately vet the source. They get some information out of the larger conscious system and they want to know, should I believe it or not? Well, then how do we vet that here? We want to know the quality of the source, you know. Is that person, are they credentialed in that area? Do they really know what they're talking about? Well, that's a mistake too. You never know the source. You only get the data, not the source. You have to decide whether that information is useful or not. Not, is it credible so I should believe it? You see, that's the wrong thing. You shouldn't believe anything. Don't be a believer of anything. Always take your own intelligence to filter it and see whether that makes sense to you rather than believe it. So those are the instances that I say that. I also say about truth that if it's not your experience, it's not your truth. Now that's your personal truth. So we have personal truths which have to be with our experience. Now sometimes our personal truths are wrong. We think they're a belief. They're not a truth at all. They're our personal beliefs. And we think those beliefs are true. That's why we believe them, because we think they're true. So often our personal truths turn out to be personal beliefs. So there's another place to be a little wary of what you consider the truth. You see, be skeptical. Be skeptical of everything and everyone, and most of all, be skeptical of yourself. So that's, another thing about truth. But there are some fundamental truths that have to do with whether entropy is increased or decreased. And that's like ethics. It's unethical, it's wrong, the difference between right or wrong. That is not, if it's right to you, then it's right. Now, there are some absolutes in right and wrong. And the absolutes in right and wrong are, does it raise entropy or does it decrease entropy in the long term? So the things that you do, even if you think it's a good thing, if it turns out damaging other people's progress or your own, then it was not a good thing. See? So we don't have our ethics and our sense of good and evil is not based on what we do, it's based on our intent. What is our intent? Is our intention one of, why are we motivated to do that? That's where our intent comes from. So even if we do a good deed, if our intent, okay, I help a little old lady across the street, but it's only because I want people to think of me as a good person. So when I meet other people, I'm sure to tell them how I helped the little old lady across the street, because that way they'll think I'm a good person, you see. So now the intent was really self-aggrandizement, better image. That's not a good intent, even though the action was good. So you help somebody, but that was the wrong intent. So you don't get any points for advancement because you helped people across the street because it was all about you. See, that's acting again rather than being. So you don't get points for being a good actor. You only get points for what you are, for a beer. But if you have an intent to help that person across the street because you see that they need help, and it's just you to help them. Well, they need help. There's nobody there else going to help them, so you help them because they need help. You see, that's just you, and you probably don't need to tell other people about it. It's that now you do get points. You just grew up some because you are being loving and caring. So it's not what you do that's important, it's the intent you have. And it's not that, it's not the self-aggrandizing intent is evil, but it just is not growing. It doesn't add anything to you. It just leaves you where you were, full of fear and ego. So that's the difference. So we do have some things. Our ethics is based on whether or not it lowers or raises entropy, whether or not it's in the service of love or fear. So we have those. I'm trying to think of all the things I do that basically focus on truth. I think that's most of them. But it's not so much, is that true, as is that helpful when it's about you. And when it comes to truth and other people, it's not helpful to tell other people things that they can't process, even if it is the truth. Like the lady who works in a place that's real annoying, and to go to all the people she works with and say, you folks are really annoying. You know, you bother me. Look at all this bickering and nastiness and your lower morale. Just get over it and start, you know, just do your job without all this negative stuff going on. That wouldn't help them at all. That would make them more negative, because now they'd add her to their list of who to complain about, you see. It just gives them, it just makes it worse. So it's true, but it's not helpful. So some people, particularly young people, often have this thing about, you know, they have the sword of truth, and, you know, they'll use that sword of truth to, you know, hack away any misconception that anybody has, you know. And as long as you're telling the truth, that's a good thing. Well, it's not. If you tell truth to people who aren't ready to use it, it's not a good thing. It actually makes it worse. So you have to be a little careful what you do with the truth. You know, personally, there's a lot of things that I don't talk about. And I don't talk about them because people really don't have the experience to process them. And if I did talk about them, I'd put people in the position of having to either believe it or not believe it. Both of those are not productive. And I might actually hurt them in that if they believed it, they'd think that that's the way reality would have to be for them. And reality is personal. They have to have their own experience, you see. So now I've done not a favor by giving them an expectation, because they think that what I told them, you know, oh, when you go out of body, there's this place, you know, where there's this big tree, and, you know, halfway up the tree's a knothole, and you can reach in there and get messages. Well, they may not see that way. Their messages may come, you know, floating on lily pads downstreams or something. And that's just the way they see it. And that's good. But when they see the message coming down the stream, they go, that's not it. You got to get them in trees. You see, that's the real message, because that's, you know, I've read that in the book. Well, then you've hurt them.
And if you can't roll out of body, then you can't get up.
Right. If you can't roll out of body like Bob Monroe, then you forget it. There's no other way. Right. So people have these beliefs. So you have to be careful what you tell people, that you don't tell them too much, and that you don't tell them too little, because now you're leaving them, they could learn something if you told them more. You got to hit that right in there. And it's more complicated when I'm talking to a group of people that later will go on YouTube and 100,000 people will see it. And I'm trying to do more good than harm by telling enough truth that people learn something, but not so much that I confuse everybody, you see. So you have to juggle that in your life, and often there's no perfect way to do it. You just kind of do the best you can and hope it comes out more positive than negative. So, yeah, truth is a slippery subject. You know, there's times to apply it and there's times to keep it to yourself. You know, when particularly, you know, with you ladies, somebody comes out and said, do I look good in this dress? Yeah, that's not a time for truth. That's not what they're asking. See, it's not what they're asking at all. The answer to that is, yes, of course you look lovely, right? So, you know, truth sometimes is too harsh, not helpful. And just because it's truth doesn't make it the right thing to say. Ah, okay, good.
Tom, I have some questions on religion, and you touched on this a little beginning of today's session and many times on YouTube before, and you said that there's only one truth, but there are many paths to that truth.
Right.
And I'll start my question, I guess, from a Christian perspective, just because that's my background, but the same thing would apply to any religion. And if you look at it from a Christian perspective, I love a quote that says, "In my Father's house there are many mansions," and that would certainly, that's always intrigued me. And when you talk about the various realities, that seems to be an interesting way to describe it. Or,
Yes.
you know, I know when every sparrow falls, or you can do all this and more. And I can see that this could be, all of that can be put in perspective of
Sure.
my big toe. When you get into other things like virgin birth or walking on water or Jesus saying, you know, the only way that you can get to heaven basically is through me. At this point, it starts to diverge in my mind from what you're saying. And so I'm wondering a couple of things. The first is, are these miracles actually true, or were they sent by the LCS to shake someone up, or is this a dogma that was created around it? That would be the first question. And actually, if you could answer that one, I've forgotten my second question, and I'll think of it in a second.
Okay. There's probably some truth, but it's probably not the whole truth. Things that are old are like that. See, they come to us through people telling people before it even got written down. And then when it got written down, there were arguments over it. And with Christianity, that's called the Council of Nicaea, where they all sat down and decided what was this religion, going to stand for, and they had lots of competing viewpoints there. It wasn't like everybody was on the same sheet of music, but they worked it out in a long, drawn-out argument at the Council of Nicaea, and then after that, this was exactly how it was. It could never have been any different. Well, it didn't come that way. It was made that way by a bunch of people. So often when you get to the dogma, it's stuff that was, created by people for a purpose. It made the religion more saleable, or it made it more accessible to the masses, or whatever. So religions are made, evolve with people. They usually start with somebody who is charismatic, so engaging that people learn a lot, they grow a lot, their life gets better, everything works. And, then that person dies and goes away, and it continues on and on and on. And, when you pass just with 10 people in a circle and somebody says something, at times it comes back to the other end of the circle, it's been changed. So you have to admit that there's lots of additions been added to religion by the people who have been passing it around a circle for, a couple of thousand years that aren't really very productive. But there are parts that are very productive. I mean, my main message is become love, right? And one of the Christian slogans is, God is love. Well, it sounds like a pretty good match. You can find that, what the Buddha said was this reality is illusion, and what we really need, he didn't say is to become love, but he said something very similar to that. So you look at the religions and see that the big ideas, the core ideas, make sense. They're right. There's truth in that. But then there's a lot of other stuff that gets added to it too. And if it doesn't make sense, I'd say leave it alone. If it does make sense, you can buy into it. But don't believe any of it. It's not about belief. It's about, does it work? Does it work for me? Does it make me a better person? Does it make me more evolved? Does it improve my relationships? Live it and be it. Keep the parts that work. Ignore the parts that don't. And it's not a matter of having to believe at all or not at all. Take out parts out of any religion that you think are useful.
Well, related to, I remember the second part of my question, and that is on your travels in this reality or any other. Have you ever met any of these truly low entropy beings, and what happened?
Yeah, I've met some very low entropy beings. I interact with some, pretty regularly. But I wouldn't say that any of them are necessarily or have been religious figures here. they're just very low entropy beings. And there are such beings. They are the exception. You know, some people have the idea, once you get out of this reality, everybody's full of love and peace and they know everything. You know, it's like you suddenly become brilliant, you know, when you die. You don't know anything here, you know, you're stupid and lonely and upset and miserable, but when you die, you're gonna know it all, you know, because all the secrets will be revealed. It's not like that. When you know, if you don't know much here, you're not gonna know much later. You gotta learn it, you see. You don't get smart just by dying. Yeah, bummer, right? Yeah. You know, you are an individuated unit of consciousness and you have to grow up. And that's, you know, so there's most of the entities, whether they've ever been in this reality frame or not, or whether they've ever been in a tight rule set reality frame or not, most of them are not all that grown up. Most of them are in the struggle mode. Very few are very highly evolved.
Yeah, at the start of this segment, you said something that struck a chord with me. You noted that the concept of virtual reality is now recently being embraced by physicists. And that's when I came to life, because in the last 18 months I read that Stephen Hawking is an acolyte. Elon Musk has made some very strong statements regarding this. And Michio Kaku, just a couple of months ago I read something and he called it the next big thing. You familiar with that? So my question is one of the why variety. And I'd like to preface it by saying that the movie, The Matrix, everybody here familiar with that? Yeah. If memory serves, I didn't care for that particular film. If memory serves, the creator of The Matrix was a vengeful, malevolent creator, and we were being punished for not believing in The Matrix. Am I off base, or is that accurate? Really? Okay. So the why question, if this is a virtual reality, why all the pain and suffering?
Why all the pain and suffering?
And don't give me that Matrix stuff.
No. Well, the reason that there's pain and suffering, they come from two things. One, there is free will. So we can make choices. Our choices can be to evolve toward love, caring, cooperation, or we can de-evolve toward fear. It's our choice. It's not, you know, when you have free will, you can't say you have free will to do anything you want as long as it's what I want too. You know, it's free will choice. So we can de-evolve or evolve. Secondly, when an entity comes here, let's say, well, let's take it back to the entities who first arrived here. Kind of, where is all this fear coming from? So let's say fear is the problem. That's the misery. People are miserable because of the level of fear they have. If they didn't have the fear, then we wouldn't have the ego, we wouldn't have the greed, we wouldn't have the me first, and all of that just comes out of fear. Okay, so why all this fear? We go back to the very beginning as this virtual reality was cranking along, okay? We had the rule set and the initial conditions and we let it evolve, and until it evolved to the point that there were interesting avatars for consciousness to play, everything was played by the computer. It was all a bunch of NPCs because it was just developing and hadn't gotten interesting yet. When it got interesting, there were a whole lot of individuated units of consciousness that had been communicating with each other, but basically their reality was one of communicating. It's like being in a big chat room. Imagine, you know, 1 million people in a chat room, no rules, just people trading information. Very little traction there, very little growth involved, very few consequences. You couldn't really, you know, everything that you had might have just been made up. It's hard to know. It didn't matter that much anyway because nothing really affected you. Anything you said, whether you made it up or whether it was something that you felt from the heart, didn't make any difference because You could say whatever you want, and yeah, somebody could argue with you, but you could turn off that switch if you didn't want that. You know, so it just was a hard place to grow up. It was a hard place to learn. Very little challenge. So the system knew that it needed a system with more meaningful choices. Thus the why to create the virtual reality. But now it had to be populated. So we took these individuated units of consciousness and said, hey, we've got a fast track here. Get into the entropy reduction trainer and play an avatar. And you will have choices to make like you've never known before. These choices will be moral choices to a large extent, and you will grow up or evolve or de-evolve based on the quality of your choices. So now we had a bunch of these individuated units of consciousness had never done anything but trade information in a big chat room. Suddenly, they were immersed. Now, that's a key point. We're immersed in this system. When we log on here, it's not really the whole individuated unit of consciousness, it's just a subset of it. A subset of it does a complete immersion, and it's a subset that comes with no intellectual part. It's just the quality of the individuated unit of consciousness. You take all of that that just represents its quality, what it is, how it's evolved to that point. It goes in total immersion, has no memory. Okay, it's almost like if you were playing World of Warcraft and you didn't have to eat, you didn't have to go to the bathroom, you didn't have to do anything, but you were just immersed in that reality full time, 100%. Nothing else was going on. Pretty soon you'd identify with those characters. You would be them. So that's what happens when you have a total immersion. Well, these folks that had been trading data in a chat room suddenly had to deal with survival. They didn't have survival issues. They had to deal with getting enough food to eat. They had to deal with saber-toothed tigers and other things that would have them for lunch. They had to deal with shelter. They had to deal with all kinds of things. They had to deal with relationships because they come in two sexes. They had to deal with a lot of stuff that they weren't used to dealing with. And a lot of it was frightening. A lot of it was threatening. And that's where the fear came in. It's not that fear was created. Their quality of their consciousness had never really been tested, had never really been tried in those areas. So when it came down to tough decisions where it really mattered, they had a lot of fear. They weren't confident, they weren't whatever. So that's us. Now we're part of that process. And that's the nature of being conscious. Until you get challenged, oh, everything's fine. Life is easy and there aren't any problems. But then when you get challenged, the rubber meets the road. And if those challenges are threatening, life-threatening in this game, then you have fear. So when the system wants to make a new IUOC, how does it do that? It probably takes an average, typical kind of IUOC, you know, copy, paste, right? Paste, paste, paste. Now you got 3 more IUOCs that are made in that image, and you want a little diversity, so you will give each one some special characteristics. Also sounds kind of like No Man's Sky, you know, where you use a template to create things, and then you make variations on the template. Kind of an offshoot of this is how is it that we can all be categorized by, you know, a Myers-Briggs or something like that, and all the personalities of all the people in the world break up into, you know, 14 boxes, or with you know, horoscopes, they break up into 12 houses. You know, how come that works? Well, it could be that when you personalize those from a template, you end up with, you know, a small number of different kinds of personalities rather than just take a random draw and have everybody different. That may not work out as well as productive things that we know interact well with each other. Anyhow, as a kind of a side issue, so that's where the fear comes from. It was really organic to the consciousness to begin with. The consciousness has never been challenged in that way before. And there's a lot of myths in many cultures around the world of the concept that everything used to be fine and everybody was happy and the world was good, and then we got here. You know, whether it's, you know, we got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, well, we got kicked out of the chat room, you know, into this reality frame. And when we got in this reality frame, you know, we had to deal with, you know, knowledge of, you know, threat and who and what we were in connection. So, but you'll find that, you know, the Hopi Indians will tell you that, you know, they came from somewhere else or from the stars or something, and life was good and they got here and it was tough. It was hard. And you'll find that all over this planet where indigenous people that have histories that go back thousands and thousands of years will have a story of how they got here. And it's always from a nice place that, you know, turned into hell when they got here. That's the story of us moving from the chat room to this simulator. It was tough. And that propensity, that potential for the fear just blossomed because now it had to deal with that. Well, that gave us an opportunity for real growth. It's not like that wasn't there before. It's like, well, nobody was fearful before. This was going backwards. No, everybody had that potential for that kind of fear. Nobody was growing up much, and now they had a chance to grow up. And it meant they had to deal with some scary stuff to do it. So that's why. It's not that this place is miserable because whoever created it had a bad sense of humor. It's, you know, was a little, you know, nasty and made this awful place. The place is because of the choices we make. This represents us and our choices over what, you know, 800 years of evolution as humans. I'm not sure how if we take it all the way back to our farthest ancestors, there's millions of years of evolution, but I think just as we, Homo erectus, we're here maybe, you know, 4, 5, 800,000 years, some kind of thing like that. So we have just created what we've created in that amount of time. But we're getting better. It actually is working. We are evolving. You go back in time, you have to go back more than, say, 300 years, you know, 16, 17, 1800s, and boy, life was cheap. And the king or the ruler or the baron or the duke, whoever made your decisions for you, you know, was ruthless. And things have gotten a lot better. We have a lot kinder, gentler, more caring place to live in now. As bad as it seems, with all the greed and dysfunction and nastiness and self-centered that we have here, it's better than it used to be. So it's a slow process growing up. But that's where all the fear came from. It really was in us all along. It just never was challenged before. It never had to do anything difficult. And now it did. But it also gave us a huge advantage. And there's been a lot more evolution because of the challenges that we get here. And we don't have to deal with, you know, saber-toothed tigers anymore, people trying to eat us. You know, that's hardly a concern anymore, but it was a big concern then. And shelter and whatever is still challenging to some people on this planet, but not so many of us anymore. So we're doing better. But that's why. It's not that there's a mean aspect to this. There isn't. It's just that we're not very grown up as a species. We're just not very evolved yet. But hopefully that'll pick up the pace. Now that all this stuff's coming together, hopefully that growth will start to accelerate. And I think it probably will. Before, that just wasn't there. We didn't have the stuff that we needed to support growth on a large scale. Now we do. So that doesn't mean we'll do it. It just means it's possible now, whereas before it wasn't. Does that answer your question?
Surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah.
One more thing. I'm
Oh, microphone.
Thanks. I'm probably one of the older people in here, and like I said earlier, I did a lot of science fiction reading when I was a kid. Are you familiar with something by Philip K. Dick called The Eye of God?
No, I'm familiar with him as a writer a little bit, but
he talked about this. There was in his novel, there was a nuclear accident.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't call it a virtual reality, called it a gestalt reality. You might want to look into that. He's the same guy who wrote Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which became Blade Runner.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, there have been people, just to comment on that, you know, inner space is available and open to everybody. So there's been people since history, before history was written down, that have been able to connect with the larger consciousness system. And there's a lot of databases that are available there. There's a lot of understanding you can get. You can look at potential futures. There's just a whole lot there. And Dick was one that evidently had spent some time elsewhere. All of his time was, all of his ideas didn't just come from, you know, things he saw in his physical reality. It's kind of obvious that he had a bigger picture, somewhat twisted a little bit in places, but bigger, just the same. And that happens to many people. Matter of fact, that's where a lot of our creative art, literature, even, you know, visual arts, whatever, comes from. Comes from people who are connected. That's why most of our artists tend to be right-brained people who are easily connected. And so it's a source. I would say that he got a significant amount of his ideas and material from somewhere other than here. Because a lot of things he said had a little touch of prophecy in them.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I've been following your work since November, and I'm just loving it. The question for me is, with, you know, we're hearing more and more computers being hacked and being infiltrated with viruses. Is there any likelihood of the LCS being infiltrated with viruses or being hacked? Like we were talking about NIUOC being kicked out of the chat room. Could they go and create a virus or hack the LCS and then infiltrate other people's IUC's data streams?
Well, if we just look at the the larger consciousness system, LCS, then the answer is that it's not likely, because it runs everything, if you will. So if there was something out there that was going to introduce a virus, that's something else that would be something created by the LCS. So unless it's going to infiltrate itself, you know, with viruses, then that's unlikely, because that's the whole system. If you think about that our system could be a subset of some other system, now you have something that could introduce something into the system. That's a possibility, but it's kind of beyond worrying about or caring about, in the sense that there's nothing that we can do about that, and there's not even any way we can know even if it's true. So it's, you know, it's one of those things that's a possibility, but there's nothing you can do with that possibility. So I'd say unlikely that that's the case, that there are things that are negative that are introduced. Now, there are things that obviously we have to struggle with, and the system will sometimes give us things to struggle with, and that's because we unfortunately learn a whole lot quicker from pain than we do from pleasure. If everything is feeling good, we just, you know, let the good times roll. You know, we're not interested in changing anything. When it hurts and it's painful, we want to change things. So growth tends to be fueled more by pain and misery than it is fueled by, you know, feeling happy. But that's just because of the way we are. That's because we're so much dominated by fear, ego, and belief. If we get rid of that fear, then it's not like that. Once you get rid of that fear, your life is generally pretty happy, pretty joyous. But it doesn't mean that you don't get hard things that happen to you, tough things to deal with. It just means when you get those, you deal with them positively. So it's not really miserable, it's just a hard thing to deal with. So life gets very nice and very pleasant as you grow up. Most of the pain is self-inflicted. But no, I don't think that viruses are a problem.
Okay.
Hello. One more question. My name's Carly. I'm from Vancouver. Just as a spoiler alert, I think I'm going to interject maybe some controversy because I find myself not in agreement with you.
Okay.
I don't want to say you're wrong because I don't think you are. I think that there are additional ideas that need to be considered. When you say, there's a new world order, and when the physicists say the whole basis of this is love, we'll all kind of come together.
Not that easy.
I don't wake up in the morning saying, what do physicists say that will affect my life? I wake up in the morning and say the sun rises. I don't wake up saying, they tell me that the earth spins and we're all hurtling through. So I just deal in Newtonian physics in my life. I think there's an assumption that people listen to scientists. I accept that, generally speaking. I don't think we're listening to scientists on climate change. And I think everybody in this room considers that they live honorable lives, but I also suspect that everybody in this room is doing something damaging to the planet because we're not willing to give up our lifestyle. And I think that the problem isn't climate change. I think the problem is that we have 7.5 billion people on the planet. And the future is going to be like the past. We're going to be in a scrum for resources. I agree that love is the only force capable of changing an enemy into a friend. But when you get into a scrum for resources, you get into Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I want water and I want clean air, and I'm terribly sorry, I don't really give a damn what you want. I want to survive. When I look at, if I can just do a little segue here, when I look at this group of people, a group of which I am a member, I think we're all educated. I think we're all curious. I think we consider ourselves seekers. I'd like to be a finder, but I consider myself a seeker. But I don't think anybody in this room thinks that they're particularly wealthy. I don't think you're in the top 1% of the Canadian or American population. However, when you consider 5% of the world's population has hot showers, we're in that 5%. 6% of the world's population ever flies on a plane, we're there. We could get money and we could fly off to Mexico. Most of the world can't do that. And so the problems that I think we face here are one of affluence. And when Viktor Frankl wrote his book, Man's Search for Meaning, about being in the death camps of Nazi Germany, he said the truly decent people in those camps all died in the first 3 months because they were giving away their blanket. They were giving their last shred of food, right? The Buddhists say there are two groups of people. There are people that are willing to kill and people that are willing to die. When it hits the fan, which it's going to do in the next 50 years or so, I would be like, I want to be one of those decent people that walks around loving and probably dies early. Is there a way of hanging on to that idea? I mean, it's kind of like being a bodhisattva. How do you hang on to that? And I journey out of body and I do all of these things. And I like doing that because it grounds me into that greater reality, and I find that I can behave better if I have that connection with the cosmic consciousness. But as soon as I get into Newtonian physics and Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I just turn into a rotten human being. Any comments?
Yeah. You know, you are who you are, right? It's, you know, what I mean by that is that, you know, we are all, you know, we are who we are, not what we'd like to be, and not who we think we are. We just are who we are. And if we get into that situation where we give somebody else the blanket and die because of it, then we will express who we are. And if who we are is me first, we won't give that blanket away. We'll say, well, I got a blanket, they don't. I get to survive, they don't. And we'll do that. And that will be our choice. We make choices according to who we are. Some of us, very few of us, will give the blanket away. Most of us will take the blanket and give it to our children. You see? That's who we are. And, you know, there's no way around that. You know, that's just the way it is. And when if push comes to shove, we will make choices, and the result of that choices will play out, and then we'll have to deal with it. And that will then create another set of choices. And so on it goes. And, you know, you could even say it'll do that right down to the last man standing, right? So they'll have choices, and then they'll make whatever choices they have. But it doesn't have to be, I don't think that, I'm not as pessimistic as you are. I tend to be an optimist anyway. You know, it's just my nature to be an optimist. And yes, this is a rough place, and we are the privileged few, no doubt. And from the viewpoint of the privileged few, problems never seem quite so bad as they do from the viewpoint of the unprivileged masses. They've got a whole different outlook, you know, than we do. So our solutions and what we think of as you know, what's likely to happen is no doubt colored greatly by where we are and where we're coming from. But I don't think it'll take people being intellectually aware that they listen to physicists or not. I don't think that's the point. I think that we have a lot of people on this planet, whether they're in the top or bottom percent, who feel like things need to change. This isn't working. And if we offer them a way that seems to work better, even if it's hard, I think that we'll see people want to change. They want things to be better. The average person out here everywhere, I think, is, you know, maybe this is my privileged viewpoint, but I think the average person really is looking for another way of living, another way of being. Even here, where most of the people are mainly interested in maintaining their privilege, but worldwide, the great majority of people are really looking for a way to improve things. And the thing is, the way we grow up is one person at a time. I mean, we grow up individually. We're a collection of individuals, and the quality of what we make together is based on the quality of us as individuals. So I think we can do better, and I believe that if we were to work together and be cooperative and care about each other, I think there'd be plenty of resources. Nobody needs to go to bed hungry. There's plenty of resources that we could do if we had the will, if we had the ability. Well, seeing ourselves as all part of one thing. There's this larger system, non-physical to us, and we're part of it, and there's a reason for us to be here, and all the rest of that logic will maybe help push us to be more cooperative and more caring. And maybe we will see that other person on the other side of the world that comes across our $2,000 computer suffering someplace will hit more than I'm glad that's not me. You know, maybe it'll resonate with people, and they'll think, that's not good, you know. We need not to live like this. There's enough for all of us. So I'm hoping that we'll get change. And I think change is wanted, even amongst those of us that live in the West that have probably 98% of the world's resources at our disposal. I think we want change too. Everybody feels the dysfunctionality everywhere. All we need to do is point a way that might work. Right now, all the way that works is kind of controlled by the people who want that way to keep them in power. Well, if we can get by that, and maybe we can if we see that we're all part of something bigger. And that bigger thing is based on cooperation and caring and love. Maybe. But I'm not thinking it's going to be easy or necessarily quick. But I think that it will, I'm hopeful. I'm a positive guy. I always see the best in whatever there is. And I think that we have a good chance now of doing what we've never been able to do before. And that it's at least a possibility. Whereas before, there was no possibility. We were in the, if nothing changes, we're doomed kind of a sense. But now we have a chance. We've got a chance that we haven't had before. So let's see what we can do with it. I'm hopeful. But in the end, you're right. What choices we make, that's us. And then we'll live with that or die with that, whatever it is. And maybe the experiment will be over because, you know, man eradicated itself from the planet. You know, and the critters then will go on and improve the place after we're gone. But if that's it, then that'll be it. And if we get reintroduced, then we'll have another chance. It's just it's a challenge.
Hi. I had a whole bunch of questions. I wanted a definition from you on individual consciousness. Another question, define avatar, define entity, define soul, and there's a lot of, I'm not a computer person, so there seems to be a lot of computer talk, and I don't really, because I'm a very right-brain person, I don't get the computer talk, but I do get the relationship talk. So, and the thing that really seems to create more consciousness that we need is vulnerability. But vulnerability brings up fear. But the fear takes you through that veil to more consciousness and more awareness. And what you were just talking about is like, if you stay in the old patriarchal of sin meaning bad, and evil, and but we have thoughts on what is bad and evil, and if we take the blanket, then that's bad and it's evil and we're sinning, whereas that's not. That's just a belief system. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I put it back to you.
All right, let me start with the first thing you mentioned, and that is that the computer language that's used, they are all metaphors. Okay, I call the larger consciousness system, you know, a digital information system. It's just a metaphor. I talk about individuated units of consciousness, another metaphor. They're metaphors for functions that need to exist, functions that are primary within this overall model, okay? And my big toe is a model. Okay? It's not the truth, it's a model. And models are only as good as what they can deliver, you know, the value that they have for people. So you can have a model that may be very elegant and wonderful, but if it doesn't take you any place, then it's not very useful. So models have to answer questions. If the model can't answer your questions, then the model's deficient, it needs to change. So they are just metaphors. They don't stand for you know, they stand for real functions, not real things, would be another way to say it. So the larger conscious system is the source thing. You have to have a source. So we can call it the larger conscious system is the metaphor for the source. And then you have an individuated unit of consciousness, which is a piece of that source that operates independently, if you will, though it's still just a piece of the source. And you have multiple individuated units of consciousness, so you can have interaction among the pieces, because that allows the whole source to evolve. Just one monolithic source doesn't have as many choices as a lot of things interacting with each other. They create choices of how am I going to interact, particularly since this one did this and that one did that. Now how am I going to interact? So having multiple things creates more choices. So that's why we have that. So it's the function making choices. And because learning is a a serial thing, not a parallel thing. We have to first learn to add and subtract before we can learn to multiply and divide. Otherwise, multiply and divide doesn't make any sense. And we have to learn to multiply and divide before we do algebra. Otherwise, algebra doesn't make any sense. So learning, it tends to be, you learn this, which enables you to learn that, which enables you to learn that. It's a serial thing. And since we're trying to learn to become love, that takes a long time. We're not very good at that. We've got to change ourselves, become something different, get rid of this fear. It's a very difficult process. So we have to do it, we have to keep trying at it. So we have this, I call experience packet, but that's because I like to avoid words that are laden with emotion. So I don't say we reincarnate, we get another experience packet. See, it's just words to avoid things that are tagged with emotion. I don't talk about the soul because that's an individuated unit of consciousness. It's a piece of consciousness of the system. Okay? And I don't talk about God because that's the source, that's the larger consciousness system, sort of fills that function. Okay? So it's just, we're filling functions. In a model, certain functions have to happen or the whole thing doesn't work. So now this individuated unit of consciousness needs to log on to this particular virtual reality. It does that with a piece of itself, which I call a free will awareness unit, which is then connected to this game, if you will, total immersion. Okay, so the individuated unit of consciousness then is the cumulative function for these various lifetimes, because you have to go through this again and again and again, trying to each time reduce the amount of fear that you have. Well, that's got to accumulate someplace. Every time doesn't start fresh, it builds on what it has. So there's learning is an accumulated function. So I have to have something that's the accumulator, something that's having the experience, something that's the fundamental source. All of these are necessary within a model that makes sense. So when I do all of this and I come up then with a model, it's just a model. If the model's useful, use it. If the model doesn't tell you anything new, throw it away. You say, don't use it. I found out, and it wasn't my plan, but it just worked out this way, that when I took the ideas that were in the model and I applied them to science, suddenly I understood a lot of things in physics that physicists don't understand. I understand why quantum mechanics is a weird science. It's not really weird, it's a logical science. You just have to have the right perspective. I learned why speed of light's a constant. It has to be a constant because it's a virtual reality. Virtual reality has a resolution. You only go one quantum of distance and one quantum of time. Divide those, you get the fastest that you can move through the thing. You can only move one chunk of space, if you will, for every chunk of time in a simulation, and that defines speed of light. Can't get through you can't get through it in contiguous steps any faster than one chunk for every chunk of time. So suddenly things started to fall out, and I realized that I could do a lot better physics. I could answer almost all the outstanding paradoxes in physics from the same model that was supposed to be a model of consciousness. So don't think that you're getting it wrong or you're missing it if you're finding that the metaphors really don't work for you. These are just metaphors for functions. If you get the function of it, use your own metaphor. It'll be just as good. I put my metaphors together in terms of computer science because one of my main goals was to provide an on-ramp to the left brain dominant people. If you're right-brained, you've got thousands of books that you can read that will introduce you to a larger reality. If you're left-brained, if you pick up any one of those thousands of books, you'll get to page 3 and say, that doesn't make any sense. And you'll put the book down. You can't get there, you see, if you're a left-brained. And the left-brained people tend to be the movers and shakers in our world. They make the laws, you know, they run the corporations, they're the lawyers, you know, the judges, the doctors. They're the people who basically are very important to how this society works. They're dominant in Western culture. You know, they're very dominant, plus they're the ones making a lot of the decisions, doing the building. Well, there's no on-ramp for them. They can't get to a bigger picture because there is no logical process to get there. They're left out, even though they may say, well, I think there's something bigger than me and I think it's there, but I just can't get there, you know. It's just, every time I try, I get to something that, you know, and then a miracle occurs. And when I get to that, I just got to quit. It just doesn't work for me. You see, left-brainers can't go there. So one of the things I wanted with this book was to provide a logical path so that if you start with no beliefs and are open-minded, you can chug right along, left brain, logic, and end up in a bigger picture. That was why I have all these scientific metaphors. And another reason is that I'm a scientist. And these are my metaphors because it's my life also, being a physicist, being somebody who programs and makes virtual realities and that stuff. It was a natural for me, but it works for left-brainers, even if they're not into programming or whatever. Right-brain people, it's hard to get their head around all of the structure. And I have a lot of people who are good friends of mine who just can't get through my books. They just can't do it because it's too much logical process, and they know in their mind that logical process isn't necessary. I don't need logical process to get to that answer. I intuit that answer. I know that's the truth. I don't know how I know it, but I just know it because my life confirms it, right? Well, those people can get there on their own, or they can read other things. Those left-brainers are left stranded, and they're a very important part of our culture. We need to get them to a bigger picture. That's critical. We've got to get those left-brainers over to a bigger picture. So the metaphors, if you don't relate to them, toss them out and put one of your own in. That serves the same function. They're not key to the understanding. We need metaphors just so we can communicate. If I don't make a lot of metaphors, then there's no way for us to have a conversation. So we can talk about it in terms of my big toe metaphors, or we can talk about it in terms of religious metaphors or some other kind of metaphors, and they all, we can all be saying the same thing. But when you talk about it in terms of religious metaphors, all the left-brain people go home. They won't stay and listen. So that's why I don't have reincarnation, I have experience packets. That's why I don't have souls, I have a individuated unit of consciousness. Even though you can find parallels, one of them is logical, and the other one now has lots of baggage that's kind of emotional baggage that a left-brain person is going to touch that. So that's a little bit about why I use the metaphors I use. And the metaphors themselves are not key to the understanding. You can understand my big toe and the philosophy and the science I'm talking about if you are an English major who never took math. You don't need it, but if you happen to be a physics major who did take math, then finally something makes sense. So I don't know if that answers your question, but my metaphors aren't golden or necessary. They're just useful to some people and totally useless to others.
Tom, this morning you started off mentioning about your new experiments, and I'm wondering, these experiments, why now? Why would the larger consciousness system want to sort of show its hand in such a dramatic way? Experiments are going to have a big effect when there's perhaps other options. It could simply just materialize in some manner to everyone on the planet, maybe with a Morgan Freeman voice. I am the larger consciousness system. I'm here. Wake up, you idiots. Something like that. But I'm wondering, Is there something, is timing kind of critical? Like if we don't get something out in this method, perhaps our reality is going to kind of implode or something like that?
Well, I think what's critical is that, again, we have an opportunity that we've never had before. And we have to get there organically. It can't be something that you know, makes it easy. That's not the point. It's something we have to grow up to. So the idea that a lot of people are getting nudges to see that the reality is not as pat as we thought. You know, it's not materialism. That's not what's going on. There's something bigger and different than just materialism. So we have that going on, and at the same time we have this build in the science community of seeing a bigger picture. It's just coming together. So I don't think it means that, you know, this is like the last chance. You know, if we don't get it on this one, you know, we won't have another chance. I think instead this is the first opportunity. And if we don't get it on this, there will be other opportunities. But things could go backwards for 100 years, and then they'll come forward again. You know, the evolution isn't a steady process. You'll go through, you know, even our biological evolution is like that. You'll have processes where there's just not much going on for a long time, and then bang, you know, there's a whole lot of things go on. And I think we're right nearing one of those bangs where a whole lot of things will go on, even though it's been dreadfully slow for the last couple of 100,000 years.
So it's just a coincidence, like Donald Trump is, the timing is just a coincidence here right now.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes you have to get to the bottom before you know which way's up. You know, sometimes you just don't know which way's up. You don't know, well, it could be that way or it could be that way. I don't know. But then once you actually hit the bottom, after that, you know which way's up. So it's one of those things, you know, we grow up, and however, whatever we produce here with our own level of consciousness, then we have to deal with that. And the harder that lesson gets, the more likely it'll help people grow up. Okay, and who was next?
Okay, sorry. My question revolves around food, actually. I'm a big foodist. I like food. At one point, I heard Dalai Lama say that for as long as we will eat meat, we will have wars. And I just wonder, what is your opinion on that topic? If we are ingesting the consciousness of the matter, or is it affecting our consciousness, or is it only affecting, or is it only plays a role on our avatar, our physical body? What is your opinion about that?
Okay. Well, the first part of that question, which you didn't say, but I will, is that how can something we do physically affect this individuated unit of consciousness that's playing our character?
Thank you. And if I may, before you continue with this answer, thank you, sorry to interrupt, but also, like, you know, apparently water has memory. Does this memory also, like, does it have anything to do with how our bodies and consciousness function?
Okay. So that's a question about how does the physical reality interact with the consciousness, because the consciousness is a separate thing. The physical reality is just an avatar. The connection between them is that if the physical body sets the constraints on what the consciousness can do with that avatar, okay? So the physical body is important because it sets constraints on consciousness. In other words, I walk through the park at night and somebody mugs me and hits me in the head with a club. All right, now I slur my speech, I drag my left leg, and I can't remember anything. Now my consciousness, my individual unit of consciousness playing this character, has to deal with an avatar who slurs its speech, drags its legs, and can't remember anything. You see, that's the way it works in all video games. Your elf falls off a cliff, he loses hit points. Now he's more vulnerable. Certain things he can't do. He can't run as fast. You know, he can't jump as high. He's not as likely to win a battle because he got hurt. Well, the state of health of the avatar affects what the consciousness can do with that avatar. It affects the choices he makes. So the avatar can get into trouble, and basically the choice set goes down. The avatar grows up and, you know, evolves, and the choice set spreads out. So there is this connection between the physical and the non-physical, what the avatar does. Okay, so now that gets us to food. If the body's not healthy, then that restricts what the avatar can do with it. If the body's real healthy and vibrant and whatever, then the avatar can do more. Now, health has more to do than just whether or not you can, you know, get out of bed in the morning. Health has to do with attitude. It has to do with the way you see the world, how you interpret things. When you ingest food that is not healthy, when you ingest food that doesn't contribute to your physical system, then your avatar is not going to be it's not going to have as big a decision space as it would have otherwise. So we have a lot of issues with the way we eat. I don't know if it's as bad in Canada as it is in the US, but basically the food supply is horribly laced with all kinds of things that are not good for you. You know, it's not good. You know, almost everything you get has some kind of toxin or poison in it, because that's just the way our environment is. It's the way our big business does things. If it's cheaper to poison people than it is to give them better food, then you poison them. So food has a lot to do with it. I have found that sugar is a very potent psychotropic substance. It affects your mind, it affects your consciousness, it affects your clarity. Most people in our culture, in Western culture, ingest sugar, 6, 8, 10 times a day. I've found with a little research that sugar lasts about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours in your system. It affects your cognition for about 4 hours. Well, that's about the distance we have between meals, is about 4 hours. And most people do in between meal things with sugar. So most people never get over the sugar. They never see clarity. Their life is such that they live in a fog and don't know it. Because if you were, when you were, not even 1 year old, you were getting baby cookies. And when you were 1, somebody stuffed a cupcake with icing, in your direction. So most babies are addicted to sugar very, very early. And they continue to eat it regularly, which maintains their addiction. And they live in a fuzzy world. And adults live in a fuzzy world. They don't know it because it's always been fuzzy. So it seems like, well, that's just the way the world is. You don't interpret it as fuzzy, you interpret it as natural. You don't realize that you're living in a fuzzy world until you get over that effect that it has on your mind. And then you find clarity. And suddenly everything is easier. Learning is easier. Meditating is a lot easier. And you can hold thoughts clearly in your mind without losing, without your mind wandering around. And I don't think it's not the sugar per se as what your body does with it. Your body tries to keep a very constant blood sugar level. You take sugar, then your body will control how that sugar goes into the blood system, and it does that with insulin. It'll give you more insulin or less insulin, depending on whether it needs to boost or lower your blood sugar level. Well, your blood sugar level is always zinging if every hour or even every 4 hours you ingest something that has sugar in it. And it's really hard to not ingest something that has sugar in it, because sugar is in almost everything we eat. I mean, even if you buy frozen French fries at the store, if you read the ingredients, they have sugar in them. So does the ground beef. So does almost everything. Even the salt has sugar in it. So Sugar's everywhere. It's hard to get away from it. And it takes about at least 3 months to 6 months to clear it from your system. And you will go through withdrawals. And it will be very difficult to stop eating sugar. Because like any addict, you'll just want some, and oh, well, that probably doesn't have any sugar in it, so I'll have some of that. Of course it does, and at some level you know that it does, but you pretend that it doesn't. And there will always be these little accidents and things, just like any alcoholic who says, well, just one drink won't hurt. You know, well, if I did have this cookie, you know, it's not going to hurt anything. It's just one cookie. So you act like an addict will act. And, but if you get rid of the sugar, and very slowly your mind will clear. You probably won't notice it because it'll be so slow. But then what will happen is, you know, a month or so later, you'll ingest some sugar by accident. It'll really be an accident. You'll eat something, you won't know it has sugar in it, and suddenly you're in the fog, and then you know it. Then you realize you used to live in that fog all the time without knowing it. So that's one psychotropic substance. And the reason it is a psychotropic substance is because your blood levels of sugar are going up and down and up and down, and they never get stable. They're always zing, you eat some sugar, and then that stays high, and then zing, it goes down. Insulin tries to bring that up, and it overshoots, and now it's up, and now I've had some more sugar, and then it goes higher, and then it goes down. So your blood sugar levels are basically unstable. And that glucose is a fundamental energy source in your body and in your brain. That glucose is important to brain function. So if the thing that's very important to your brain function is unstable, then your awareness is unstable. Your brain doesn't work very well. Okay, now what does brain have to do with consciousness, right? That's a virtual brain. Well, it sets constraints. When that virtual brain is unstable, the rule set says, it's foggy. The rule set says it can't correlate things well, and if it doesn't, then that limits what the consciousness can do with it. See, the conscious can only do what the body supports. And just like you can't, you know, I can't jump up in the air and touch the ceiling here. I just can't do that because the rule set doesn't support it. I weigh too much, my muscles are too weak. I'm just not made to be able to do that. The rule set says no. Well, it's the same with the way you think. When your blood sugar is unstable, then the rule set says, no, you're not going to be clear because of the biology. The rule set part, that's biology. So it's really important. If we eat, besides just the sugar, preservatives, chemicals, things that get added to food that aren't even in the ingredients because they don't, the chemical doesn't get in the food because it's put there as an ingredient, it gets in the food because of the processing. A lot of the processing chemicals are still left in the food, but they don't have to put those in because they're not an ingredient, so you never know about those. You know, they rinse the food in formaldehyde first because that has some effect that makes it last longer, but that's not an ingredient, but you still get some formaldehyde in your food. So that's that sort of thing. You eat meat, you've got a double whammy there. You've got one, the meat is very polluted because you can get meat to market faster at a higher weight if you feed it, you know, hormones, growth hormones. You can keep more cows in a shorter space, in a smaller space if you give them antibiotics so they don't make each other ill. So the meat you eat is full of junk. And besides that, that's the one whammy. The second one is that the meat you eat is meat. And that doesn't, you know, that doesn't digest as well, and it doesn't give you near the nourishment that you get from fruits and vegetables. We were evolved pretty much on fruits and vegetables. Humans ran around for, you know, for thousands of years before they even, what do we say, domesticated fire. There was nothing to cook with. Animals were really hard to catch in those days. You couldn't shoot them with your gun, you know, you had to grab them. You couldn't even hit them with your spear. We were on this planet for thousands of years without fire, without spears, maybe nothing but a rock You know how hard it is to kill an animal with a rock? Most every animal sees better than we do, hears better than we do, smells better than we do, and can run faster than we do. You just don't get a lot of those, except maybe fish, or maybe an exception. But even then, probably fish were really hard to catch. So our body evolved by eating whatever could be found on the land for the most part. Meat wasn't really a big part of it until after fire was tamed, which was thousands and thousands of years of our evolution as human beings. Our teeth tell us that we are, though we're omnivores, that we're mainly herbivores, because we don't have the kind of teeth that tears meat. You know, you have to cook meat, make it soft so that we can chew it up. So anyway, meat isn't what our body is primarily expecting. Fish are polluted. Fish are probably more polluted now than ever, since the reactor in Japan dumped a lot of radioactive things in the water, plus there's lots of toxins. If you've ever seen pictures of what the ocean looks like now, particularly over around Asia, it looks like a dump. There are these huge, hundreds of acres of plastic bottles floating in the water, going round and round and round. All those things dissolve. That plastic doesn't stay there forever. It takes about 20 years for a plastic bottle to dissolve in seawater. And when it does, all those chemicals that make up the plastic, they're in the water. And there's hardly any water anywhere, as far as ocean water goes, that isn't terribly polluted. So the source of meat is a polluted source, and it's not really what our bodies are designed to live on for the most part. And then we eat food that has very little food value on it, but it's supposed to comfort us. That's all the junk food. The potato chips and things that make us feel good for some reason. Well, the reason they make us feel good is because they are full of sugar and fat and salt. And often those snacks, sometimes they're potatoes and corn, but an awful lot of things have wheat in them. And wheat, a long time ago, was less of a problem than it is now. A long time ago, wheat, I can think of some of the names of the old wheats, but a long time ago it was just wheat. Now it's genetically modified wheat, and genetically modified wheat is a little different animal. There's chemicals that our body wasn't designed to deal with. And we found that wheat now is more addictive. You eat wheat, you want to eat more wheat. Well, I suspect if I were genetically modifying wheat because I was an agribusiness, that's just the wheat I'd want to sell, the kind of stuff that people get addicted to and want to come back and buy more. So there's a big financial incentive to produce wheat that makes its customers hungry for more wheat, and very little incentive to make wheat that gives maximum nutrition. Nutrition doesn't sell, but addiction does. So we have a lot of things like that going on. It's not like GMO is a terrible thing. It's just that we don't know yet. It's a risk. When you start putting things in, chemicals into your body that your body's never seen before, you won't know exactly what your body's going to do with that until about 25, 30 years later. It takes that long for things to work out. Sometimes it's sooner than others, but food is important to consciousness because it enables the consciousness to work with a bigger or a smaller decision space. So it's very important that we keep our bodies healthy, we exercise, we stay trim and fit, and that way our minds won't be so lethargic and cloudy and resistive to staying on track. So the food consciousness connection is a strong one that we need to be aware of. Now, when I say that, there's always somebody in the audience who knew Bob Monroe, and they'll say, now Bob Monroe was 150 pounds overweight, he smoked cigarettes, any donut that was in arm's reach, he'd have it. He ate junk food all the time, and all those things are true, but that was Bob Monroe. Bob came here with a mission and things to do, And he was going to do that no matter what his body did. He was strong enough to just push through that and do what he needed to do anyway. Most of us are not Bob Monroe, so that's we have to be a little more kind to ourselves with what we eat and the air we breathe. So I don't know if that hits on a lot of the things you were talking about, but
I was mainly kind of focusing if the harm and pain and suffering that we cause to animals, if it actually has something to do with our
growth,
humanity's consciousness.
Yeah, that's true too. That's another aspect of when we kill animals to eat them. If you kill an animal to eat them because you're hungry, you know, you live in the woods and the only thing you have to eat is what you can catch or what you can find growing on trees or whatever, then killing an animal to eat it to survive isn't any different than a lion or tiger killing an animal to eat it to survive. It's survival and you do it and there's no moral issue with it. If you kill an animal to eat it because, you know, it makes you happy or, you know, it tastes good, now you're taking some other conscious being's life for your pleasure, not for your need, not because you have to have it or to survive, but just because it tastes good. You like it, you're used to it. Well, now it becomes a moral issue. You see, do you kill other things because it makes you happy, because you like it? Or is that going too far? Killing other things out of necessity for yourself to live, we'll check that off as okay. It's the nature of our reality that things kill other things in order to live. And we're animals here too. That's not a problem. And then you look at how the animals are treated in our agribusiness, and they're treated miserably. They're just units to be used, you know, for profit. They're overcrowded. They're, you know, given really, really hard times. So then that becomes another moral thing. Are you going to enable that by your eating meat because it makes you feel good? So it is a moral question. Now, until you get to that as a moral question, then your intent may be fine. And there'll probably be a very small decrement for anybody who's a meat eater who just isn't aware of the moral issue. They just don't see it that way. They eat meat because they always eat meat, and their parents ate meat, and their grandparents ate meat, and it's just something you do without ever thinking of the moral aspects of it. So they will not get any, there won't be a big downside for that because they just don't know any better. But for people who do know better and who have watched the videos and, you know, read the stuff about the conditions animals are in and how polluted the meat is, and like the China study that says eating meat has about the same correlation with cancer as does smoking. They have about equivalent. It's about a 20–30% factor there. So if you eat meat, then you're about 20–30% more likely to get cancer. So there's lots of things that a lot of people aren't aware of, that if you are, now you're responsible for dealing with what you're aware of, you see. So not everybody's going to have a decrement in consciousness quality because they eat meat, because most people never thought about it. Well then, education is the answer to that, right? You have to educate people so they do think about it. But once they have thought about it and they know it and they realize it and they've studied it and they still continue to support things that are immoral, now that's different. Now they're making choices that are known choices.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There you are.
Okay, so I'm going to read out my question. So should I tell my children, who are 9 and 12, how the game works, or should I let them figure it out for themselves like I did? Recently, someone asked you a similar question about why don't we come with an instruction manual.
Mm-hmm.
And you replied that doing so would just make growing up an intellectual process rather than a being level process. but maybe even starting with an intellectual concept can be a good starting point to a lifetime of growth, or getting rid of fear and ego, rather than starting at midlife like I did.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we should, parents should try to instill big picture understandings in their children. Now, you can only do it at the level at which the child's capable of understanding things, but you'd be amazed how much children come in with big picture. They, at 3 years old and 4 years old, they still have 1 foot in the non-physical and 1 foot in the physical. They get a lot of things that are, that an adult would consider really out there. They would understand things more easily than trying to talk to a 10-year-old. 10-year-old would be much more, I don't get it, or that's silly. A 5-year-old, it'd make perfect sense. So yes, I think we should, at the appropriate level, talk about big picture things, talk about cooperation and caring, honesty, telling the truth, why these things are important. That's a really important part of growing up, not just letting them figure it out. So I'd agree with that. Yes, we should. And most of all, kids don't grow up because of what we lecture them about and what we tell them. They grow up to mirror us. They act like we act. So we can tell them one thing and act differently, and it's not going to change them much. They'll see that we're not walking the talk, and they won't either. But if we give them an example of honesty and straightforwardness and truth-telling and caring and love, then they'll carry that forward. So a lot of it has to do with how we treat our kids. We need to take them seriously and treat them like little individuated units of consciousness that are trying to evolve themselves, not like little robots that will somehow grow up on their own if you just leave them alone. They will, but it may not be the way you'd like. One of the things that adults have the most trouble with is letting the kids make mistakes. We want to save our children from making mistakes. And we see them going down the wrong path, and we immediately grab them and move them over to the right path and then send them on their way. If the mistake isn't going to hurt them but so much, you ought to let them make the mistake, because that's how they learn. They don't learn if you constantly tell them what to do. At a young age, making a mistake has just a tiny little consequence. A hurt feeling, a missed opportunity or something. The older you get, the bigger those consequences get. And by the time your kids are 18 and you no longer really have much to say about what they do, now the consequences are much bigger. When they make a really bad decision, it can hurt. It can have serious consequences, and so on and up it goes. The older you get, the more consequences there are for the decisions you make. I'd say let them make those decisions and learn as early as possible. Don't protect them. And if they have ideas that seem a little strange, support them. They want to grow up and be a professional video game player. Say, all right, you go, you better get good at it. Because a couple of years they probably won't want to do that. But we constantly give them messages like we know best what they should do with their life. They need to figure that out on their own, not us telling them. Now, I've found with my own kids that if you refrain from telling them what to do, but just give them options and try to explain the options, well, here's a big decision coming up, what should you do? It's like, well, you could do one of these 5 things. If you do number 1, this is what probably you should expect, and so on down the rest of them. Never telling them that number 3 is the one that's the right answer. Just telling them what it is. Some of them are good, and there may be some good things about all of them, and some bad things about all of them. And you just lay that out and say, well, good luck. That's giving them guidance, giving them answers. So that helped a lot. I found that my kids could come to me and ask me anything. They didn't have this idea, you don't talk to adults, because adults don't know anything, or they'll tell you what to do, or they'll make up your mind for you. If they know that you give them the respect of making their own choices, they're actually anxious to talk things over with you because they value your opinion, because 100 times you've told them these options, and that was good information. When they took the bad one, they started to see that bad stuff you told them about unfold in front of them, and they were able to back up in time and not go there. So if you treat your children like little individuals that deserve respect and deserve to make choices of their own free will, then they'll turn out, I think, to be able to do that much more effectively. And part of that's just big picture, like, how do you make these choices? Well, often there's a moral choice involved, so they learn morals. There's often judgment involved in seeing what might happen. They learn those skills. They learn to be critical thinkers. So you get a lot of skills all at once just by letting them make choices. So yes, I agree. Talk to your kids. Talk about big picture things.
What about stuff like, what happens to you after you die? Is that necessarily, I guess it's not necessarily important to tell them.
It's important when they have to deal with death. Typically a kid will deal with death when his cat dies, or his dog, or maybe his grandmother, something, but they eventually end up dealing with death in some way. Now they see death on TV if they're the normal kid in our culture. They see 25 murders a week in our culture, but they don't really deal with death in those situations. They deal with death when it's personal. And when they do, that's worth talking about what happens and who we are and how it works. Not a lot of detail. Kids aren't into detail, but as they want more detail, they'll ask you for the detail. But death needs to be something to talk about, otherwise it becomes something to fear.
I have another question. This one's about healing. So regarding healing, so intent doesn't necessarily follow physical laws, I think. Mm-hmm. And so is it as effective to heal 5 people at once versus 1 person at a time?
Okay, if you spread things out like that, it depends on how you focus your intent. If you try actually to heal the 5 people individually, I'm going to heal you and you and you, then obviously it's going to take you 5 times as long as one. But if you have an intent, if you have 5 people and they all have a similar issue, then you can heal one issue with an intent that that same thing happens in all of them. Okay, and then you get some leverage, you get some advantage in that. Just like you can heal a cell. Let's say somebody has some sort of disease that has to do with a malfunction of the cell someplace. You can go right down to the level of a cell and see the malfunction, fix it and heal it, and say, and I want all the other cells like this one to change, just like I changed that one. See, these are mind games that you play with yourself to accomplish what you want. The only thing that's healing is your intent. But yes, your intent can be spread over more than 1 people. You can intend for world peace. Big things with 7.5 billion people, and that will help move us toward world peace. So it's going to be hard because there's a whole lot of momentum there. You can change, but your contribution will actually help us move in that direction. So yes, you can spread it out to many people. And if you're not being specific, if it's being general, like the world peace, then it's probably a lighter touch for everybody. But you can also multiply the effect by getting more people to do it. So if there's 5 people trying to heal a sick person, then that sick person will probably get well more quickly. It's additive. Or if you try to heal that person 5 times a day, it'll be quicker and more valuable than if you just do it once and then forget about it. So it's a cumulative sort of thing.
So it does kind of follow physical laws that way. So
That
the more
way it
you
does.
focus,
Yeah,
the more time you put into it.
it does. And the reason for that is it's directly proportional to the, I'll use the word energy. Energy is a metaphor, but it's proportional to the amount of energy that you put into the problem. If your mind is really well focused, then you will put a lot of energy into it. If your mind is skipping around, you know, heal a little bit, then go and wonder what you're going to make for dinner, and then heal a little bit, and then wonder what your kids are doing, and then heal a little bit, you won't be nearly as effective because your mind isn't focused. That's why it's good to get the point consciousness first, where you're not focused on anything but your intent. Then you'll be a lot more effective. And it has to come out of the being level, as we said, not out of the intellect. So it does follow those kinds of laws in the sense that your awareness can be spread thinner, and it can have a broader effect, and you will affect all those people, but you're not likely to affect all those people as much as you would one of them if you just focused on one of them. But you can, yes, affect everybody. So it's like also when you parallel process in your mind. You're in this reality, but you can be in another reality at the same time. But it's a zero-sum game in that if you're 80% here, you're only going to get 20% there because you've only got so much focus and you're spreading it. So you may be in 3 reality frames at the same time and you got 3 different data streams going on, but what you're really doing is the same way a computer does that. You're doing fast sampling. You're a little bit here and then a little bit there, and if you sample through them fast enough, it seems like they're all parallel and continuous, but you can only sample so fast. So eventually, the total can't add up to more than 100%, you know, of your focus.
Thank you.
I have a question. So I was talking to Kathy earlier, and we actually had the same question. Everybody has a different experience of love and definition of love. So what is your definition and experience of love?
Okay. Well, I'm probably the only person that will ever give you a technical description of love. Love is the nature of a low entropy being. That's love. It's just the nature of a low entropy being. Now I say, yeah, well, what can I do with that, right? Yeah, that's the technical. So you can actually measure what love is by a measurement of the entropy level. But of course, that's really difficult to do. So, but in theory, anyway, that's a measurable thing. So that's kind of the big definition of what love is. Now, in a more local, you know, kind of one-to-one, I'd already mentioned when Susan asked the question that love in a relationship, loving others, is about other. If it's about yourself, it's not love. It has to be about other. Most people who fall in love most likely fall in need. They find that somebody else satisfies their needs, and hopefully they satisfy that other person's needs, and if both needs are met, then they've fallen in love. Has little to do with love. Love is unconditional. If it's not unconditional, it's not love, it's a deal. When you fall in need with somebody, it's a deal. I'll meet your needs if you meet my needs. Generally doesn't last real long because needs change. As people grow up, as people change, needs change. And the deal that you started with doesn't necessarily still work that well later on. But if you fall in love, you really do, it's about the other person. So it doesn't matter how anybody changes. It's about the other person. They're still that person, and you still love them. It's still there. Love tends to be forever. Love doesn't have to be earned. You know, you have to earn like. But you don't have to earn love. And we all love people we don't like. Mostly that happens in families. But, you know, we all love people we don't like. So love is just given away. It's just something you give away. It's not an earned thing. Trust has to be earned, but not love. Love is freely given, and it's not about you or what you need or getting your needs met. It's about the other person and what can you do to meet their needs. Yeah. Love is a pretty scarce commodity in relationships, unfortunately, but most of us have some component of love in our relationships and some component of need in our relationships. So it's not 100%. It doesn't have to be all, or, one or the other. We may be somewhat needy, which is ego and fear, and we also are somewhat loving and caring. It's about other. And that mix kind of changes, with time and whatever. But so does that answer? That's, yeah. Yes.
For what you've learned along the way, you say you were nudged into, we're all nudged in the right direction often. What does the nudging and the larger conscious system, if it's a low entropy system, is it something that you can have a relationship with?
Yes. It's easy to have a relationship with the larger consciousness system. People who do that will often call that their guide. A guide is just an interface, a personal interface to the larger conscious system. And by personal, I mean it's personal to you. It has personality. It has sense of humor. It is going to be in a form that you find credible. So that depends on you. It'll take whatever form it needs for you to find credible. So if you're very religious, it might be an angel or Gabriel or somebody of religious note, or Mary or someone. If you're not religious, it could be a guru, or it could be just somebody in a hood and a cloak that you never actually see very well, or you just hear, you've never had a visual. It could be any of that stuff. But it's not going to be something that you wouldn't relate to. Nobody has a guide that's like a two-headed dog. That's not credible, or a chicken, That's even less credible than a dog. You don't have guides like that, not because that wouldn't, serve as an interface, but you wouldn't give it credibility. The form it takes has to do with the credibility that you require. So your guide may be male or may be female. It may be, young or old. You may get strong visuals or you may have weak visuals. All of those are possible, whatever it works with you, whatever's best for you. So yes, and it's easy, and how do you just want it. You just ask for it. If you're trying to grow up, ask for help. Say, I need some guidance here. Now, don't expect your guide to chat with you, okay? That's because chatting with you, for most people anyway, that goes straight to the intellect. You work on that with your intellect. Guy's not interested in playing games with your intellect because that's mostly a waste of time. You're going to end up doing whatever you can justify anyhow. It doesn't get to you that way. So most people go frustrated. I talk to my guides and they never talk back. Well, that's because they don't want to talk to you. They want to interact with you at an intuitive level. They want to interact with you at a being level where there's actually some traction there for them. Chit-chatting with you, chit-chatting with your ego is not profitable most of the time. So that's why. So how do they communicate with you? It will be by your intuition, through feeling, through just knowing. They will, sometimes it's signs. We'll go back to the primitive people, right? Looking for a sign. Well, sometimes signs just happen, and when they do, you kind of know what they mean. If you don't, then it probably, isn't a way that they would choose to work with you. And what does the sign have to be? There's no particular set of signs. Whatever means something to you. The sign will be some metaphor that means something to you. That's why they would use that. So any way they can communicate other than chit-chatting with your ego they will use. Sometimes they will just chat directly. They'll just tell you something. You'll hear a voice. And you'll hear it just as loud and clear. As a matter of fact, you'll look around and see who said that, because it'll be just that clear. And then there won't anybody be around. And, you know, so sometimes that happens, but that's usually when they're trying to do something emphatic. So guides are easy to come by. You might even get several. Several?
Several, like larger consciousness system providing several. Are those several having IO individuated units of consciousness themselves?
No, not likely. They're just interfaces with the larger consciousness system. Okay. So it's just your connection. And the form that it takes is whatever's credible to you. So it's not really that our guides are individuated units of consciousness who have a job of following us around and waiting until we ask a question. That would be a terrible job to have, don't you think? I just sit here all day and wondering if I'll ask a question. And it's been 30 years and I haven't gotten a question yet, you know, but I'm on the job. You know, it's just your interface. You can get information anytime. It doesn't have to come through a guide. You just ask for information, it'll come back. Ask for help, it'll come back. But if you want to personalize that, you can call that a guide. Oh, I ask, I get the stuff back. Well, you know, since we don't talk with rocks or anything, we only communicate with people, then we kind of turn that into a people. We turn it into another consciousness, an entity like us, and then we call it a guide. The guide's a metaphor. It's not really a IUOC that's job is to guide us. It's a metaphor for our connection with the larger system. So some people have guides, but they don't call them guides. They're just non-physical friends.
I just had one last question. I've reduced my ton of questions down to one last one. And that was, in your beginnings of exploring other realities, you were told to go to sleep and be aware, and that created a lot of fog. Now you skip the process and you process multiple realities at a time. When you pass on, how much of that will you keep? Is that a part, a tool set that your consciousness has now acquired, or will you start over from the square roots?
It's a little bit of both. Well, let me try to explain it. You keep all of the quality that you earn. Okay? By quality, I mean quality of consciousness, lowering entropy, evolving, you know, spiritual growth, however you want to put that. You get to keep all of that you earn. So that's yours. Now, the structure of how you work with that is something you develop while you're here. So you get the quality when you start, and then you have to figure out how to work with it. But since you've done it already, maybe 10 or 20 or 100 or 200 times, it comes much more quickly. And if it doesn't come quickly, you sometimes get some nudges, like a good kick in the seat of the pants, that will help you, you know, get back to where you were. So it comes just more quickly. It's just intuitively obvious that this is how you do it. It comes to you and you immediately pick it up because it's familiar. So no, you don't actually come back with a set of prescriptions or things. First I do this and then I do that. But you do come back with a proclivity for picking it up quickly, and the quality is already there. But you still have to put it all together again. You still have to do that. But you do it, you see, in a different context. Now you're in a totally different context. So putting it all together again in a different context means you really have to have it. It's not something you remember. It's not something that was intellectual. If you've got the quality, then you can put it together in any context. It doesn't matter. So that's the thing. If you don't really have it, and you can't put it together in a different context, then you didn't really have it at all. You never did have it yet.
Hi, Tom. So I do have a question about fear. So you talked about fear, or getting rid of fear for that matter. But isn't fear a necessary tool or a driver for you to overcome to come up with a resolution to overcome your challenges?
No, fear shouldn't be. I can't think of any, anything that's really a good fear, other than maybe we could make up some kind of, strange scenario where fear isn't such a bad thing. But fear is always a bad thing to have. For instance, you may have better behavior because of fear. You don't do things because you don't want to go to jail. See, there's a fear of going to jail, therefore you don't rob the bank. Well, if the reason you don't rob banks is because you're afraid of going to jail, you see, that doesn't say a whole lot about the quality of your consciousness. You should not rob banks because it isn't right. It's immoral, it's not a good thing to do. It's taking other people's stuff without their permission. So fear is not really good, but it shouldn't be fear that pushes you to grow up. It shouldn't be fear that pushes you to learn or to grow. You should just want to do that. If you need fear as a motivation, then you're probably working out of your intellect. Oh, I don't want to be, a nasty kind of person like that. I need to grow up. I don't want to be foggy, so I need to not eat sugar. And you can do that, but I guess there's a fine line between whether that's fear or whether you're just wanting to go to the positive. But I think it should be a positive thing. I want to stop eating sugar, not because I'm afraid that it'll turn me into a zombie, but because I want to be clear. So some of us have tendency to cast our thoughts in terms of the negative to what it is we don't want. It's not necessarily a fear. It could just be a habit of the way we think. But it's a good idea to cast those thoughts the other way and what it is we do want. So I think fear is almost always a negative thing. Some people will ask me, they'll say, well, doesn't fear keep you alive? Isn't fear a good thing? It's fear, it keeps you from walking in the park at midnight. It's fear that, keeps you out of the woods during mating season when the bears are out. Fear's a good thing. It's not a good thing. Fear, intelligence should keep you out of the woods at night and out of the park at midnight. That's being intelligent. It's not being afraid. You should look at the probabilities and say, that's probably not a good idea, to go hiking in the woods right now. The grizzly bears are hauling, feeling very territorial as they're trying to find mates and so on, and to be in the bear's territory wouldn't be a good idea, so I think I'll stay home this week. That's intelligence speaking, not fear. Fear is the thing that gets you in trouble. Fear is when you meet that bear and instead of doing the correct things, you turn around and run. Well, to an animal that's looking for prey, something running is just irresistible. You might as well just, that's the worst possible thing you could do. But that's what people do who have fear. So the fear will get you killed. Intelligence will keep you out of the woods, not fear.
So here's my other part of the question again. Going back to fear, fear of death, not necessarily being chased by a bear, but fear of mortality. Mm-hmm. So to rationalize this, like, okay, it's part of life, part of this dimension, or bigger consciousness. If you look at things that way, now based on what you have just stated, you use the word intellect. So the way I'm understanding you, so when it comes to fear of death, in order for me to overcome that fear, I'm going to have to use intellect, quote unquote, in your own words, the way I'm understanding it at least.
No, you can use your intellect to start the process. Our intellect can give us direction. It's not very good at solving problems, but it is good at pointing out problems and giving us direction. So if you have a fear of death, you might start with the intellect, seeing a bigger picture where death is just a transition, part of the overall learning process. realized that it would be very non-productive if you stayed alive forever, because we wouldn't be very productive. It's much better to start out again fresh and see if you can't reorganize in another, in a way that's unique. That's a much more powerful learning paradigm. But once you start with the intellect, you have to get that down to the being level, to where you just don't have that fear. That's not an intellectual thing. You can tell yourself, oh yes, I know when I die I'm going to come back and do all this, so I'm not afraid of death. But if that's all in your intellect, you're still going to be terrified. It's not going to fix it because it's intellectual. But the intellect can tell you, I need to work on this. I need to deal with this fear. I need to really understand at a deep level that I am more than my physical body. And if you really get that at the deep level, then the fear of death will just disappear. You'll know it's not that big a deal. It's just another chapter in a long book. So you have to not get it just at the intellect, but probably you start there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, over here. I have two questions. One of them is, I was wondering if you have been to a data stream where the collective avatars understand that it is a virtual reality?
No, I don't think I have. Not that I've noticed that they understood that it was a virtual reality. I don't know what they thought of in those kind of concepts. I've been in a lot of virtual realities that they were even worse off than we are here as far as the fear level goes. I've been in only a few that were really doing better than we are here, that were more evolved. Some of those were mostly very evolved, to where there was kind of general peace and caring and cooperation everywhere. But I don't know whether they thought that in terms of virtual reality, or whether they just got there some other way. Virtual reality is a metaphor. It's a path. It's a way to go. You don't have to go that way. You can get there other ways. It's if your system is deep into science and left brain logic, then it's probably the way to go. But if it isn't, then it doesn't matter. We don't have to call it virtual reality. It's just the way the world is. You do something here and it happens there. That's just the nature of reality, and it doesn't need to be virtual. So I'd not really been to one that I thought virtual reality was a going concept, but I've been to some that have been pretty advanced. Maybe they did pass through a virtual reality stage, but not while I was there. They may have, but eventually virtual reality doesn't matter. It's sort of like meditation. In the beginning, you need to say your mantra or do your breathing or whatever. You need things to help you do, but it's not really about doing, it's about being. But you do these things anyway because they're part of the structure of getting you to be different. Eventually, you let that go. You don't do any formal meditations. You don't do mantras and breathing or anything else. A meditation state is, 0.3 of a second away. All you do is shift your focus a little bit, and you let the details go. So I think that's the way it would be with virtual reality too. Eventually, you'd get past the point where virtual reality mattered. You'd live in a world full of cooperation and caring, and whether virtual reality was the way you explained, how it worked or not, probably become irrelevant after a while.
Great, thank you. I have one more question I don't understand the concept of the individuated consciousness being at different levels, and I'm wondering whether the collective consciousness would have been, the individuated consciousness would have come out and become individuated at the same time and then had different experiences, or if they've come out and evolved at different points.
Okay. The different levels you're talking about are just levels of, different places in an evolutionary process. So you have, if you have a lot of things, so you have a lot of things to start with, 10 different things, and they're all about the same, and they all begin having experiences. And based on the choices, each one of them has free will. Based on the choices they make, some of them will learn some things, and some will learn others, and some won't learn anything at all, and some will unlearn some of the things they already did know, and it'll go backwards. It's just the free will choice. It takes people in all directions, and pretty soon all 10 will be different, even though they started the same. They'll all be just very different. So it's the differences have to do with how much effort you put into evolving. Do you know what the game is about? If you don't know that growing up and becoming love is the game here, you won't be very effective playing it. You will, as I say, you'll be just wandering around clueless on the playing field, not knowing what the game is. Well, it's hard to make progress in a game like that. So once you get it, your progress starts to pick up. You start to go faster. And the more you learn, the easier it is to learn more. So those people are going to very soon be way out in front in the evolution game because they're actually trying and working on it. And the ones that aren't going to make a whole lot of progress. So eventually, give that a few 100,000 years and it all spreads out a whole lot, even if they were similar to begin with.
I have an extension of that. Are there a finite number of individuated consciousness?
Yes, there's a finite number. There's a finite number because the larger conscious system is finite. You can't have any infinite components in this system. Infinity is an abstract concept, not a real thing that you can ever get to. You can never count to infinity. You can't ever grow to infinity. Nothing ever can get to infinity because the definition of infinity is beyond anything that anybody could get to, right? So infinity is just an abstraction. Any real system has to be finite. If it's not finite, it's not a real system. It's imaginary. It's just, it's a mental thing. So if it's a real system, then it needs to be finite. And that upsets a lot of people. They don't like that. They want the system to be infinite and perfect and all-knowing and that sort of thing. But it can't be if it's a real system. It has to be finite, which means it's got finite computational space. It's only got so many bits. It's got to be efficient in how it uses those bits. It can't do things that are terribly inefficient. It has a limited, finite number of pieces, parts. A limited number of seats, in the game. Yeah, it has to have constraints. It itself has constraints, which just rubs some people the wrong way. They don't want their larger system to have constraints. They want it to be everything infinite, which is not a bad metaphor. If you were floating in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, well, there's islands there. What if you were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? There's not a whole lot of islands, in an inner tube floating, and you'd look around, and of course it would be 500 miles, maybe 2,000 miles in any direction before anything else was there. You'd feel like the ocean was infinite. That would be the way it seemed. And that's the way this larger conscious system seems to us. It seems like it's infinite. It doesn't seem to have any problem with constraints on the number of bits it has, but it's because it's so big compared to us and the way we think about things, it seems infinite. So practically speaking, we can say, it appears to be infinite. But when we think about it logically, we know that it can't be, or it can't be real.
Yeah. Earlier you were talking about love, and I struggle with love. So I realize that I've gone into relationships many times through need, deal making through needs, selecting relationships for the wrong reasons based on connection or affection and those kind of things. And I hear you describe having relationships as coming from a place of love that is giving, all about other. I have that capability in me, but what I find is I crash and burn at some point because I don't have enough self-love. So as that love gives, which is how a relationship will start, and the other person starts to reciprocate, at some point I start to self-sabotage and back out or shut down or pull away. So what do you recommend, or what do you say about self-loving? Is that something that would take priority, that I'd have to have that figured out before I could engage properly in a relationship?
Yeah. Well, there's a saying that you've probably heard. It's a little new agey, but it's been around a long time, and that is, you can't love anybody else until you love yourself. Well, if love is about other, then loving the self is kind of an oxymoron. You know, it doesn't make sense. I don't like the term loving yourself, but I understand what people mean by that. What they mean by that is not being negative about yourself, not tearing yourself down, you know, not having a low self-esteem, not having lack of confidence. Those kinds of things get thrown into the basket as loving yourself, which, like I say, I don't like that term because it's confusing when love is about other. Because if love is about yourself, then, you know, a relationship and we're in love and I'm mainly in love with myself, you know, that doesn't make a very good relationship. So I'd like to take the loving the self and turn that around to not being negative towards self. You know, if you're negative towards yourself, it is hard to give to others because you don't have much to give. You see, what you give is you give of yourself. But if yourself in your own mind is little and small and weak and puny and not worthy, then what do you have to give? So it's not until yourself is whole and radiant and full and, you know, confident, now you have a lot to give to somebody. Whereas otherwise, what you want, you're needy. If you're little and small and insignificant, you're a very needy person, not one that can give. If you're full and abundant, then you have lots to give. So that's why that saying, you know, you can't love somebody else till you love yourself. Well, really, you can't give to somebody else unless you have something to give. So yes, work on yourself. See, all that negativity of self is fear. It's just fear. You don't feel worthy, you don't feel adequate, you don't feel like you've got it together, you're not smart enough, you're not rich enough, you know, whatever it is that makes you look small in your own eyes, that is fear. So you have to, you know, we said that if you have a negative feeling, that's attached to a fear. Well, if that negative feeling is about yourself, that's attached to a fear about yourself. You need to deal with that first. Well, first, it's not like you have to sit in a cave until you get that done before you can interact with people. But you know what I mean? That's kind of a prerequisite. And the more that you can deal with that and get rid of that, then the more you've got to give. And you get rid of all that fear altogether, and then it's easy to just give. It makes you happy to give. As long as you have that fear, you still have needs, you still have problems and issues, and you need to get in order to make that fear feel better, to convince you that you are lovable and you are okay and you are rich enough or whatever, you know. So that's the problem. It all boils down to fear is the problem. You got to get rid of that, you know, you get rid of that fear and then all those problems go away. But that's true, yeah, until you have something to give, then you don't, you know, it's not too much and you're more concerned about yourself. It's just part of the growing path. And you know, the first step in that, the first step that most people never get to is admitting that that's an issue. So I'd say you're on, you know, you're a step ahead of most people because most people never get to the point that they would say what you said.
Can I reframe that in
Yes,
slightly
please.
different language?
Yeah.
It's Carly again. 20 years ago, my best friend died. She was a pipe carrier in the Cree tradition, and all kinds of weird things happened. I gave the eulogy at her memorial service, and I exhorted everybody there to go out and love well, because she loved well. And I quoted Stephen Levine, who is an expert on death and dying, And he said the most important question you can ask yourself when you die is, have I loved well? So I said to myself, well, I've told all these people they should do it. Gee, I guess I'd better try and figure out how to do that. And for 2 years, I asked people how to love well. I couldn't get the hang of it. I just couldn't get the hang of it. And it finally hit me that I'm living in my head trying to love well, and that's an exercise of willpower. Oh, you lucky person, I'm going to love you well. And there was this weird guy in my life, not a lover, not even a prospective lover, that came up to me after 2 years. I couldn't stand this guy. Ran into him on the street, couldn't avoid him, couldn't dodge into a little store, right? And he said, that's the wrong question. You're asking the wrong question. And I thought, who in the hell are you to question Stephen Levine? He's an expert. But I thought, oh no, I'm big, I'm enlightened, I'll go along with this guy. So I said, okay, what's the right question? And he said, the most important question to ask yourself when you die is, have I allowed myself to be loved well by others? And when he said that, I went, uh-oh, I'm in real trouble, because I don't do that. And what that means, to allow myself to be loved well by others, I must have an open heart to let them in. And if my heart is open to let them in, guess what? I might meet your heart that's open, and you'll let me in, and that point, we will both be loving well. Mm-hmm. And that's willingness. It takes it out of willfulness, you're a lucky guy, into willingness. I'm allowed to explore the world and let it impact me. So my 2 bits were, sorry.
Very good.
Thank you, Garth.
Yeah, well said.
Vanessa first. Then you, sir.
Okay. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Vanessa.
Okay, so this is preschool, entropy reduction trainer, and it's the preschool level. So what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you have graduated? I mean...
Well, that's a good question. I'm going to have to bring that up. Yeah. No, the way it works, people have this idea that you grow up here, and then when you become enlightened, you move on and you don't come back, right? That probably comes out of some Buddhist philosophy. And it doesn't work that way. You grow up, and as you grow up, you learn how to be cooperative and caring. You become more love. It's more about others, so that's just part of you growing up. Well, that doesn't get you out of here. That gets you to help here, you see? So it's not like you're going to, how is it about others to have an idea of, oh, I can't wait to get out of here. I'm going to do my work. I'm going to get to this point, and I'm gone. I'm never coming back to this thinking place again. This is rotten, and I'm above all that. Well, it's not like that. If that's the way you feel, you're not nearly as enlightened as you think you are. Matter of fact, if you run into anybody that tells you they're enlightened, it's a very good sign that they are not. So the thing is, the more you grow up, the more valuable you are and the more able you are to help other people. So the idea is, if you really do learn a lot, then you really are a valuable teacher, and you need to keep working to help people. So you'll never run out of something to do. This idea that you're going to be done. I'm working to get out and I'm going to be done. That's, to me, was an idea to keep people interested in going on. People with ego, it's like, when you die, you're going to have, 14 virgins or something, to play with in the afterlife. Well, eventually you're going to get done. All you have to do is work hard, keep your nose to the grindstone, act kindly to everybody, and you'll be done. I think that's just an enticement to keep people with ego still in the game. Mm-hmm. You're never done. There is no done. There's always more to learn. And the thing is, this is entropy reduction. Remember I said, what's love? It's low, it's a being, it's low entropy. Entropy is the kind of thing that if you don't work on it, it just naturally increases. If you're not putting effort in, it just builds up. So you get to the point that you say, I'm done. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to play a harp on a cloud forever. You know, that's my thing. I'm into music now, and I'm just done with this nasty, you know, entropy reduction trainer. Well, what'll happen? You'll start de-evolving on the spot because you're done. The entropy will just grow, and you will just come apart, and eventually you will resemble the people that you're pointing the finger at that, you know, are not as good as you are. So you have to keep putting effort in, or you will start to de-evolve. You can't just sit back and be done.
Okay. So, because I've heard you say this is just kindergarten, you know, so sometimes though when I'm feeling a lot of my fear, I'm just kind of wrapped up and feeling like, oh my God, this is kindergarten? What the hell is university going to be like, right?
Well, in ways it gets harder, in ways it gets easier. If you look at it from, just say from the position you are, you'll look at the challenges of people who maybe are more evolved and have less fear than you do. And you can probably see that those are big challenges and big responsibilities, but they're able to handle that. It's just at a level where they can just maybe barely handle it, because that's the level everybody is at. We're all at the level where we can just barely handle it, you see, because that's the place where you learn the most. So we're at different places. You know, and look at kids growing up. You know, take a 3-year-old. Their connection with life is just at the level where they can barely handle it, right? And then at 10 years old, it's the same thing. They're just at that point in their life that they can just barely handle it. Well, everybody's that way. You see, that's the way it should be. But when you're, you know, when you're 40 or 50 and you're right at that point where you can just barely handle it, you're really handling a whole lot more than you did when you were 3. You're really in charge and responsible for and whatever than you were when you were younger. Well, that is if you continue to grow a lot. Some people don't grow much. Some people are about at the same level when they're 40 that they were, you know, when they were 14. But they're just not making a lot of progress. But even if you are making a lot of progress, the things you need to grow into, the things you need to learn, the missions you have, if you will, grow with you. So yes, they get harder and harder, but at the same time, they get easier and easier because you're more grown up. And they get more and more fun, less and less pain. So the whole thing gets to be happier and happier, I guess, even though the lessons get harder in an absolute sense. But they're more fun because you stop seeing them as pain. You start seeing them as lessons, you know, puzzles to solve. And it becomes fun doing it. And even if it hurts, it's still fun because you don't mind the hurt. You know, the hurt's okay. You know, that's just part of the game. You know, sometimes it hurts. So it's, there'll always be a challenge. You'll never get to the point where you say, boy, I got all the hard work done. You know, there's nothing left for me to do. Yeah, okay. There's always something left. Struggle means you're working at it.
I see. So it's not like this virtual reality is preschool, and then I graduate and I go to a different virtual reality.
No. This reality is like the old time schools, where they have everybody from, you know, babies all the way up, you know, to adults, all learning, all helping each other. You know, the 10-year-olds help the 5-year-olds, and so on. That's the way this school is. It's got lots of people in it. It's just that if we just count bodies, most of the people in this learning lab are probably like, you know, in preschool or, you know, elementary school. There's a lot of, and all that means, and that's not a label or a negative, it just means that there's a lot to learn. They've got a long way to go before they get rid of a lot of their fear. Most of us here have a lot of fear we're trying to get rid of. Getting rid of fear takes a lot of work. You really have to put effort into that. It's not something that just happens because you live long enough. You can, you know, you have to work at it.
I have to apply myself. It feels like, is this traditionally, or is this normally how it works? Is that an IUOC incarnates into this reality frame? And it seems to be, at least based on my experience, that I have de-evolved. My quality of consciousness has de-evolved. And now that I'm learning, and I understand my mission, Now I'm starting to evolve, but now I have to kind of pick up where I left off. Is that typically how it goes?
Yeah, I suspect in some way it does, because, you know, as we grow up, when we're very young, we in the larger conscious system are kind of friends. You know, we get along better. We interact with we're very intuitive. 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds are very intuitive in what they understand. Sometimes you chat with one and you're amazed at how much those little folks get, you know, what big pictures they have. But as we get older and older, we learn that this is just a material world. We learn to forget all that nonsense, and everything comes out of our heads. So we get caught in that trap, and then we get into the teenage years where we know everything. You know, that's when we're really enlightened, right? In our minds, you know, we're teenagers and we know everything. You know, mom and dad are just dumb. You know, they don't know anything. And from there on, you know, it's a slow process of realizing you don't know so much. And by the time you hit 40, you feel you don't really know anything, you know, and you feel like you've regressed. I remember when I knew everything, and now I don't know anything. And it seems like you're going backwards, but you're not really going backwards. What you're doing is seeing a bigger picture. And as you see a bigger picture, then you tend to look smaller, you know. Here's this big picture. And, oh, I'm not really doing all that well, because, you know, you start to see things bigger. So you're growing all the time. Your perspective just is growing so that you can see that you have a long way to go. Whereas 5 or 10 years ago, you didn't see that you had a long way to go. You already had arrived. Now you see you've got issues you need to deal with, and you think maybe you've regressed, but you're just seeing a bigger picture. And, you know, we can go 2 steps forward and 1 step back. That happens, particularly when we are in the teenage area. It's kind of hard. It's easy. That's the first time we really get to make choices. You know, some big adults always button into our life making choices for us until we get to 17, 18, 19, and suddenly we're on our own. And we make some pretty bad choices. And we have to pay the consequences for those bad choices. But it's all part of the learning.
And I know you also mentioned entropy. It's hard to measure how low your entropy is.
Yeah.
This is the whole mission, though, to lower my entropy.
There's some ways to measure it, though. I mean, it's not an accurate measurement, but it's accurate for an individual, I guess. Measure your entropy by your emotions. Those emotions are tied directly into your being level. Those emotions that come out of you, that's the real you. So if your emotions in general are very positive and full of joy and happiness, you probably have a pretty low entropy. If your emotions are full of rage and anger and unhappiness and oh no, woe is me, that kind of stuff, then you probably have a long way to go yet. So that's the gauge. Look at those feelings that you have in any given day. How much of those feelings are joy and happiness, and how much of those feelings are, oh no, not this again. You know, those kinds of negative things. And that's a good measure of, you know, where you happen to be. Not a precise measure. You may just be having a bad day, you know, or a bad week. Maybe a hard time for you, but in general, that's a good way of looking at your progress, is looking at your emotions.
Okay, thank you.
So scientists are saying that there's 80% of the universe is dark matter.
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate what you think dark matter is and where it's going?
Sure. The reason they say that is because scientists have very strong beliefs about this being a material world, and they have their equations that describe this material world. Then the material world throws them a curveball by not behaving the way it's supposed to. That means they have equations that say it's supposed to behave like this. And it doesn't. You know, it does that in double slit, and it does that in cosmology as well. And when it doesn't, they have a couple of choices. One choice is to say, well, if it doesn't behave that way, then my theory and understanding is probably wrong. Because I predict it's like this, and it's not, so my theory is probably wrong. Well, that's not the choice they pick. The choice they pick is, my theory says it should be like this, and it isn't, so I'm just going to add a constant to my equation here so that now my equation's right. And I'm going to call that constant dark energy. It's invisible, doesn't take up any space, nobody can see it, can't be measured, home free. You see?
So they're fooling us.
Yeah, they're fooling themselves. It's a way to maintain a sense of materialism when materialism doesn't work. So in math, you call that a fudge factor. Well, in physics, you call that a fudge factor. And you get to a point, you know the equation's supposed to equal this, and you don't get it, well, then you put in a fudge factor so that you do. That's a fudge factor. And a lot of the stuff we see now are fudge factors. So it's not that that's a real thing. The only thing that gives it reality is that it makes the equation work. And you have to really believe in these equations to just put in a fudge factor and call it real. Otherwise, you'd have to admit, I don't know what I'm talking about. My equations aren't right. My understanding of reality isn't right. There's something really fundamentally wrong with what I think about the world. And that just would be too much to bear, to go there. But good science should go there. But it doesn't. You know, we did that with quantum mechanics. We got to quantum mechanics, and the first time they threw single particles at two slits, and the particles didn't pile up behind the slits, but they magically distributed themselves on the screen in a diffraction pattern for no apparent reason. We didn't say, I think we've got the wrong theory here about how reality works, because materialism can't explain that. What they said instead was, it's just weird science. Nobody understands this science, it's just weird science. Matter of fact, I think nobody ever will understand it. Because if somebody could, we would. We don't, so it probably doesn't have an understanding. That's, you know, and I very closely have quoted in that little thing, you know, what physicists say. You know, some of the best physicists have quoted things that, you know, well, it's just weird science, nobody will ever understand it in the normal way of understanding. What that means as a materialistic understanding. So rather than say the theory's bad, it doesn't give us the right answer, it's the answer's bad, it doesn't fit the theory. And it's just, you know, it's hard giving up materialism. Materialism is the core belief of science. And to give that up is difficult. That's why it's taken virtual reality so long. It's because people don't want to give up that materialism. In fact, they find ways to have virtual reality and materialism too. I know that sounds like, you know, a third grader could find the falsehood in that, you know? You give up a reality that's not material, it's virtual, it's just information, but it's material too. But they do. You know, you've heard Elon Musk say that, you know, it's a virtual reality. And you'll find out that it's a virtual reality, but it's physical. There's always that comma, but it's physical. And even the physicists, I watched a group of physicists, and they were from the best institutions. They were MIT and some out of Europe and, you know, all over the world, but very top-end institutions and physicists who had big names. And Edward Fredkin was among them. Edward Fredkin's one of the first people to claim that this was a virtual reality. He did that back in the early 1900s. So he's one of the first. Anyway, Edward Fredkin was talking to these people. All of them were very pro virtual reality, every one. That's why we were there. It was on a panel discussion of virtual reality. And these were all the pro guys. So Fredkin brought up, he said, well, since it's a virtual reality, then logic will tell us that it couldn't be computed here. It has to be computed in what he calls other, outside of here, you know, out of this universe. Can't be computed inside the virtual reality. And you saw all these physicists sitting up on a panel. They're all going, you know, like, and then they hemmed and hawed, and one of them said, no, not really, it doesn't have to be that way. And then they changed the subject and went on. So these are what the top physicists say about virtual reality. They like the idea because it, you know, it answers the questions. But when it gets to it not being physical, they just can't bring themselves to go there. You see, that's why I say they're going to get the ball rolling here against their will almost, it's like they're not going to know what they do. You know, once they get this ball rolling, they're going to wonder, oh, why, God, what did I start? You know, I take it all back. It's still material, but they won't be able to. So they're clinging tenaciously to this idea that it's a material reality. You see, back in the bad old days, when scientists were persecuted, occasionally burned at the stake, but sometimes just house arrest, like Galileo and so on. Well, at that time, the source was something non-physical, and we were a subset, you see, and for science. That was when the high priests of culture were priests, were religious priests, not scientists. And scientists still have a very strong reaction to that idea coming back again, where they lose control of what this reality is all about, and it goes to somebody else that deals with things other than physical. And that's just not an acceptable place. You know, scientists don't like that. That's why they're dragging their feet. But the younger people coming along say, well, you know, we're scientists, that's the answer. You know, that's what does it, and it'll eventually get there. But it doesn't get there quickly because there's just a lot of, you know, gut level dragging the feet, not wanting to go there because it seems to take science out of science. Science now is no longer the hard facts that materialism has. It's no longer the ground up, the little particles make bigger particles that make, you know, all that's nonsense. It's not about particles. It's not about material things. And, well, that's their game. So you can see why the scientists and the physicists are really going to beat this thing to death before they're willing to let go of it. But yet there's some urge there about finding truth, you know, and reporting it as you see it. So they are having big internal battles with themselves about this. And some of the foolishness you get is things like dark matter. They just fudge factors in the equations trying to uphold materialism. That's the same thing with fields. Why do we have fields that explain everything that's action at a distance? Because field is a fiction that maintains the, you know, this imaginary materialism. Physicists are smart enough to know that fields don't cause anything. They just predict. It's not that that's beyond their ability to grasp. They won't grasp it. It's, you know, more denial than anything else. They just don't grasp that. They say, well, of course it causes it. What else would cause it? Well, since they don't have any other answer of what would cause it, then it must be the field that causes it, even though the field's just a piece of mathematics. How does mathematics cause something to happen? It doesn't, you see? So it's a mindset we have to overcome in science. And it's not just science, it's the whole left-brain world has the same problem. Yeah.
Okay, so in our world with all the social media and technology we have, I feel like I'm being bombarded with bad news always. Mm-hmm. So I can't escape it. It's like either I turn it all off or I'm on and I'm just bombarded with crap. So how do we deal with that practically? Like, do you yourself keep up with current events? Do you check the news? And how do you put a positive spin on it? I don't understand how to take in such negative news and turn it into something happy and positive.
Okay. Well, the answer to your question is no, I don't watch the news. I have not watched commercial television since the World Trade Center was hit, and I hadn't watched it for about 30 years before that happened. But that was a big enough deal that I wanted to see it for myself, so I did go to commercial TV to take a look at that. But no, I don't worry with news. My thought is that if it's a big enough deal that I need to know about it, it'll be a big enough deal that I'll find out about it. And I don't worry that I'll be the last one to find out. That's not a problem. I'm aware and I interact with a lot of people, and that's my news source. I'm not interested in that. It's the reason that it's negative like that isn't just that we're kind of demented and love negativity. It's our survival instincts make us aware of what might hurt us. Survival instincts are looking for the bad stuff, just the bad stuff. All right, here's the happy stuff, but the happy stuff isn't going to bite you. See, happy stuff doesn't have teeth and doesn't bite. I want to know the bad stuff. So we've just grown up with that idea that whatever's bad going on, we need to know about it so we can avoid it, or so that it doesn't happen to us, to make sure it's an area far away from us. So the bad stuff is reported as news. It's the only news people want. You start reporting news of good stuff, everybody turns off their TV. They don't want to hear about good stuff. It's not relevant. Yeah, they might like a happy little story about, you know, a dog finally got home or something, but, you know, it's entertaining, but it's not the kind of news that you really need to watch. It's just entertainment. Whereas bad stuff, you have to know about so that you can avoid it. It's just, you know, it's just the way we're wired to focus on negativity. Keeps us alive. Oh, you eat those berries and you die. Well, that's news. You eat those berries and they taste good and it was delicious and you had a wonderful meal. Who cares? You see? It's those ones that killed you that are important, not the ones that made you happy. So that's why it's always bad and we don't have much good news. But if you listen to it, you'll become depressed. It's just a constant run of, you know, what's awful. And because bad news sells, they even make up bad news. And they make news seem worse than it is, just to increase viewers, you know, get viewers' attention. So it's not nearly as bad often as it sounds. It's just to make it worse and make it more dramatic is to make more money, gets more attention. So you can't believe, what did somebody say? You believe of none of what you read and only half of what you see. Yeah, that's probably too much, half. It's probably more than you should believe of what you see. So how do you deal with it? Turn it off. It's a good way to deal with it. When everybody's talking about the tidal wave in some place, you can ask them, and you'll probably learn everything you need to know about it just by asking them. Or if that's of interest to you, you can go look it up. Or if you feel like you'd like to help, you can go look it up and see where do you sign up, you know, to help if it's someplace nearby where you can get to help. So how do you deal with it? You know, you got a lot of negativity in the world. You know, just hanging out with your friends is probably about as much negativity as you can stand. You know, that's, how do you deal with it? You know, you just let it go and figure that's just the way it is. That's the way people are. Where it gets hard to deal with is when you invest your ego in it, when you don't like it, when it's upsetting to you, when it's annoying, when it makes you angry about all the awful stuff and all the negative reporting and all the bitching and complaining and fussing and, you know, woe is me, and you hear all of that and you just get kind of tired of it. That's your problem. That's your ego. That's not their problem. Their problem is they're negative, but your problem is you take that personally and you let that get to you. So you need to just let it go by. Say, yeah, that's the way people are. You know, nothing I can do about that. I can maybe say, you know, guys, you're being kind of negative. Why don't we talk about something else? Well, that won't work for very long. It'll go right back to the way it was very quickly. So you just learn it, you know, just the way they are. Go do something else. Find some other friends that aren't like that. You know, change your environment if you can.
So say I see a picture of the tar sands and I feel angry and I feel sad. So neither of those I would say is a good, nice feeling emotion, but is the sadness, is that coming from love because you're thinking about like what we're doing to the earth and what we're going to leave?
Sadness is a part of love.
Okay, so it's not always happy and fuzzy.
No, sadness is a part of love, and you get that sadness particularly when the people you love are being self-destructive. When you know, and often that's in families too. When people in families are you care for these people, you love them, and they are hurting themselves and probably hurting other people around them. But you can see they're on a path that's not going anywhere good. It's only going to get worse. and you wish that you could help them, but you've tried and it doesn't work. And you just have to let it go and figure there's a lesson in there that they need, and hope that if they don't get it this time, they'll get it next. And you still are around, though. It's not that you kind of distance from them. You still give them a hug and a kiss and tell them you love them. You still, ask them how they're doing, but you let them alone. But again, you don't get invested in it. You don't connect to it. Oh no, it's so awful. Look what they're doing. And then you're upset about it. That's your ego. You have to let people be who they are. And if that's sad, then it's just going to be sad. But sadness is a part of loving people. Because a lot of the people you're going to love are going to do things that hurt themselves. And you just can't always intervene. It gets to a point where intervening makes you an enabler. If you intervene all the time, then you're enabling dysfunction by propping it up. You just have to, don't join it. Don't engage with it. But you can still love it, give it, give to it. Just because those people are self-destructing doesn't mean that you don't come around them or you go away from them. If it's your family, try to make them feel better. Give them love. They probably need it more than ever. But realize you're not going to change that. If you've tried and it doesn't work, you've tried and it doesn't work, then you have to let it go. Very sad. But on the other hand, look at the positive side there. Hopefully they'll learn something. Often people don't get it until they hit the bottom. And then they come back. Sometimes they never come back. Sometimes they hit the bottom and stay there. Unfortunate, but it's the way it is.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, not a happy answer, but it's nothing you can do. You can't force other people to grow up.
So I have another question. I'm kind of struggling with my growth process because I feel like I'm kind of stuck in the second stage. And by that I mean that I realize that there's something bigger. I've had some previous experience with Tarot and Reiki, so I know that it's there's some other things that needed to be explained. Now it makes sense. Now that I know your theory, I've watched the videos, I've started reading the books, so now it makes sense. There's something bigger that I know how it works. But like I said, I'm kind of stuck in the second stage where I feel like when I try too hard. Then I start meditating and doing some experiments and then getting some data, and I did get some data. I started feeling confident, and then something happens and it doesn't work anymore for some time, and then I get frustrated, and maybe I get it like it's a sign to maybe take a break. Maybe I should just leave it for some time. And then time goes by and it's hard to go back, and whenever I go back, I'm in the same position again where I feel that I'm getting very involved, and then I kind of get obsessed even and try too hard, and then I get burnt out again, and it goes back over and over again.
So
what do you recommend to find that balance where I can keep growing without experiencing that?
Experience will help. Just keep going through your cycles. Those cycles will get longer and shallower until eventually they'll disappear. What happens is that you have a little bit of success, and when you have success, that kind of lights your fire and you go after it, then suddenly you're back up in your head. And then when you're back up in your intellect, then the success goes away. And then you go, oh, what's the use? It doesn't work. And then it comes back. And then it gets back up into your head, and then it comes back, and it's just, you're going around in those cycles. You'll get through that. You know, that's pretty normal. It's the way it works. There's lots of people tell me that, you know, they used to be really good at this, and now nothing. Well, when they let go and just relax and give it up, that's when it starts to come back, because that's when they no longer are in their intellect trying to make it happen. You can't make it happen. You have to let it happen.
Yeah, that probably makes sense in another aspect, which is that when whenever I'm taking a break, then I pay a lot of attention to details, so I'm getting good at detecting those nudges. And then something really unlikely happens that makes it very clear that there's something else, kind of a reminder. It's I get an alert that maybe it's time to go back.
Yes.
So that's what you mean by allowing it to happen?
Yeah, just allow it to happen. And then that'll send you back. And try to be more even in your enthusiasm and trying to kind of keep a big picture in mind and not the little picture of doing, but a bigger picture of being. Focus on the being and not the doing, and then you'll tend to slow those cycles down some. But it's pretty standard. Now sometimes you're going to go through cycles anyway. Cycles are natural. It's not just always on or always off. You tend to go through cycles, even in something just like meditation. There'll be times that you'll meditate every day, you know, for 6 months or a year, and then it just kind of goes away and you just don't meditate anymore for another 6 months or a year. And that's normal. You need periods of kind of less activity between periods of more activity so that you can integrate those experiences down into the being level. If you just kept having experience after experience after experience, they'd all just pile up, and pretty soon they'd be wasted because you wouldn't be able to process them. They'd just become part of a pile. So you have some experiences, and then you need to get that down into the being level. What did you learn from that? What did that mean? You know, what's the consequences to your life? Work on that a bit, and then when you're ready for more, then more will develop. So I do that. I remember that same sort of thing, you know, that you'd have just quiet periods and then periods that are very active and then quiet periods. That's natural. You need to take a break to integrate the experiences to the being level, otherwise they'll just stay up here. If you never integrate them, they'll just stay up here in your head, and then you don't grow much from them. So think about the growth and how you are. Think about being level things, and you don't have to necessarily be meditating during those times. That's just working out who you are in this reality frame. That's very productive as well. All the productive work isn't in the larger consciousness system. There's very productive work to be done here.
Is the fact that when I'm doing some experiments, as soon as I start not having any success, would be that a sign of maybe that's the moment to take a break?
Yeah,
so
take a
am I
break.
Following the right sign? Okay.
Yeah. If it's just not working, just take a break. Yeah, and a thing about the paranormal or experiencing out of body or healing or any of these things, that it's not necessary. You don't ever have to do anything paranormal in order to grow up. So sometimes people get the idea that this paranormal stuff is on your process, you know, to growing up. Well, it's not necessary. You can grow up without ever going out of body, without ever healing anybody. As you grow up, this stuff gets easier. It gets to where you don't have to work at it so much. And the more you grow up, the easier it gets. But the more you grow up, the less interested you are in it, too. You really don't care because there's not that much value in it. The value is in the beginning when is it real or not? See, then's the value. You want that experience to tell you. You want to have that personal knowledge. But afterwards, I mean, how often do you have to be convinced, right? Once you're convinced, and then it's just not that important anymore that you do those things. It's not a lot that you have to do there. And if you're just going because it's fun, it's, you know, it's like a ride at an amusement park, then it may be fun, but it isn't going to help you grow up any. So don't feel like if you can't progress through, you know, these paranormal experiences that you're just not getting there. You're obviously not progressing enough because you don't do paranormal things. That's nonsense. You never have to do anything paranormal. Being able to be kind and generous and caring and loving and cooperative doesn't require you to do something paranormal. That's just an extra thing, particularly for those left-brainers that need some evidence. The right-brainers, they do paranormal stuff every day. That's their life. They live in a paranormal world. They don't try to do any of it. It just happens. So left-brainers need to work a little harder.
Yeah, probably part of the problem is that I have a friend who's a right brain person, and she gets lots of data. She's kind of experimenting every single day, and she tells me about it, and I kind of feel kind of jealous sometimes. So
Yeah.
that's probably part of the problem, that I'm trying too hard.
It's not necessary. That's her thing, and you'll just have to work harder, you know, to get there. But it doesn't mean that you're progressing any more slowly. You see, for a right brain person, they get the experience very easily because they're just open to it. They don't have all this intellectual junk that gets in the way. So they're open to it. On the other hand, they have no idea why it works, how it works, what the point is or the purpose. They tend to just have the experience. And slowly it does come to them that this is part of a growing process and so on. That gets there. But it's still, you still don't grow quite as quickly as if you really know, you know, what you're doing and why you're doing it. So the structure helps to put it in perspective. Once you have a structure that says, oh, I see what's happening, and now I see why it's happening, then you start to progress more. So just right brain all by itself will get you there, but it won't necessarily make you grow up. You still have to do the work to grow up. You still have to figure out, you know, that kindness and caring and loving is what it's all about. That doesn't come just from having a right brain attitude. Hey, Sydney.
If our reason for being here is to grow up and become love, what can you say about people whose free will is severely diminished, like people who have dementia or schizophrenia?
Usually dementia comes at the end of a, you know, that's usually not young people. That's generally old people. So I suspect that one would be a little different than the schizophrenia. That's just, it's a combination of the physical system deteriorating. So when the central nervous system deteriorates, then the consciousness can do less and less with that avatar. So then there's kind of more and more of a disconnect really between the consciousness and the body in that case. But that's also brought on by an attitude of ready to go, an attitude of, you know, you know, of disappointment with life, of feeling like you haven't done it right, kind of a negative worldview. All of those things will bring on dementia a lot quicker than it would be otherwise. People who have negative attitudes tend to get dementia earlier, and when they get it, they tend to be hard to deal with. They tend to be scrappy and you know, paranoid and that sort of thing. Whereas the ones who are very positive in life, they tend to get it later, and when they get dementia, they're fun, they're easy, you know, they get along fine. They don't suspect that people are trying to, you know, steal their money or do other things. They're just happy to go along. So it's not only whether you have it or not, but the free will thing is, with old age, it's just if your body runs out, then your consciousness is more and more disconnected from what it can do. So you may get to the point where some people, let's say in a coma, are so demented that they don't really have any cogent thoughts. Consciousness may already be gone. It's just the body hanging on because of the rule set. Body may have already moved on to something else. Doesn't have to necessarily wait for the avatar to fall over. It can go when it's no longer profitable to be there. So that sometimes happens. Now, schizophrenia is a different thing altogether. Schizophrenia can have multiple causes. One of them, unfortunately, can just be that somebody is more in tune with the larger system. Somebody is very right-brained, or somebody is just connected, and they make the mistake of telling people about it. I hear voices. I talk to people. I have non-physical friends. I fly around at night and visit different places and things, and they start to talk about it. And when they talk about it, family gets concerned. Oh no, mental illness is creeping, into the family, and they take them to the psychiatrist or a doctor who puts them on medicine, whatever. And if they weren't crazy already, all of that bad attention they get will drive you that way. You suddenly get treated like a child. Your free will is probably even dispensed with legally. You're declared incompetent. Other people run your life. What you think and feel is not important because it's crazy. So those people really have a very hard row to hoe. And like I say, that would make you crazy even if you weren't. So that's just unfortunate that if somebody could explain to them, well, here's why you're having that. This is what those voices are about. Those are your guides. This is a bigger picture and it makes sense in your context. If they could get that, many could just go on and live a life, but they become crazy because their culture defines them as that because they're different. That's really their only problem, is that they're too different for their culture to deal with them. Doesn't mean they're ill at all. Now, another form of schizophrenia is just, bad brain chemistry, bad central nervous system chemistry, and the rule set just gives that person only, part of what they should have. So then they do get maybe hallucinations or other sorts of things that are generated in their own mind, not because they're there and they're gifted in making connections, but because their own brain chemistry is out of whack. And now that's a different sort of thing. But again, if you treat these people as people and give them some respect and work with them, it probably wouldn't get worse and maybe it would get better. But the way we treat them, it almost always makes it get worse, which just proves the physicians and the family right, that, oh, they had a terrible problem. It's good to lock them up and put them away because now they're even worse. We tend to make people that are ill like that worse. When that happens, then you're right, your decision space starts to get smaller, not bigger. And it's generally not a happy ending. But then that's true of anybody who's born with a defect. You could be born with only one leg, and then there's just a whole lot of things that you can't do. A whole lot of special assistance you might need. And you just have to learn to deal with that. So any situation that you're in is a situation that you can learn from. Somebody brought up Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl went into probably the most horrendous situation you could imagine and came out the other side with a bright new idea about how he could help people. His family were killed, his children were killed, his wife was killed, all in death camps. He was tortured, nearly killed, but survived it, and wow, I got a new idea how to help people. You see, he didn't come out going, woe is me, how did this happen to me, evil and paranoid and all the other things that some of the survivors went through. He came out, bigger than when he went in, because he dealt with it well. He dealt with it positively. And another one that comes to mind is Christopher Reeves, who's this real strong He-Man playing Superman, athletic guy, falls off a horse, I think, breaks his spine right down here at the base of the neck and is paralyzed from the neck down. Now, Superman is in a bed with, can't do anything, but I think he could still talk and move his eyes and things like that, but he couldn't do anything else. Well, the average person would have been deep into self-pity. Why me? How this ruined my life. I had so much potential. Now look at me. I'm nothing, that kind of thing. He didn't. He took the opposite. He grew from that. He actually turned that into a positive experience because of the way he dealt with it. So it was a win for him. Okay, he died, a year later, but it was still a win for him. That he died isn't important. he starts the next one a leg up on where he was before because of the way he dealt with that. So there's almost no experience you can think of that isn't profitable. Okay, you come in and you are a starving child, you know, in some third world country where there's just not enough food, and some warlord, you know, passes what food there is to his friends. Well, there's lessons to learn there. I've seen pictures of some people like that, and what I see is people caring for each other. You'll see starving mother, you know, feeding what little she has to her 2 starving children. And everybody's kind of cuddled up and, you know, giving each other hugs. Well, there's a lot to learn there. So there isn't anything, any place that you can't learn something from it. It just depends on the quality of the choices you make. So even those schizophrenics who have difficulty do have a situation where they could make choices and learn, but they're particularly disadvantaged because their choice-making mechanism is what's haywire. So that gives them a disadvantage. So why would the system offer that? Well, the system doesn't necessarily offer that. All things that happen aren't planned or made to be that way. A lot of things just happen. So in biology, when, you know, sperm meets egg, there's enough randomness going on that there's any number of billions of things that could happen. That's why every one of us looks different. And sometimes those things that could happen are things like bad brain chemistry. Well, if that just happens to fall out, then that's the way it is. You know, that's your experience that time. And it probably won't last a real long time. Most people so damaged don't live, you know, to become 80 or 90 years old. Mostly they don't go real long. But it's just the way it is. You don't always get what you expect. You come in and you take your chances. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not, but you live it out, you may do what you can, and then you go back and try it again. So out of, 1,000 or 10,000 of your lifetimes, you know, maybe 2 or 3% of them are just not productive because of things like that. Not very productive, but it's the price you pay for playing the game. You know, it's not really in the big picture, it's not really a big detriment. Just slows you down a little, but not much really. What's a life out of thousands? You know, it's not a big deal. And if you're really, really making good decisions, you'll learn something anyway. You'll learn a lot. So there are no bad, it's like, you know, there are no bad seats in the house. There really are no really bad incarnations. You can learn from everything. Some are just more profitable than others. And I suspect that some of the ones where you are dirt poor and struggling just to survive are some of the best ones. I've known some people who were very, very poor, you know, not quite sure where they'd find food the next day, kind of poor. And they were just lovely people. They had nothing, and when you'd come to visit, go in and take a banana and apple off their shelf and offer it, you know, that sort of thing. Lovely people. I suspect their incarnation was very successful, even though materially they weren't successful at all, but they were happy. Yeah.
Hi. It's the hat lady again.
Yes, the lady in the straw hat.
I was in a fundamental religion for many, many years, most of my life. And I learned the meaning of love, I did, but it was very fear-based at the same time, unfortunately. And when I learned that there was no hell, I was so relieved. You have no idea. Except for some people. I wish there was still a hell. For example, people like Hitler and many others like him. Are there any consequences for people like them who do such heinous crimes to either individuals or groups such as Hitler, just as an example? Do they come back performing the same deeds, what if they never learn how to love? What if they don't evolve? Are there consequences for people like that?
There are consequences. There's consequences for all of us. The consequence isn't that you go to hell, though. The consequence is that you de-evolve, or that you do evolve. So if you have a very successful incarnation, the consequence is that next time you start at a little higher rung on the ladder. If you have a very unsuccessful one, which means you de-evolve, next time you start a little lower on the ladder. So you're actually going backwards. So now you have more to make up. So that's really the consequence, is whether you evolve or de-evolve. Now, if you tend to de-evolve regularly, what happens is that you get put in an easier place. You see, you don't have the challenges that you had. It's like you can't handle challenges at this level. So you flunked third grade 3 times. Now they put you back into second grade, or maybe back into kindergarten, where you can maybe handle it, where the choices aren't quite so, I don't know, so large. Somebody like a Hitler would probably come back next time in a role where he was less likely, less able to do much about it. You know, I suspect maybe a Jewish person in a place where people are hungry and don't have enough food, you know, war-torn Europe after the war was over, might have been a good example for him, where he could have maybe seen things from a different angle. So you won't just get put back in the same situation and do it over and over again. The system is clever enough to say, this person needs to, okay, they've de-evolved down to here, now they need to work at that level to, you know, turn around and go the other way. So it's not like people get punished. Your punishment is that you de-evolve. That's punishment enough. And the system will always put you in a place where they think you have the optimum opportunity to grow up. It would be foolish to put people in things that were too hard or too easy. But there's free will, and stuff happens, and there's chance, and sometimes incarnations get a lot harder than intended, and sometimes a lot easier than intended. So you never really know exactly how it's going to work out until it's worked out. But basically you try to aim for something that's a good fit for the individual. So that's the punishment. Yeah, no time in you know, purgatory or anything like that. They just have to start over now, further away from their goal than they were before.
It's just too bad so many have to suffer while somebody's learning.
That's true, but you know, a lot of people learned through that experience. Viktor Frankl being one of them. A lot of people learned. There were a lot of heroic and beautiful things done during that time. There were a lot of people who sacrificed, put themselves at risk for other people that otherwise would have just gone through their life doing their usual thing. So it spawned a lot of beautiful acts as well as a lot of horrendous ones. So you have to look at both sides of that. There was a lot of giving done during that time, as well as a lot of taking. So we all learn, and then we can always turn around, you know, but, you know, 60, 70 years later and use Hitler as a bad example. So he's still teaching us what not to do, what not to become. So there's even some advantage in that.
Okay, I have some questions about dreaming. I've experienced all kinds of different things in my dream state throughout my life. From the beginning of my life, I experienced recurring dreams which felt like a past life, which were pretty traumatic, and lots of different kinds of things in between them. And more recently been experienced a dream where I felt like I was dreaming that I had beings with me in my room, and that I wanted to address the beings, and one of them physically stopped me. And then I felt like I was awake at that time, but I still couldn't move. So it was confusing, feeling like I was starting in a dream and then still being physically affected. So my question is, how do we determine what we're experiencing in physical reality in certain states, or if we're creating things in our own imagination or reflecting on things that we're experiencing in wake state.
Yes, of course it may be all of the above, right? It could be any of those. It sounds to me that what you were having was the beginnings of an out-of-body experience. That's when you're awake, but yet you're not awake. You know, it's like you're awake as consciousness, but you're not awake as a body, as an avatar. That's the typical kind of out-of-body, but you couldn't move because you were in some sort of a paralyzation state, which is often normal, particularly in the beginning. In the beginnings of experiencing out-of-body, you often go into a place where you feel paralyzed. That's because you're in that confusing area between where your body responds to what you're doing and the area where it doesn't. In other words, it's the area when you're still connected to this physical reality and then you're not connected. And right in between, your mind is not connected, but your body is not coming with you. It's not supposed to come with you. You're supposed to let go of it, but you don't let go of it. You kind of hold on to it because it's kind of security. So you're holding onto that body, but the body is really not following your instructions anymore. So that gets interpreted as paralyzed. You're in the process of letting go of the physical, and you just haven't let it all go yet. You've let some of it go, probably most of it go, but you're still hanging on to a piece of it, which often happens because you're a little fearful. You hang on to that body because it's like home base. Don't get too far away from that. It could get scary. That's typically why those sorts of things happen. Dreaming is just another reality frame. It's no more real or less real than this reality frame. It's another reality. And we generally use it the same way we use this one. It's a place to have experiences and to make choices. You can evolve or de-evolve according to the choices you make in a dream, or that you make here, or that you make in an out-of-body experience. You're still making choices, and those choices still help you evolve and de-evolve. The neat thing about dreams and out-of-body is that you can do things there that you'd never do here. You can, have interactions. You can have choices there that you wouldn't have here. And if you had those choices here, there'd be a lot of collateral, stuff to have to deal with. In your dreams, you can be in a burning house and have to make choices to go help the other people and tell them it's on fire, get out. Well, you wouldn't want to do that here because it would burn a lot of property and have a whole lot of other people involved in your burning house. There you get to do that and make those choices, and there's not much consequence other than your own growth. Here, there'd be a lot of consequences to a lot of other people. So those reality frames are neat that they can give you experiences and choices that you just aren't going to have here. So that's the way they are mostly. Sometimes you'll get little stories, little vignettes. It's like a little play that you're in, and suddenly you'll be awake, and here's your choice. Maybe it's the burning house, maybe it's something else, maybe it's a talking dog, but you got a choice. And you have this sense of, almost when you start, it's like, well, slap the dog. And then you think, no, I don't want to do that. It's a nice little dog. I don't care if he has 2 heads. He doesn't need to be slapped. Come here, puppy. You see, you change it. But that's like a test, if you will, throwing you in a scenario, giving you an entry suggestion, and then seeing what you do with it, seeing how you react to it. That's a learning lesson in the dream reality. Out of body is just a little different. Out of body, it's more like you're there and in control. It's not like you're just thrown into something, but your intent is intact, and you're in charge of what you go and what you see. Whereas a dream, it just happens to you. But they're really very similar. They have a lot of similarities to them. So dreams are very nice.
Is it possible to remember past lives?
Oh yes, you can remember past lives, and that could be another thing. The system can use dreams, the larger conscious system can use dreams as a way of communicating with you. Some people get a lot of communications in dreams. You know, you can get them intuitively, you just know. You can get them in words or signs, but they're a little hard to interpret sometimes, and you get it in dreams. It's another communication. And if the system wanted to kind of wake you up to it being in a larger reality, it may just run you through some past life experiences. Now, whether they were actually your past or not, doesn't really matter. They're giving you experiences that's like a past life, and could as well have been yours as anybody else's, you know. But all of that really doesn't matter. Again, it's not, was that true? Is the wrong question. Was that helpful? What did you learn from that? That's the important thing. And maybe all you learned is that life was bigger and more interesting than you thought. That's a pretty good lesson to learn, just that. Or you might have learned to make choices or saw situations that, how would I deal with that situation if I had that now? Or what was the moral choice there in that situation in that past life? And maybe that's the reason. So there may be all sorts of reasons why you do that. But yes, you can visit past lives. There are several databases that go with this virtual reality. The Hindus call it Akashic Records, but it's really just databases. And my metaphor against their metaphor. It's all metaphors. You can call it whatever you like, it's the same thing. But these databases, one of them is the future probable reality, which is everything that could happen and the probability that it might. And as that then goes through the present, which is where all the choices are made, is in the present, out the other side comes a past database, which is all the things that could have happened, some of which did and a lot of which didn't. You have free run through all those databases. You can collect the data out of them in any way you want. You make queries with your intent. So you have an intent and you get to specify the output format. You can have it as visuals, like you're watching a movie. You can have it as being there, you're in the movie, interacting with the characters. You can have it as a graph. You know, you may be looking at somebody's health and you can say, okay, on this y-axis is their health. You know, down here's 0, that means they're dead. You know, up here's 100%, as healthy as they can be. Here's time. I'd like to see how their health changes in time. And on this X coordinate, I'd like it to be in months or years or decades or whatever. And you can get data out in graphs. If you like, you can get the statistics on the graph. You know, what are the standard mean deviations in probability around that line? And you'll get that too. It'll give you whatever you ask for in whatever format. If you don't ask, you get standard formats, or if the system's just trying to prod you a little bit to wake you up, or give you an experience that you might find useful, then it just gives you the information. It's not necessarily that you're collecting it from a database. So yeah, it's all available.
My question was about the HemiSync music. I've bought quite a bit of the Epstein, is it Epstein, on the website, TIM website, TMI website. But I'm not sure what I should be expecting. I understand there's the third, when it hits the corpus callosum, there's the third sound, and I've gotten that. But I'm not sure what's supposed to happen because I'm not feeling anything really happening anything more that I've already done in my own deep meditative states.
You may not. They may not really do anything for you. It's not necessarily that they will affect somebody particularly like you who has a lot of experience. Okay? Mostly HemiSync and other such technologies are for people who are beginners, for people who can't have the experience, for people who can't meditate. They try to meditate and it doesn't work, or they just have never tried, kind of beginners. And the HemiSync, binaural beats will do the same thing just as effectively. That will put you, it doesn't force you, but that encourages you into a theta state. Okay? Puts you into that state that's just between alpha, which is relaxed and mellow, and delta, which is unconscious. So theta is in between there, and if it puts you in that theta state, you tend to travel around a bit with your mind. You tend to see things, connect, talk to people, without bodies, you know, whatever. That's a good state, but it's the same state you get with your meditation. So if you don't need help to get to that meditation state, those sounds aren't really going to help you. Matter of fact, they may make it more difficult for you, because when we learn to meditate, we learn to do more than just go to theta and stay there. Our EEG is a lot more complex than that. So I've found that if you listen to a binaural beat or a hemisync tape and you are more advanced in your meditation, it actually anchors you. It's like an anchor. Yes, it'll immediately put you there, probably in seconds. Bang, you're there. Now you'd like to go do something and it pulls you right back there. The more you try to go off and do something else, there you are, right back there in theta state again. It's like a big elastic band around you that you can't get away from.
So someone has mentioned that it's possible that what I'm now listening to was not the original. The original was analog. And now the digital aspect of doing the binaural beats or the hemisync isn't as effective. I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah.
I'm just struggling to find the right word for
that's
it.
true.
To the analog was a richer,
I doubt
deeper
that that's
effect.
true. I think the analog and the digital would probably all have about the same effect on most people. That's not the thing. You see, it gets turned in. The digital gets turned into an analog when you listen to it. When you listen, put on the headset, what you're getting is an analog thing. You get a D to A, digital to analog conversion, that turns it into an analog signal that makes the little cone vibrate on the speaker, and that's what you hear. So you're hearing an analog signal in any case. It's just how accurate is that analog signal to the original? Well, most of our digital stuff, it's very, very accurate, and the little difference wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. So I'd say that's unlikely that that is the reason why. Now, hemisync's changed a lot from when I was there. You know, Dennis Menerick and I started working with binaural beats, found them very useful. Bob took that technology, added some of his own sound, mostly relaxing sound, you know, surf sounds, things like that, and he integrated the binaural beat into his sounds, and that became hemisync. It's very effective to help people get into a theta state. I found, I did a couple of workshops at Monroe using Monroe facilities, a couple intensives last year, no, the year before last, and I've got some this year. And I used a mix of hemisync and just plain binaural beats that I made myself. There's lots of free sites for making binaural beats. And I asked people at the end what difference they found between them. Was one better than the other? And about 80–90% preferred the binaural beats. And a few preferred the hemisync. The ones that preferred the hemisync were ones that were used to hemisync. They'd listened to a lot of hemisync and they were already primed and tuned to those sounds, and it was better for them. It doesn't make that much difference. I had a lot of people who said it didn't matter. A lot of them said, yeah, I can get the same out of either one of them. They were both effective. So I don't think you're going to find a big difference between a binaural beat or a hemisync, because binaural beat is really the active ingredient in hemisync for the most part. They have a few other technologies they add in there, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of difference to a lot of people as to which one they're listening to.
As I don't seem to have, well, it's all relative, but bilocation is okay, but the actual leaving the body is something that I used to do as a child. And that was a humorous experiences when I did that as a child, but it's not something I've been able to do now. So I was thinking that one of those two should have been able to, you know, that's, I guess, going back full circle to what should I expect from them.
Yeah.
Because
well,
the meditative and the bilocation is not a problem, but the...
Yeah. The best thing is to not expect anything. Expectations are a big part of the problem.
Sorry, I've kind of left that open and, you know, and detached from expectation, but just you know, from the basic, because I haven't been to Virginia, you know, what is it that they're teaching, you know, with that. So I just don't know anything about it other than I've been trying them.
Yeah, well, most people who have a problem, who can maybe bilocate, like you say, and do a few things, but they don't seem to get the whole out of body, typically the problem there is that they have a belief of what it's going to be like, what defines an out of body. They kind of feel like, you know, like Bob Monroe, he rolls out, he looks back and he's in the room, he's floating around the room, he looks back and he sees his body lying in the bed. Then he decides, well, I'm gonna go, you know, fly around over the Blue Ridge Mountains because that's fun. So he does things, but he always starts with the coming out of the body, seeing that he's out of body in his bedroom, looking at his body. Well, that's one way to do that. It's not the only way. Eventually, that's totally unnecessary to go through that kind of step. You're out, you're where you want to be, you teleport to wherever it is you need to be, you don't have to fly, you don't do any of those stuff. So a lot of that is just, you know, Bob's description, that's the way he did it. But you don't want to take that too seriously. What you do may be totally different. But if we have an expectation that, well, I need to float out, then I need to turn around and look at my body, and I don't do that, so I must not be doing out of body, that's the wrong attitude. You are out of body when you no longer are in touch with the physical world, when you've let your sense data go. When you've let your sense data go and you're just floating in point consciousness, not doing anything, okay, then you're no longer, quote, in your body. You were never really in your body anyway. You know, that's just a metaphor that is not literal at all. You're not in your body. Your consciousness. All you have to do is switch data streams to be someplace else. You don't really have to get anything. So this whole idea about rolling out and looking back at your body is almost like a ritual to convince yourself that this is what you're doing. So, you know, if you're open to whatever, then you don't have to define it as being out of body or just getting images or whatever. It's not, out of body isn't really the special state. You can just get stuff, get messages, get information, see pictures. If you're not connected to the physical, then you're not in your body. Metaphor, not in your body. So a lot of people get hung up on doing it the right way, and if they're not doing it the right way, then they must not be doing it at all. And that's not the way.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what I'm hanging on to.
Yeah.
I'm hanging on to something, I'm just not sure what
Yeah.
I'm hanging on to, so.
Yeah, and the sounds that you hear, again, I see those as like training wheels. You put the training wheels on, and it's really good in the beginning, otherwise you'd fall off the bike and hurt yourself and cry and wouldn't want to get back on it. But there comes a time, if you want to be a good bike rider, that you have to take the training wheels off. And the training wheels become a hindrance to your ability to really ride a bike well. You know, and that's the same way with these sounds. So I wouldn't expect the sounds to take you anyplace. Okay. They just will enable you to get in a state that you probably can get into easily anyway. So any expectation there is probably not gonna, nothing special is gonna happen.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not 100% sure how to say this the right way because it's kind of a convoluted question I'm going to ask you. It's a spin-off of Naomi's question about when to start telling your children about these types of things, but my reasons are kind of different. So I have an 11-year-old son who's on the autism spectrum, and he's what we don't like to call high functioning because we don't want to label kids in a certain way, but he would be higher functioning. He can communicate, no problem. Definitely, I spoke to him on a Zoom, I think earlier this year, and he'd mentioned that he's probably on a different data stream. And I want to get on the same data stream so I can communicate with him better. But my point is that, so for him, he wants to be a scientist as well, and he wants to create a time machine, and he'd like to build a portal so we can get from A to B quicker and all the rest of that stuff. And very, very intrigued with reincarnation. Initially very upset by death, so trying to explain things to him a few years ago before I was even into this, you know, it was, you don't want to tell lies, but at the same time, we didn't know what to say. So I guess I'm really, now my kids are really kind of, since your work has kind of come into it, sort of like open to reincarnation and all the rest of that. So there's him on one thing, and now I have an 8-year-old daughter who, more in the last month than anything, has been saying some things to me which make me feel like she's quite intuitive as well. So she's actually brought conversations up to me like a day after I've had thoughts that are like my own thoughts about things that kids don't know about, or things that, you know, I've never talked to her about, that all of a sudden she'll come up and go, hey, Mom, what do you think about this? And I'm like, why did you say that to me? Because I felt like she was reading my mind. Mm-hmm. But this has happened a few times. And then she was claiming that she could understand our dog. And so at first I was like, okay, well, maybe. And it's kind of cute. And then my son called her on it. Oh, Pixel said this. That's her dog. And then the next week, she says, or he barks or whatever, and then my son says to her, oh, what did Pixel say? And she said, I don't know. I wasn't on his data stream. And so she's 8. And I don't think she's heard me talk about data streams before. So I didn't know where she got that from. But so the reason why I'm telling you these cute stories is, A, I want to enable my kids the best way that I can and give them the best information without creating a belief system for them. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I don't know what language to give that to them in, as far as, I mean, I have told them, okay, well, Mommy thinks we possibly live in a virtual reality, and my kids love gaming, so totally into virtual reality. They've done the eye stuff or whatever in the virtual reality places here too. So really open to the concept of it, but how do I explain it to them in a way that doesn't become my truth or a belief system that I'm creating in them, because they're not reading My Big Toe and all these other types of things out there. So I feel like it's time for me to give them something, because I feel like for my son, I want to create these, and I've tried to say, well, honey, you don't actually have to build a time machine to do these things. You can, once you meditate, blah, 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 you know, all those kinds of things. But I want to give them the best information, and I also like to know what age is appropriate for them to start, you know, looking into the kinds of things that maybe they'd like to experience, whether it's meditation or, you know, out-of-body stuff and whatever as well. And I know they're young now, but I don't know at what point that becomes a thing to really talk to them about.
Yeah. I'd say encourage them to explore, and don't give them answers. Not, no, you're wrong, this is how it works. You know, give them possibilities. Some people think it's like this, you know, or I think it's like this, but you'll need to find out on your own. So you don't want to tell them this is the way it is. That's then giving them a belief system. You don't want to give them a belief system even if it's right. You know, they need to come to that on their own. Don't discourage them. I would see if you couldn't get your son to not make fun of your daughter about talking to dogs, because rather than that, you should encourage it. Say, well, there are some people talk to dogs. They call those dog whisperers, you know, and they communicate with dogs. And there are people who get paid money to come to somebody's house and find out what's wrong with their pet. And often they're very successful. But that doesn't mean that you can talk with dogs. It doesn't mean you can't talk with dogs. They're just possibilities. Explore your world, you know, explore your possibilities, and don't be shut down by somebody else who's making fun of you. You know, have the gumption to go explore your world. And what she'll find out is if she continues to explore her world, that may get bigger and more accurate, or it may just disappear. You know, well, that's all right. It goes whichever way it goes. Talk in terms of possibilities, exploration. I can't tell you whether or not you can talk with dogs. You'll have to find that out on your own. Give it a try. Maybe here's some experiments you can do. You know, sit in the chair and see if you can get the dog to come over to you by asking it to, or to sit or to stay, or whatever the dog knows how to do. See if that works. You know, give her some things to try, but be very encouraging of it as a possibility. And same with your son. If he wants to, you know, produce, you know, portals that'll teleport us around, say, great. We need some of those, you know. Travel is such a pain these days. A portal to transport, wow, that would be great. That will fuel his imagination and his enthusiasm, and it won't hurt a bit. When he gets into science classes at a higher level, whatever, he'll start to think, it's not as easy as I thought. Well, maybe I ought to become a physicist and work, on gravitation or something. So it will grow up with him. But meanwhile, if you tell them, that probably won't work, as far as I know, that's all the science I know says that can't work. That's impossible. Well, that's just a wet blanket, on his enthusiasm. If he wants to ride in a fire truck and put out fires, that's fine when you're 11 years old. That's fine. Be a good fireman. Learn how to do it and be safe. Teach him a little lesson and being careful, something like that. But I'd say encourage him. Try to not discourage him in any way. Don't tell him the answers, but open the possibilities. Sure, people not only can talk to dogs, but they can talk to each other telepathically. Sometimes they can talk to people who don't even live here in this reality frame. Sometimes mediums talk to dead people. There's all kinds of things that happen in the world, and they'll go, really? That's about all you have to do with it. Let their imagination go after that. If they're old enough to read, then you can get them some books and things on the subject, but let them explore it. You're being an enabler of their exploration rather than trying to guide it too much. I mean, they're old enough to figure things out for themselves. So that's what I would do. I try to encourage their exploration and their open-mindedness, and also encourage their being skeptical. That's important too, critical thinking. Well, are you sure you can create a portal, whatever? You think that's possible? And they'll probably say, yeah, it's possible. And you might say, well, nobody's done it yet. I wonder why that is. None of our scientists have figured it out yet. So it must be hard. Oh yeah, I guess it's hard. Give them that kind of, let them come to it.
So just as far as the meditation portion and, for ages for them to even start to understand sort of what we're exploring here.
Yeah.
That's obviously not now, but at what point would that?
No, I think even now you can probably have them do meditation. It's just not going to be a real structured meditation. It's just to sit down and be quiet, particularly the youngest one. Now, you'd like that, right? Sit down and be quiet? That sounds good. Yeah, I saw your big grin when you got to sit down and be quiet. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Yeah. You can encourage them just to be still, let their mind open, and then ask her, what did you see? Where did you go? What went on in your mind when you did that? And you'll get some surprising stuff, and kind of work with that. Like, that's a neat thing. And, well, where would you like to go? How about the park? Would you like, maybe we'll both go to the park together in our minds. And then sit down with her, spend 15 minutes and go to the park and then ask her, well, did you see me there? What went on? Kind of encourage it in a nice way. Not that now we're going to meditate. This meditation is to teach you to, that won't work. That won't work. But play games with it. And I don't think they're too young to learn how to get connected and aware with their own minds. That's basically what meditation does. It acquaints you with your own consciousness. I don't think you can be too young for that. And the same with your son. You can do some, you can give him some books to read. He's old enough to read books. You can have him read some remote viewing things and then practice it and try it. See if he can do it. Just play with it. In order to do that well, you have to quiet your mind. And he'll find that out in his book. And then he'll want to know how to quiet his mind because he'll think it's just totally cool to remote view. He probably thinks his mom's really cool because she thinks this is a virtual reality. So, just feed their imagination and let it go wherever it goes. And if you see a problem with it, then you can maybe step in and do something. But I doubt that there'll be any problem with it.
Perfect. I just wanted to make, they're just curious about kind of what we've been doing, and they know about you, but I don't think they fully understand, and I don't know whether when the right time is to kind of share that with them. So
right time is now.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
Just do it. The right time was last year.
Yeah.
Just let them go at their own rate.
Awesome.
You can't put stuff in their minds, but you can give them the feeling that it's okay to do that. It's okay to go to the park with mom in your mind. Not only that, it's fun. And then you talk about it later, of all the things you saw and what was there. And you were going to be surprised sometimes the things that she sees that are really there, and you didn't know it, but she did.
Yeah.
So,
all right,
yeah,
thank you.
it'll be fun. It's a fun thing to do. Make it a game.
Excited about it. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Your turn.
Okay. I'm hoping to ask for your guidance and words of wisdom. My father cut off from me 5 years ago. My ego also wants to share that he cut off from everyone, his whole family, mother, brother, sister, cousins. Next month, it's been extremely peaceful and calming without him in my life. But I've come to the point where I know for my own growth and evolving, I'm feeling like it's time to repair the relationship. So I'm actually flying to Prague next month to approach him and to work and to attempt to heal the relationship. And so my question to you is my fear, what can I do in preparation so that I go into the relationship being centered, being myself, accepting him for who he is. He is who he is. He's not going to change. And to just love him for whatever angle he comes at. And my fear is not getting hooked.
Yeah. The big thing is have no expectations. Don't play it out in your head to the way it happens.
Okay.
Don't see it in your mind, oh, this is going to happen, and that happens. And pretty soon you'll have a story built up around it. And if it doesn't run that story, you'll either try to push it onto that story or you'll be disappointed. Don't have a story. Let it be however it is. Also understand that you having fear around this because you don't know what it's going to be like, he's having fear around this too. He doesn't know what it's going to be like, you see. So expect him to have to feel his way too, which means he may say some things or do some things because he just wants to see how you react to that. So expect.
Can I set the intention of what I'm
Yes, you can set the
Okay.
intention. Besides setting the intention, having no expectations, letting it go, being centered, not letting, don't let a button get pushed. And things like this, everybody's got buttons. And when you push them, boom, things happen and things get said and whatever. Pretty soon it's irreparable. You might as well go home. Don't let that happen. Don't have any buttons. And know that he probably also is very sensitive in some areas, and just let that be. Let him have his sensitivities. Be careful of them. Get rid of your buttons before you go. And use your intent to communicate with him before you go. You can communicate with him just with your intent. Go visit him. Have a conversation. Tell him what you feel. Tell him about all the stuff that maybe you'd be afraid to say while you were there because it might bring up issues or stuff. Tell him why it is you want to come, the kind of relationship you'd like to have. Ask him how he's doing, whatever. Just start to interact with him kind of on a regular basis, maybe every couple of days or something, to go take 10 minutes, half an hour, whatever it takes to connect with him and have a conversation. Now, don't get into the, is it real or am I making that up? It doesn't matter. It'll work just the same, however you think about it. Okay? Imagination is a much more powerful thing than we give it credit for. We say, oh, imagination, no, that's not real. We're just making something up. It's not like that. Your imagination is your consciousness connecting with something. So it's still effective. It still works. So just do it without concern of is it real. And you will find that a lot of that ground that might be very sensitive to go over can be gone over telepathically before you ever get there. And it will demine the minefield. in many ways. So that would be a major thing you could do. Particularly the touchy points you can deal with telepathically. It will make it much better because that will ease his fear too. He'll understand more why you're coming and what's going on.
He actually doesn't know that I'm coming yet.
Yeah.
I haven't reached out yet.
Yeah, you should you should tell him that. See what he has to say about that, you know. But anyway, tell him why. So he's not guessing. Try to remove as much of his fear as you can. Okay. So don't make it a mystery. You know, tell him why, tell him your point, you know, what you'd like to get out of it and so on, so that he knows, because otherwise his mind's going to be going on to all kinds of scenarios, some of them terrible. She's going to come to, you know, give me a piece of her mind and tell me off, you know, or whatever. He doesn't know and he'll be fearful. Okay. So try to make his fears settle down by giving as much information as you can and just be straightforward. And whatever you get back, even if it's unpleasant, just let it go by and go on with what you're doing. Don't react to it. Don't let it grab your ego. I know, easy to say, hard to do, right?
Well, it'll be my work, right?
Yeah, right.
So, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think maybe you addressed this a little bit ago, but I may have missed it or just didn't quite hear it. The idea of jumping timelines, in your parlance, that would be like switching data streams, or I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, like switching to a different probable reality.
Okay, well, there's probable realities and there's realities. There's a bunch of different virtual realities. This is not the only entropy reduction game in town. There's other entropy reduction games in other reality systems. Each one is sort of like this one. You know, it's computed, it's got avatars, it's got consciousness players playing the avatars, and you can get out of this data stream into that data stream. Okay, now you can do that in two ways. You can get into that data stream as basically as a voyeur, where you see what's going on there, and you can kind of float around like spirit form, if you will, and you can see this going on and that going on, and you can even ask questions. You can have dialogue, you know, telepathy with them. Now, from their point of view, you're just some intuition. You're not really a physical thing. They just kind of catch the intuition, but they'll dialogue with you just the same. Their awake awareness may not even be aware of it, or they may be, depending on how sensitive they are to things like that. They may be aware of it. So that's one way, just getting in a different data stream. You let go of this one, you do that one. If you keep them both, now you're parallel processing. Now part of you's here and part of you's there. You can do all the same things, it's just that now you're having some of your awareness someplace is here and some of your awareness is someplace else. So you're not fully engaged with the someplace else. The other thing you can do, if you can get permission, and it's not always granted, you have to earn it, is to actually go there with a body, to where you are in that reality, physical, and they do see you physically, you see them physically, and if they punch you in the nose, your physical nose will bleed and you will feel the pain and so on. You are there. You have a body and you are, things happen according to the rule set of that particular reality. And then you're actually there with a body. Okay, now there's rules with that. You don't just show up with a body, you know, that's impolite. It just, there you are, you know. It doesn't, that kind of interferes with the, you know, with the continuity of their own reality. So there's rules about how you come in and how you leave and not creating problems for that reality. Depending on the reality, those rules may be very strict or maybe not so strict, but that's another choice. But if you do that and do create a fuss or discontinuities in the reality, that'll probably be your last trip. You won't be allowed in again. That's why I say you have to earn it. You have to have enough understanding of what you're doing so that you don't create a problem. Nobody wants you to create problems. So those are two things that you can do. And it's not anything to do with timelines, it's just that you get into different reality frames, different virtual realities. And it's an interesting thing to do. The problem you'll have is that unless you know a virtual reality is there, how do you get there. You see? You have to know the address to get there. You have to know, here's a virtual reality and I'd like to hook up to that system. Well, if you don't know that it exists, how do you take that first step to hook up to it? Basically, you have to start with having the system show you around, you know, or just going and finding things by accident. Once you're there, you can always go back because now you've got the address. And you can go back there anytime you want. But until you know the address, you either need to be taken or shown or just stumble over it because you're wandering around.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking more along the idea that there may be multiple versions of oneself living out different realities.
No, it doesn't work that way. That's a theory called many worlds, and that's where your timeline idea comes from. The many worlds theory, this was a theory that scientists came up with in order to answer the results of experiments and still be materialists. It's another one of those tricks. Okay, so what they said was that, well, what happens is that every time something changes, a new universe starts up. And that new universe then has all these, you know, it has that change. From that change forward, it diverges from this universe. So this universe doesn't have the change, that one does have the change, say. So then that's another universe. So every time something changes, another universe pops up. Well, that means, and of course the physicists who have to also be, you know, say that it's all, our reality is just a big machine, right? It's completely, what's the word? Yeah, predetermined. It's all predetermined. It's deterministic. So they have, that has to go with materialism. Materialism has to be deterministic. And determinism, in order to work, has to be materialistic. Those two are a logical set. So because of that, then you can't set a thing and say, well, that's not an important change. So that wouldn't start a new universe because now that's not deterministic. The machine has to do every change. So now you get to the point that if an electron changes its spin state, we need a whole new universe. If I do this instead of that, a whole new universe. You see, with you know, 7.5 billion people and quadrillions of electrons and other things, and every time there's a change anywhere, a whole new universe. You see how silly that gets. That requires infinite resources. It's not real. It's just not, it's, pardon? Yes, well, yeah, there's physicists with PhDs that work on that. The thing is, it's not impossible. It's just not rational. You know, there's a lot of things that are possible that just don't make any sense. You see? So it's a possibility, but when you look at it as a possibility, you have to say, well, how likely is it? And when you look at that, it's not very likely. It's too inefficient. That's not the way to track changes, is creating new universes each time. And all these universes are physical universes just like this one. And it's just too immense, too wasteful, when you can get the exact same result with a virtual reality concept that's mostly probabilistic at a billionth of the resource cost to support it. So now we're talking about evolution. What evolves? What actually happens? Well, what happens is the thing that's most elegant and simple. That's what goes forward. The stuff that's hugely expensive isn't what evolves and makes it. That disappears. So it's not a practical idea, though it's not an impossible idea. It's just highly, highly unlikely. That would have timelines, okay? So now I've got, what, I guess, billions of lives where I am. Everything that possibly could happen to anyone ever, every electron that could possibly have ever changed state, all has to have done it, and they're all out there, okay? And that way, we cover everything. We cover all possibilities. And then we get to say that time doesn't really exist. The future and the past and the present are all just all there. They're already all mapped out. And all we're doing is running down a timeline. Of course, all of our other selves are also running down their own timeline. Well, it's a grand scheme that preserves materialism, because now you have this multiplicity of physical worlds. Well, it's all still physical, it's all material, but it's also ridiculous. And that's the problem. That's the problem with it. You see, it's not an impossibility. You know, determinism is like that as well. Determinism says everything's determined. You know, we don't have free will. If you don't have free will, you don't have consciousness, because that's what consciousness is. It makes free will decisions. Well, there is no choice, then there's no need for a consciousness to make choices. So there's no consciousness, there's no free will, everything is there. That's not impossible, it's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. The question to ask is why? For what reason? For what purpose? That everything is just there and somehow we are experiencing it. To what end? Why are we experiencing it? Where does it go? It can't go anywhere because it's done already, you see? There's no place to go. There's nothing to change. Change is not possible. Growth is not possible. Evolution is not possible. Nothing changes. All right? So you have this whole monolithic thing, and it's wonderful, and nothing can change. Right? Now what? What do we do with that, you see? Where does that go? It's like a big paperweight. You know, it has really no function. And that's what makes it not an interesting theory, because it doesn't take you anyplace. We have the same problem with religious people who say, you know, if you say, well, you know, why does it rain? God does it. Why does it not rain? God does it. You know, why this, why that, why that? And they all have the same answer. God does it. It's not that that's impossible, that it's not possible that God does it. What it says is that it's not an interesting theory because it doesn't go anywhere. You only have one answer, and that one answer answers everything. All right? So what have we learned? We've only learned that God does it. And we can't learn anything else because that's all there is in the theory, you see? So it's not that it's wrong, it's just that it's not useful. We need to look at it from a different perspective so we can understand purpose, you know, the point of things, why we're here, what we ought to be doing with our lives, why a virtual reality, you know, what good is that, and so on. And if you find something that actually you can work with, and then at the end of it, all the same logic explains why quantum mechanics works and why relativity works, you start to feel like you've got something that's meaningful. At the very least, it lets you give structure to your experience. You have experience, now you can take your experience and put it within a structure and make sense out of it. That's helpful. If the answer is God does it, or that's just our timeline, all right, what's next? How do I grow with that? How do I do something with it? You can't. So they're dead ends. So it's not that they're wrong in an absolute sense. It's just that they're non-functional. So they don't make good theories. A good theory is a theory that answers questions, that gives, you know, results, and it answers all the questions. It has to you know, get all the dots right on the graph. Everything we know, everything we understand has to be explainable within a good theory. That's what makes a good theory. So God does it, or, you know, it's the many worlds, and this is just the way it is on this timeline. No purpose or point in it. Doesn't go anywhere useful. So that's kind of the way they look at that. So yes, that's a thing, and physicists will tend to say that. Many worlds is kind of another one of those escape hatches. Oh, it's still physical. We just have it, you know, all these worlds. See, materialism, you know, is alive and well. It just doesn't make any sense.
It seems in your discussions today, metaphor has been very important.
Yes.
There's a book by Julian Jaynes, it's quite old now, Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, where he looks into our recent past, and he would say bicameral meaning the mind had two houses, and he says earlier in our history, one spoke to the other like a disconnected voice, often seen as a figure, i.e. a god. But so the will was characterized by the right hemisphere, is the way he says it. And usually it was just obeyed blindly, like God's were in the past. Well, as our history relates it. And so when we started developing language, especially written language, where people, the left brain could focus on the symbols, the language, by itself, and then started developing the ability to use metaphor. He literally says at that point, which was about the Iliad time, at that point consciousness was greatly enhanced, where we basically created a timeline and spaceline for our own individual consciousness. Whereas before, we slavishly obeyed a voice arising from, supposedly spontaneously from our right brain to the letter. In other words, most of the characters early in the Iliad didn't pontificate about things. They just heard the will of God and obeyed. Anyway, does that sound probable, or has recent research cast doubts on that, or what does your theories have to say about such a supposition?
It does not sound too likely from my viewpoint. It sounds, you know, not a bad guess. You know, if you take the time, you know, when that was done, when that was written, like in what, 70s? Yeah, not a bad guess. Good thing, but I'd say that it's not to be taken literally, that it probably wasn't like that, because I think that you know, that expansion he talks about is really going to be an expansion in decision space. Once you get language, suddenly the things that you can do, the choices you can make, blossom. So you have a bigger decision space. But before that time, you didn't have a zero decision space. There were still choices that you had to make, a limited set. You know, dogs are conscious, but they have a limited set of choices that they make. So we have, you know, I'd do it more in terms of decision space. We always had decision space, but we developed technologies that increases that decision space dramatically. And technology does today. The internet creates more decision space. We have more choices now than we ever had before. Our life is richer and has a lot more depth to it in many ways than it did before. And in other ways, it's got less depth to it than it did before. So, but the decision space generally is growing. As you evolve, your decision space grows. As you get rid of fear, your decision space goes, because this fear isn't controlling those choices anymore. You have free rein to make those choices. So I'd say that no, it didn't happen like that. You know, again, you know, under my thing, is that you did start from the beginning when you had interesting enough choices to entice individuated units of consciousness to log on and play them. That's when you had consciousness that was making free will choices. And then but they were limited, grunts and gestures, you know, whatever. But still, there was interaction. We've seen lots of pantomime. You can get a lot out of pantomime. You know, we've seen lots of pantomime things where people don't speak, but they interact, and you can have a pretty rich experience base just without language. So I think the language probably came pretty quickly, though, because these consciousnesses were communicating with each other. Okay, not with a larynx, you know, but they were communicating. They had a sense of communication and language and shared concepts. Right. They already had that when they got here. So yes, they had a new thing to deal with, and they had to come to grips with that. They were having to work through avatars now. It wasn't like typing on a keyboard on the, you know, in a chat room, but that probably came pretty quickly. And when it did, boom, the decision space goes way up, because now you can think more complex thoughts in terms of language. And then when we got to the written language, boom, we got another one, because now you can have more dimensions to your thought, because spoken language and written language are different thinking process. And, that technology tends to open up our decision space. So I'd say, no, I wouldn't take that literally. Probably a decent metaphor in its time, but I think we always had a finite decision space, because without it, we're not conscious. If we're just doing what we're told from the Word of God, then we're robots. We're not really choice-making consciousness at that point.
Yeah, but he was saying that because the ability with language, written language especially, to create a larger space. He talked about space, not decision space, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, similar.
He's just using different terms.
Right, different metaphors there.
And the metaphor, the huge increase in metaphor occasioned by written language allowed a much larger space for it's a decision space.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Same thing.
Yeah, no, that part I agree with.
He says before that, of course, you were essentially an automaton. Although the right brain was functioning, but it was functioning as a disembodied because the connection between the two wasn't as strong as it is now.
Yeah.
I forget the technical term. I think you mentioned it earlier in passing, but the corpus callosum or something?
Oh, the corpus callosum is that membrane right between the two hemispheres.
Yeah, it connects them.
Yeah.
And they said that wasn't as strong then, supposedly.
Yeah.
How he knows that, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Well, I would agree pretty much with this second part about the expansion.
Yeah.
And the first part, I could almost squeeze that in as a metaphor about before consciousness actually started to log on here, when they were just in a chat room. It was very, very limited. You see, the very, very limited exchange. It wasn't the rich exchange that we have here, but it wasn't just language. Perhaps he picked up that in his own excursions to give information. He may have picked up that lack of, that narrowness, that lack of ability to express yourself when you were locked in a chat room, to when you finally got here, boom, there was all these things to deal with. And maybe he just took that information and put it into this form because that made sense to him. I don't know. I'm just making that up. But
the only thing he talks about is reading those works in history.
Yeah.
My question is, I have made some exploration of potential future, and it was very funny, essentially to help to make choice through sleep and meditation. So basically I have a choice, I explore the consequences of my choice if I do that or if I do that, and then I can see what I do. But differently from that, there is an area where I'm stuck, is when a choice is already made, and from what I know, the applications are about healing. For example, let's say someone has an accident and has broken his knee. And I know some cases of people who have been in what they call different timeline, parallel realities, where they haven't made this choice, where the knee is in good state, and they bring back a new knee or a new backbone or a new organ, whatever, to heal. And so would it be that they found a way to change the datas?
Yeah.
How would you explain that, and do you have experience of
Yes,
that?
the timeline thing is basically a metaphor to explain what they experienced. What they're doing is modifying future probability, with their intent. And they're using that as a tool, the idea that, well, I'm gonna go back, get something healthy and put it on my knee, now my knee will be better. What that is enforcing an intent to have the knee get better. It's just like healers with light beams. All right, I imagine in your body that here's a dark spot and that's unhealthy. So I take a light beam and I put my light beam on there and it burns away all the black and leaves it light. It's just a metaphor. There is no light beam. There's no light. There's really no energy either. They're all metaphors. So their metaphor to focus their intent on modifying future probability was they were going to go back and get a new part. Sometimes the metaphor is, I'm a little person and I can't heal, but I have this non-physical friend here who is really powerful and they do all the healing. I just ask them to heal. That's another metaphor so that people can can heal. It's all a mind game in focusing your intent at the being level on a result. And I just call those tools. Tools work. It's not that the tool is something false, tools work. But the real active ingredient is the intention with that tool, not the fact that it was a parallel existence or whatever. That's just a tool that they use to focus their mind on an intent that then works. That's what I would say about it.
So basically, future probability or past probability doesn't matter.
You can modify probability with your intent. You can change it. So no, I don't think that matters. What matters is kind of what's here now in the present, and you can modify that probable future of what happens. And it's not really that there's parallel things going on. Now there are these databases, and you can get in those databases and you can go to the past or to the future. In the future, it's probable, not for real, not for sure. In the past, it's done. And you can go in there and you can change things. Like you're talking about, you're looking at things. You can go into that past database and say, well, what if I had made this decision instead of that decision? Then what would happen? You can see it. And you can actually be in there and interact with it. You can see the difference. You can do all kinds of what-if analysis in there, and you can see the difference between decision A, B, C, and D and how they'll play out 10 years later if you want to do that. Because you've got all the probabilities there, but all you're getting is how it probably would play out. The real world's different because free will can change things. You're just dealing in probabilities at that point. Keith, it's time up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You've been a really great audience. We've had wonderful questions here. We have a very diverse group. We have some science people, some engineers, some right brain people, and it's just a great mix today. I hate to end so suddenly. I'd like to stay longer, but this room is going to turn into a pumpkin or something, and we got to get out before that happens.